Hello, esports fans. My name is Dysart. I'm joined today by Jay Beto as we bring you the Smite 2 APAC Founders Series week number 2. We have some very, very exciting content to bring all of you today. We had some excellent OCE teams sign up for this week. Jay Beto, I think you'll agree that there's a lot of exciting things that we're going to be bringing this week.
I'm ready to watch some games.
I'm sure you are. Very quickly before we get into it, I'm wearing my beanie to support our charity today. That's Big Freeze in the fight against MND. Hopefully, I can post this link in chat and it won't get removed. If you do have the ability and feel like it, please donating any amount of money can help against the fight against motor neuron disease. It means a lot to us. It's a very important cause to what we do here at Smite OCL. We're very excited to bring you guys some Oceanic games today on the Smite Game Twitch. It's our first time streaming on here, so we're very, very excited. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. Jay Beto, any shout outs that you want to give?
None so far. Unfortunately, looks like that message was deleted, so might have to
Wonderful. All
go
right.
into it later.
Hopefully, for anybody that is watching, you'll know that if there's any mods in chat, if you could help us change the title or give me mod perms, that would help a lot. But we will get back to that shortly. For now, we're going to quickly do some shout out. Shout out to Redacted for his work on the camera and the OBS, and shout out to Gangster Sexy for making all of the graphics as well. Right now, though, I believe we have Sharks to do an interview alongside Jay Beto to talk about some things related to OCE. Jay Beto and Sharks, take it away.
Sharks, how's it going?
Yeah, it's good. It's very good. Yep.
Excited to have you on. I'm excited for this interview too. So I just wanted to quickly touch on kind of your history in Smite. Obviously, starting off as a player in OCE, transitioning into like a coach in the Smite Minor, into SPL and Worlds. Can you run me through just kind of like a quick, how did that transition go? What did that look like?
Yeah. So started as a player. I think like my path was really linear in the fact that I was like best Xbox player like team, worst OCE team, best OCE team, and then kept growing
Hmm.
like pretty steadily over like 8 years. There was a point there where the team that I was on disbanded, but we will still remain friends. And even though I was playing for another team, they would still ask for advice. And it
Hmm.
kind of just grew from that advice giving that I was like, hey, I like doing this. So I kept doing it.
And then you got into into the American scene. Obviously,
Mm,
that was a bit of a
yeah.
rough with the time zones.
Yeah. Shout out to Leo for that one. Dishonored. He
Hmm.
just messaged me randomly on Discord one day. He said, hey, I have a Challenger League team and I want to coach. Can you coach? And I was like, I guess. And I don't know, it just kept going.
Yeah, then obviously the things with the Valkyries into Worlds. How?
No, it did. It was yeah, after that Leo attachment, I met Kermie. Kermie's the jungler that I kind of coached all the way through the one of the bottom SCC teams to one of the best SCT teams.
Hmm.
And then we played in for SPL during season 9 qualifiers. That was really good. I think if anyone deserved to have that grind pay off, it would be Kermie. So I was happy I was able to be there for him for that.
Nice, nice. And speaking about SPL coaches, we've got a lot of SPL coaches that are coming from OCE. Got a few of them. Why do you think that is? And do you think that that benefits OCE in any way? How do you think that interacts with us?
I think it's split into two categories because there's Biggie and Rowe first, and then
Hmm.
there's Chuck and me last. Kind of that's I think the kind of way to look at it. I think Biggie and Rowe hit their ceiling in Australia, and it's really frustrating after coming back from tasting international competition to come back to Australian competition. So I think they made the right call to just see if they can hang out in the international competition with like valuable input.
Hmm.
And then me and Chuck were kind of like after the 2018 boom. So we still wanted to compete in Smite, but we couldn't regionally. So we had to go international. I think that experience is sick, but I think I'm the only one that's actually still within the region. So
Hmm.
it would be cool to see more people come back and give some more advice.
Yeah, that would be really cool. I agree. Speaking about OCE and potentially coming back,
Mm.
what do you think OCE the strengths are? Hopefully, we are able to compete internationally. That is obviously the goal. And you've tweeted a lot about that. How do you think that we would match up? How would we look?
Mm. So as a minor region, and I don't think this is just OCE particularly, it's just more so us because we're so isolated from the rest of the world.
Yeah.
I've seen, yeah, once again, you hit the top 2 ceiling, and then there's this gap between top 2, and it's always been this way that there's a bottom 4, and then it's just like, how do we foster talent? But what happens all the time is that top 2 will scrim lock each other, and then bottom 4 just kind of fight for scrims. And we don't have anywhere else to go to grow as a region. So it's really hard to actually grow and have a strength when it comes to competing internationally, because we're always just fighting this. Where actually are we in the grand scheme of everything? My grand idea would be hopefully an Asian region develops and we're able to scrim somehow there. But yeah, we're very isolated, so our strengths are also isolated too. It doesn't really correspond that well.
Yeah, and then I have heard that once those teams do go to Worlds and scrim over there, that the gap between those top 2 teams becomes even greater because.
Sorry, I wasn't going to cut you off. I was going to say that's a really good point. But I swear, every scrim that the Australian team goes over and does, every first scrim block or like a couple weeks, whatever it is, from Avant-Garde to Direwolves to us as Atletico over the last 6 years of OCE going over there, every scrim block is a fairy tale. I swear we win all the time. But when we get to this stage, we get destroyed. Nearly let one slip. But we get destroyed, and it just doesn't look that good. But we are okay. Like, we're not as bad as we show on stage.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's an experience thing.
Yeah.
I've never played in like an international land, so I can't talk about that. But I can imagine that there'd be a lot of nerves involved. Drafting would be crazy over a long series. Speaking about those top 2 teams, what advice would you personally give to? 'Cause, you can't be coaching every team. Advice to the higher tier teams, maybe trying to enter in potentially who are going to be in those scrim blocks internationally.
I think if you're like, one of the teams with a bit more experience under your belt, this is going to be counterproductive, I think, from the next bit of advice I'm going to give. But if you are one of those top 2 teams, you have to play styles that you're not comfortable with and keep pushing yourself outside of like comfort zones.
Right.
Otherwise, you're going to load up your 700th game of Loki Jungle and just farm a bunch of new people. If you know, you know, right?
And on the flip side of that, what advice would you give to maybe those like mid to lower, the bottom 4 teams that you just mentioned, into maybe breaking into maybe being a top 3 team, maybe changing out for that second seed team?
Yeah, so like I said, it's very contradictory, because if you are new at the game and you want to like take stuff off top teams or really like keep grinding, just keep your god pool small and get really good first, get good fundamentals, play something that you're not going to miss up with micro. And once you get all your micro stuff down and like get through the first 10 minutes of the game, not being too far behind, start looking at how you can trade macro wise and things like that. But yeah, take it slow and take it minute by minute.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, cool. Well, I just wanted to thank you for all the stuff that you've done behind the scenes and getting OCE out here. I've seen a lot. I've heard a lot, seen a lot about it on Twitter. So thank you for that. If you guys want to watch any of Sharks' VOD reviews on YouTube, please feel free. There's a lot of really interesting and impactful information there. I think that's it.
No
Man,
worries.
thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
That was awesome. We are going to jump over to Devane and Diceheart on the desk for our first game.
Wow, thank you very much, Jay Beto, and a big shout out to Sharks for coming on and doing that interview. Devane, it's very exciting to have an SPL coach come back to our region and kind of working with us like that and giving us all of that advice, don't you think?
Yeah, we all love Sharks. He had to give some really good advice. I really liked his points for like like lower teams as well, to like just really hone in on a couple of gods and just get your fundamentals down. Yeah.
Well, let's see if these first 2 teams that we've got here for our week 2 games can match that advice that Sharks was giving out. We've got Wax On, Wax Off versus Drink or Drunk. And we're going to see the Odin ban coming out very early from Wax On, Wax Off. And Odin, he's been a very powerful god. Being able to trap people in that ultimate domain and kind of forcing them to get that Phantom Shell is quite strong. And we see Fenrir banned on the other side.
Yeah, you do see these 2 gods banned quite a lot. They're almost pretty much a given most of the time, unless they're like a team is wanting to pick them up for themselves. I personally don't know much about like how these teams play. We didn't see them last week, but I am expecting like a competitive game here. So we got Ymir first with wax on, wax off.
Yeah,
Um,
and this could go to Wax or it could go to YT Clax. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah.
It could even go in the jungle. Ymir's a pretty good flex pick at the moment, and like the Odin, he kind of just blocks off areas of the jungle and makes it really difficult for people to kind of act and do anything. On the other side, though, Devane, we're seeing that Neath being hovered, and we did see a lot of that last week.
Yeah, and she normally goes to mid. That is kind of what we're expecting now. Good pickup.
Yeah,
And Ares, which is
Ares.
exciting.
Very OCE god. Last week,
Yeah.
Ares had the highest ban rate in OCE, so a very strong god that everyone seems to love. I'd expect Juki to be taking this into support for Drink or Drunk, and he's very, very capable on the Ares, being able to hit those chains. And Jingwei on the other side might have a hard time against Ares with those chains.
I was thinking the exact same thing. Jingwei is pretty tough into Ares, so unless she has her ult up, and she definitely has to get beat probably. So now we also got Nuwa. Also, she's new to Smite too, so
She is.
I'm excited to see that actually.
Yeah, we didn't get to see her last week. I think she was banned last week,
banned.
so being able to see her come in this week, piloted by Apple Cruise. On the other side, Cernanos is locked in and Barkus being hovered here as well. And again, this is another one of those supports or guardians that can flex really well. It could go to Moxie in the solo lane and kind of build that power and then have those sort of really strong CC-oriented engagers. What do you think about kind of the Ares Barkus combo, Devane?
Yeah, they do have a lot of CC, a lot of control on Drink on Drunk at the moment. I have no idea where it's going to go, if it's Ares in solo or Barkus in solo. It could go either, but more likely Barkus in solo. Even jungle, like.
Look at all of these guardians. Devane Athena locked in for wax on, wax off as well. They really, really want to get this tank control Mordred too. So, that full wax on, wax off roster is locked in. They've got Ymir, Athena, Mordred as their tanks. Jingwei and Nuwa are going to be those carries. Both Jingwei and Nuwa have CC immune ults to get away from Ares. Mordred, Athena, they also have that too. But, you've got Barkus running at you, Ares running at you, and now Susano locked in too. That's a lot of CC that you have to avoid. And I imagine...
Susano. Yeah, very strong addition to that team, I think. Absolutely.
Yeah, and look, I think Kaiser on the Susano as well. He very much enjoys that playstyle where he can get ahead, run through your jungle, just really pick off players and get his team further and further ahead. And then once you start falling behind, if you've got a Barkus flopping on you or an Ares throwing out chains and ults, you're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I don't know which team I would prefer in these. I feel like I like Drink or Drunk's team comp better, just because I like their level of control. But you never know. Wax off, wax on, wax off. I will get used to that eventually.
Eventually.
Eventually. But they could still do well with that comp. Like they still have pretty good gods. Like, Ymir, very strong freezes, good lockdown. Same with Athena, like good taunts. Like they have more lockdown potential, I think.
Yeah, I really like, wax on, wax off. They've got that frontline tanky sort of comp that can really do a lot of work. And if the Ares and Barkus on the Drink or Drunk comp can't continue to engage and to continue to get things off, this frontline comp that wax on have, I think, is just going to just run through them. This Susano is going to struggle to find targets to engage on because these backliners are so safe and they've got so much protection on them.
Yeah, that is true. That is absolutely true. So
I am
excited
just
to...
wondering whether or not production has available for us the bracket for the first week. Might go quickly over some of the teams that are going to be highlighted later. There we go. So this is our first game here that we're seeing, or match 2, wax on, wax off. In round 1 as well, we've got Blase versus La Bomba and Ping269 versus Smiteroo. So some very exciting teams. Some of them we saw last week. Some are a bit new and signing up. We've also got Goblins, The Trial, Raven Guard, Fish, Sunday School. So a lot of teams that did really well. Fish and Sunday School especially looking out for those two. They were in the finals last week, Devane.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if we're going to get to see them in the finals again today. But I'm really excited seeing other teams play today, I really want to get a feel for how this region is going, and what gods does this region prefer. Who were some players that we're looking out for? Yeah, can't wait.
Yeah, it's very, very exciting to see. All right, I believe we will shortly be getting into game number 1 here between Wax On, Wax Off, and Drink or Drunk. I think we are just about ready to throw it over to the casters. That'll be Nuxel and Osme. Take it away.
Hello, everyone. My name's Nuxel, and here casting with me, I've got Osme. How you doing, man?
I'm very well. How are you?
I'm very good. We've got some new gods that we haven't seen in the previous week of APAC. We've got Nuwa and Susano, each on either side of Wax On, Wax Off, and Drink or Drunk. So some new stuff. I'm really keen to see what these teams, we haven't seen them yet, bring out for these games, as well as having those new champs really throw in some different tactics, some different CC things that we haven't seen yet in Smite 2 in the APAC tournament. How you feeling?
Yeah, some of these names as an OCE player you might know, but outside of the region, all the teams are new. But within OCE, these names have been around for quite a while. On the side of Wax On, Wax Off, we've got Wax Python, Apple Cruise, Bachiman, all some very experienced players. So I'm excited to see if these new synergies between these rosters can really link up and find some cool and exciting plays together.
100%, and I'm sure that if you've been playing Australian Smite for a fair while, you know that even in Smite 1, Bachiman's Jingwei can really put in a lot of work, so it'd be really interesting to see how much they're able to pull out. Maybe some solo kills, maybe just some really exciting stuff from their very experienced Jingwei capabilities, which would be very exciting.
We look at these two team comps here. I'm really enjoying this dive potential from Drink or Drunk with the Bacchus and Susano. I think they pair so nicely together. And I'm really interested to see where this Susano puts his pressure across the map. He has quite a few options, like Nuwa is quite susceptible to ganks early, but after 5, she's pretty safe with her ult. So I'm very interested to see where this Susano decides to really apply the pressure.
Absolutely, absolutely. We can see here on the cast. Oh, first fight coming out in the duo lane. We see Wax Python trying to get as many orders off. Maybe they can get a kill in retaliation. Shell coming out, and Schmitty's just going in. Bachiman trying to cover off his Amir as he's walking back, but it looks like not much is going to be had. They'll be falling back and getting pressure on that wave. T1 Zeus here in the solo lane. We can see a gank maybe being looked at here. I think they will just be looking to freeze at their tower, play safe. Athena rotating to the solo side, we can see on the map there, but maybe not too much happening, playing safe and just getting out of dodge.
Yeah, and we might have glossed over it quickly, but the Athena jungle here is not the conventional jungle, is not one of the conventional jungle picks we've been seeing as of late. Fonke is going to have to put some work in to really get as much impact as this Susano, in my opinion.
Absolutely, absolutely. Lots of good communication we're going to be needing here. As T1 Zeus is getting ganked here. We've got Fonke trying to cover it. Good CC coming out from the Susano, but it looks like they'll just be falling back, popping some health potions, and trying to keep their lives intact so they can get more gold and XP in their lanes.
Yeah, solo lane is very... there's lots of pots being bought there at the moment, so these trades... You're really mainly trying to get these pots off each other.
Oh, good chain. Oh, we've got the teleport coming out from the Susano. He's going to get first blood straight onto Wax Python there on Amir. Wow, that's some use of new Smite mechanics. That's really interesting there. Straight from one side over to the other. I don't think it was expected at all. Good stun over from Moxie onto Mordred, but crazy. I didn't expect that. I didn't see that at all. How do you feel?
Yeah, I wasn't even watching the map there, so I'm sure the players weren't either, but these teleporters give such a good early rotation potential.
Absolutely.
You can maybe not have such a good time in a gank in one lane and then just half behind stealthily, and we saw this Susano got that impact that we were talking about before.
Oh, coming from behind, we've got Wax Python on the Amir. Good damage coming out onto Smitty, but they're turning straight onto the Amir. Flames coming out from the Ares. Amir is getting low, but it looks like they're going to be okay for now. Getting Prior on the wave, and they're going to be falling back. Bacchus into Mordred. It's not something I've seen yet. Being a solo laner yourself, how do you think that matchup goes?
Buckus is actually a surprisingly potent solo laner. His flop has impact from support, so it's going to have impact from solo being way more farmed.
Ooh, definitely taking the damage and putting him onto Mordred, getting a solo kill onto T1 Zeus there, and they're going to be looking at that blue buff. Good fight coming out here straight onto the duo. It's all happening. 4 people over here, and wax on, wax off, getting their kill over onto Schmitty, and they're going to be running it down even further, trying to get another kill out. Nua's going to be going straight back to mid, trying to get coverage onto that Neath that's looking to get damage onto that first tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Level 5 Juki, chucking out the chains onto Amir. He's got a good little boop over with his wall. But, oh, we've got the Athena ult coming out. And Amir going straight into it, pulling them under tower. The beads were out, but it was too late. He's going to be trying to get this kill onto Wax Python. He's trying to get out as fast as he can, but that's his own kill. 1v2, and another person coming out, trying to get the trade. Coverage coming out from the teleporters. We've got Susano in, trying to get something happening, but he really can't. Pulling out everything that he can in his arsenal, but just amazing plays there from Juki, getting his own kill.
Yeah, we see that Wax on, Wax off has opted for the 4 beads pickup, and maybe they even need 5, because Emir is going to be a sitting duck, as we just saw this entire game. Until he gets that beads item online for the group beads, he is very susceptible to being pulled wherever the Ares chooses, and they found some good pressure on the right side of the map, finding that solo kill. They tried to keep pushing Drink or Drunk into the left invade to really put the pressure on. That didn't go quite to plan, and they ended up getting picked. But Juki just taking matters into his own hands and really slamming on this
good
pressure.
Damage coming out. And so much damage. Moxie's chasing him down. Mordred's going to try to have to ult away so he doesn't get killed. Level 7 Moxie just running it down, trying to get pressure onto that tower, and T1's Ace is going to have to back, otherwise he is going to die. More Susano work coming out into the duo lane. He loves it over there. Jingwei having to ult out, and Wax Python is going to be the one that's getting taken down.
Yeah, this Emir is in trouble. He's already been picked 3 times, and this type of pressure that Drink or Drunk has got is going to lead into map objectives like this, and this 1.5k lead in 6 minutes is only going to grow from here.
Absolutely, and we've got Moxie coming out and showing his face in the duo lane, and that's going to be Bachi, man, taking a death and a Gold Fury over to Drink or Drunk. Just pushing out that gold lead as much as they can. Juki tanking a bit of that, and he's saying, nah, you're not killing me. That is my Gold Fury. Not as many Sunders we're seeing this week. We've got none on the side of Wax on, Wax off, and we got 1 on solo lane there with Moxie picking that up. Very interesting. We saw so many Sunders last week for the objective secures, but barely any here.
Yeah, we did see Sunder getting quite the nerf.
Ooh, Ares ult. Coming out. Wax Python is just trying not to get his life taken away. Good Athena ult to just save him, and coverage there as their jungler is also hovering around in that bush, making as much use out of new Smite mechanics as he can. Wax Python not expecting it though. Good freeze to just get him taken away, and a good wall to stop that attack and engage from the Susano. Nua just doing her chip damage.
Oh my god.
Moxie.
Mordred is just copping it in this solo lane.
He's not having it at all. Fury Beads coming out so he doesn't get stunned. Moxie taking that tower damage. And the Neath ult closing out the kill onto T1's Ace. He is not having a good time right now, but they are not out and completely for the count yet. They could definitely come back. We shouldn't talk too quickly, but Amir has popped his head, trying to soak up some of that XP and gold over in the solo lane, leaving Bachi Man to himself. Hopefully being able to not have as much tower damage taken, but Moxie's just saying, no, your presence here doesn't make any sense. I'm just going to keep hitting you, and you can back off just like I did to the Mordred.
Yeah, as I was saying before, we did see the Sunder get quite a big nerf coming into the patch that we're playing on this week. Sunder losing half of its damage at max effectiveness.
Crazy.
So it's still a good tool for solo laners who maybe don't have the highest clear to try and secure their buffs in early game, and it's still a good mental factor. to have on the enemy team that you have that Sunder. Maybe it might stop them from walking into an objective. But we see this Athena really struggling here.
Yeah, she's having to back off, and that's Mordredol coming out, trying to chase down as much as he can, but he's going to have to back off under his tower. And it looks like, even though Wax On, Wax Off were the ones to start this final boss, Drink or Drunk are going to be the ones to secure it out. And they'll take that gold, and they'll take that XP, and walk straight over into the middle lane. Nua maybe pushed out a little bit too much. She doesn't have the safety tools to get her out as Neith does, and we can see there that she's going to get taken out just as expected. Susano soaking up that gold in the left lane, but really unfortunate there for the side on Wax On, Wax Off. They're not having a good start to the game.
Yeah, damage control needs to start now. They need to find a way to keep finding their farm while there's so much pressure coming out from Drink or Drunk.
Yeah, absolutely. Wax Python's just trying to save this tower as much as he can, and unfortunately he'll be the one that's getting taken down instead of this tower so far. Good taunt over from Athena, and she's going to be ulting Virgin Way so that she doesn't get taken down. Good old getting aggressive here. Level 9 versus level 11, and Juki's just chaining her, getting her taken down. Bachi Man's trying to get his kill, but it's not going to be happening, and Juki's going to pick up that kill. And they're going to be running it down the mid lane even more so, trying to close out this tower that they started.
Yeah, we've already got so many level leads in roles all across the map, so I'm not too sure about Wax On, Wax Off really trying to force these fights into the over-leveled enemy. We see they were doing their best to find some sort of pick in mid, but it just took too long, and the Susano came in and cleaned up. I really think that they need to just try and find their farm, kind of slow the pace of the game down a little bit, or else this lead is only going to continue to grow from Drink or Drunk.
I agree. I mean, you're playing into exactly what Susano wants to do. He's wanting to rotate in and either get an early good kill off, but he doesn't have the blink. He's got the Aegis to play more safely, so he's wanting to wait for the engage to start, and that's what Juki's been doing. And Wax Python walking up and trying to do a little bit of engaging by himself, but it looks like nothing's going to be happening quite yet there. Neith's going to be rotating over to this Gold Fury. It's coming up in 1 second, and they're straight on it. Drink or Drunk, getting the damage straight onto that, and Wax On, Wax Off are nowhere to be seen. Straight up into mid lane, and they're rotating over to the solo side, but no contention there. None at all.
Yeah, they're really keeping the foot to the the pedal to the metal. That's the saying.
Pedal to the metal, I like
They're not really allowing Wax On, Wax Off to really come up with that idea of how they're going to get back into this game. Gold's up, they're ripping it. And you see here that they're just having to share so much farm. So even though they're going to be finding a little bit, it's going to be not as effective as just getting all this solo farm on the other side of the map.
As long as Drink or Drunk can cross their T's and dot their I's, they're not going to give anything over to Wax On, Wax Off to keep their lead ahead and not get the comeback taken off. But Athena are coming out, trying to look at something over to their ADC, but we're looking over at the solo lane now, and even more damage is coming out straight onto the side of Wax On, Wax Off. So much happening on both sides of the map. Bachi Man trying to get as much damage onto Juki. He's saying, you killed my support so many times, I'm going to have it happen to you. Good ult, securing that kill, and we got a good rotation over to Wax On, Wax Off, and they're maybe going to try and pick up this tower, or at least as much damage as possible.
I'm really not sure about that Nuwa rotation there. I don't think it was needed, and we see Neith is just in La La Land pushing her tower. This is good initiative to group up and try and find a way to claw back this deficit, but I don't think exuding that much or giving up that much map pressure is the right idea.
No, I think I agree. Neith just got all that solo yumminess all the way to herself. She didn't need to split any of that at all, but Wax Python coming out, trying to save his solo laner. Good damage over onto Moxie. Even more damage coming out. Good CC. He's trying to run him down. T1 Zeus walking into the jungle. Moxie can't do anything quite yet, but good Fury coming out, and T1 Zeus is looking to try pick up that kill, but he's making the jukes. He's running around, and Wax Python's going to be the one that's finishing that kill. Unfortunate for T1 Zeus. He needs that kill really badly, but the assist is all that he's going to be getting.
Yeah, if I'm in the shoes of Wax On and Wax Off right now, they're finding some good picks across the map. This is where they just need to say, okay guys, we're kind of getting back into this. Let's just keep our farm up and try and get back into the game even more. So I hope that they can really just slow the game down a little bit and catch up. Because even though there are picks coming out, there's still levels down in most roles. Neath is so big, level 14 with 3 full items online.
Yeah, she's huge. Absolutely chunking, and her ults are going to be the ones that are securing those kills or starting those engagements, and wax on, wax off are not going to be enjoying that one bit. It'll be Puri's getting taken, and then the Ares can just come in and smack up the rest with his ult. If you don't have a Puri, then you don't have a life.
Yeah, we also just saw before in the base, we've got these teleporters now in the latest patch where I know some solo laners were.
Ooh, Ares ult coming out. Just like I said before, no Puri, no life, and good ult coming out from 4K. Would have liked to see that straight away instead of getting pulled by that Ares ult, but he's alive nevertheless, although with not much health. Moxie's looking at this blue buff,
doesn't care that he just got picked.
The Chad's coming over. He's wanting to take as much as he can off of T1 Zeus, but he's got his team to back that up for him so he can get his own blue buff and then keep farming.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, the most recent patch introduced some teleporters from your base, from your Titan room into the furthest tower that you have in the lane. It does have a cooldown, kind of similar to the teleport relic that we saw in Smite 1, but there is a bit more, I feel like there's a bit more play because you can go to play potential with it because it's not as long, the cooldown, I believe, and you don't really expect someone to just show up. Oh, you see Wax getting pincered here.
Bachiman's dashing in. He wants to save his Amir. Amir ult coming out, trying to do as much damage as he can, but the dashes are coming in, and Drink or Drunk are the ones that are re-engaging back onto here. This is a 4v4 here. It's actually going to be a 5v5. Another kill, the first kill, coming out straight onto 4K, and Cripples are coming out onto Mordred. Unfortunately, he's going to be the one that's taking so much damage, and Drink or Drunk are looking to just secure that kill. Ares ult walking under tower. Unfortunately, he's got a bees just to cancel that out, and the wave's going to be taken with 2 kills for the side of Drink or Drunk. That's Gold Fury up, and that's Gold Fury that's looking to get taken.
There are some low members on the side of Drink or Drunk here. This might not be as free of a Gold Fury as we think. Bachiman wrapping around here.
We've got the aggression, but not the ults to back it up, and it looks like Drink or Drunk are just going to get out of dodge. They're going to take their waves, and so on, wax off. They want to get out of here. They don't want to risk this.
So far in this game, it's really seemed like Drink or Drunk are the ones taking the initiative, and wax on, wax off are just playing reactionary, which can be good sometimes, but if you're playing on the back foot...
Azimo maybe getting caught a little bit far out. Athena's trying to get as close as she can to the Amir to try and get the damage off. Taunt range? Yes, she is. She's trying to get the kill. Bachiman just got a kill over in the duo lane. And it looks like 4K is going to be the one that's getting killed in mid lane. As well as Wax Python. Another kill coming out. Drink or Drunk just turned that around. Got the kill over in duo lane for the side of wax on, wax off, but they said, nah, we're getting 2 kills on our own for the sake of one of yours. And they're looking to push down mid lane here, getting aggressive. Bachiman with his kill under his belt, just defending it as much as he can. But it looks like the gold lead's really, really showing face for Drink or Drunk here. There's not much that wax on, wax off can do right now. What can we see?
Big rotation coming out to solo side. I'm not sure if the Mordred is even clued onto it, but they kind of just let him be. They're going for these towers. I assume that they're going to find their power spikes and head towards this fire, which is just keeping that foot on the pedal and trying to...
Oh, Mordred's the one that's actually engaging. He wasn't backing. He's getting aggressive. Crippled, though. There's not much he can do now, and Susanoo ult's coming out. Beads from T1 and Zeus, but maybe it was just a little bit too late because I did see him get knocked up. 4 people to kill 1 Susanoo. Aegis taken down from Kai'Sa, and he's dead anyways, but it looks like Azimo picked up his own kill over in the duo lane onto Bachiman. Every time that wax on, wax off think that they're getting their little bit step further, Drink or Drunk are just saying, actually, you're not looking at the other side of the map, and apparently neither are we.
Yeah, it's a good look from wax on, wax off to be grouping like this and trying to find these picks. So far into the game, Juki has commanded this. As we see him getting taken into the sky.
Great. Schmitty's here to kill T1 Zeus. It looks like it's going to be Another kill for Drink or Drunk. Not just that one. It's not going to be even. It's going to be favored for them. And the level 13, now 14 Ares must not feel great for Wax on, Wax off. So much burn damage, as well as the chains just getting taken just from their support.
Apple Cruise is really going to have to step up for the rest of this game. Oh, as we see him getting picked.
Good dodges. Moxie is just saying, I don't think you're living here, but he was able to use his Duke shoes, and Moxie's going to be the one that's getting taken down. 4K getting his second kill of the game, and he's going to try and get himself back in, but Fire Giant is what's getting looked at from Drink or Drunk. There is a 4-0 Neath here, a 4-1 Susanoo, and a 3-1 Ares. Wax Python pushing up, but he's got none of his team there to help him out, and he's getting pulled in from the Ares, and his life is going to get taken away from him. Very slowly, though. He's staying a little bit further alive, trying to chunk up as much as he can. Maybe the Fire Giant can do a little bit more. Doing a bit of damage over to Azimo, but that's going to be a Fire Giant over to Drink or Drunk, and they're going to be looking to get as much of that advantage pushed out. Take these T2 towers, maybe look to get these Phoenixes, but this next Gold Fury is an Ancient Fury. It's feeling good for the side of Drink or Drunk, but do you defend this Ancient Fury? Is it game over if they get it? Do you just defend your towers or your Phoenixes? Like, what can you do?
It's a tough one there. Like, we did see some changes to Ancient Fury coming in the most recent patch. It doesn't disable every tower on the map anymore. It just disables the most frontward one that you have. So all of their Phoenixes will still be active, but only their remaining towers will be disabled. I would have maybe liked to look at pushing the towers first and then falling back to the Ancient afterwards. But we see them just going straight to the chase.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the game plan from Drink or Drunk. Just get those towers disabled so that they can just walk in and take him as they so freely choose. 3 people having to split XP over in the solo side. And they're all on the side of Drink or Drunk looking to push this duo lane tower. Barchi Man's not got a lot to protect him here. How do you think this is going to play out?
This is not a defense in my opinion. They're so far ahead on the side of Drink or Drunk that I feel like all of these towers are forfeit. They're already disabled. They just have to kind of pray that Drink or Drunk misplay on the siege. And we've seen that time and time again in OCE, but with the way that Drink or Drunk's been playing, I wouldn't be surprised to see some flawless sieges.
Oh, some good CC coming out onto Moxie. Moxie's going to return the favor, but get cancelled from his own. Good Susanoo. Old Moxie is not getting much damage taken off to him, and he's splitting off. Azimo destroyed the order side tower, and it looks like he's going to be okay. Schmitty's coming out, trying to do as much damage over to the Mordred. Mordred's just zooting around in his ult, and 4K is going to be the first one taken down in this team fight. Wax Python over there getting a good freeze onto the Ares, but Ares is just W-King straight back. He does not care at all. Drink or Drunk are going to keep W-King with their Ares. A little bit more health from Moxie, as we've seen from before from that chunk, but there's not much that Wax on, Wax off can do here.
Yeah, they kind of just have to sit there and watch it all unfold. There's not too much synergy coming off with their dives. They're not really finding the same targets. Moxie and Juki are synergizing really well. On the other hand, they're really putting it to the back line of Wax on, Wax off. And I think that's the biggest thing at this point in Smite 2 is whoever's backline dive is better is going to end up winning these fights.
I think they're playing a good game plan here, playing it safe. They took all the tier 2 towers. They took their jungle and they're getting out of there, trying to deny as much as possible as well as extend their lead even further to 13k ahead. They're not wanting to give even a wink over to Wax on, Wax off at all, but no objectives coming up quite yet. A couple of mid camps, but we just need to see what Wax on, Wax off can do with the tools that they have available, which is not a lot. They need to take their walk and turn it into a sprint, but there's not much that they have to work with to do that.
I think at this stage, if you're playing this Ymir, if you're playing this Nua, the Nua is quite farmed and she will have an impact, but you kind of just have to hope the enemy team throws. And playing up like this in mid with no real objective on the board is a bit silly. We're going to see Drink or Drunk just continue this death ball that they've been doing. Hopefully, it's not too much for wax on, wax off, and they just walk over them. But we see some contests coming up here.
Ooh, that's a good wall. Can we get the pick off over to the Ares? Good ult coming out, taking 2 with him. But that's going to be that test of purification there from Wax Python that we were hoping to get earlier in the game. Good damage from the Newer, going straight onto the Cernanos. And she's going to be ulting out, trying to get as much damage onto the rest of them. Jingwei's coming out. She's ulted. She's trying to get her ulters onto the Cernanos, but not much happening there. More damage coming out. Kaiser's getting the first kill of this team fight. And it looks like not too much is happening quite yet, but Susanoo trying to get the
so
secure
close.
onto Wax Python, but he's going to get out of dodge with 1 health, and Susanoo's going to be the one with his own 1 health getaway. He's walking away. Moxie's trying to secure his escape. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Oh,
Slipstreaming out of there. He's away. Oh, he turned back.
he's going to try to use the
might die for
teleport
that.
maybe, but I don't think he has enough time. So much movement from Susano that's built into his kit. I don't think there's any way that Nua can gap close that distance. But Schmitty suddenly taking down T1 Zeus. Where did that come from?
Yeah, I think wax on, wax off is just not on the same page. I'm not sure how much synergy that they've gained together as a team. I'm not sure if this might be the first time some of them are playing together, but Barchiman's been doing a good job.
This is a 1v1. This is what we've wanted to see. And it looks like Schmitty is going to be the one that's winning that. Fonke is trying to get a little bit of damage and secure the trade. And that's exactly what's going to be happening. But it's not looking good for Fonke. He's taken half of his health back from pretty much just Juki. And she's going to have to back off and heal that up.
That's a good return pick to find, but we see that there's not really much space for wax on, wax off to step up into this ancient fury. Juki isn't even bothering to tank it. He's just enforcing his presence, and that's enough for them to find this ancient, probably reset, and then head to FG. And I think that might be a nail in the coffin once this FG falls. I would like to see wax on, wax off go for the all-in defense on Fire Giant, or find this Moxie pick here would be excellent.
They're gonna need to. Good leap from Moxie, going straight into the freeze and getting slowed from the Amir ult. This might be a good pick, but look how tanky Moxie is. All on his own into 4 people. Juki's coming. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Juki's coming to try and secure his own retreat, but Moxie's getting out of there, and Nua ult just to stun Fonke, but it's not enough. Ares ult. What CC immunity do you have? None from the Amir, but not enough damage and not ready from Drink or Drunk to make that Ares ult worth it. And they're the ones that have the tempo. It's a 5v4 here from the side of Wax on, Wax off. They've got the vision. They've got the plays. Can they make it work? Juki being caught out a little bit here with the Amir wall, and he's going to be the one that's getting caught out a little bit here. But Susanoo and Azimo just getting those kills straight onto Wax on, Wax off. It doesn't matter that there's only 4 of them. They've got the damage to just clean this up. And Schmitty getting a kill of his own, and they're walking them down. They're saying, this is our Fire Giant. Half health Susanoo. That doesn't look like you're going to win that. He's walking away. Some low health on the backside too. Ooh, Bachiman, good dodges. Can he get the kill? Ooh, it's
Oh my
so
God.
close. Come on, Bachiman. I believe. Level 20 to level 19. They're just going to stare at each other.
It's actually a 1v1. They honored the 1v1.
I
he
respect
found him.
that, but Azimo just waiting for his abilities, and he's just going to chuck that through the wall. Poor Bachiman is going to get the one taken down, and that's a Phoenix gone. The first Phoenix of the game taken down on the side of Drink or Drunk. Unfortunate. It's just going to make this game even harder for them, and soon we'll see on the board a Fire Giant for them as well.
Yeah, there's just been so many opportunities for Drink or Drunk to capitalize on their lead, and Wax on, Wax off has been putting their best effort in.
This
but it
Lone
just hasn't
Ranger
come
over
off.
here. Can you get it? Oh, who got it?
Schmitty got
Schmitty
it.
was the one that secured that Fire Giant. That was close to a hero play, but not quite enough for Wax on, Wax off. They tried to turn the walk into the sprint, but this might be, we might be seeing the last fight of the game here very shortly, I believe.
Yeah, there's too many leaks to patch for Wax on, Wax off. They just can't keep up with this pressure, and they haven't been grouping effectively. as we've seen this like never-ending group, it seems, from Drink or Drunk, and led up by Juki, who I've actually been very impressed with on this Ares. He's having enough impact to where having 4 beads and a Talisman of Purification isn't enough. So I think that says a lot about Juki's performance on this Ares, and I really think that he's been playing lights out.
I think he's definitely been shown to be one of the star players here in this game as we're watching. Maybe even MVP. We'll see what the viewers will say at the end of this game. But I think so far, unless we can see some crazy plays happen, Juki is one of the MVPs here for me at least. Absolutely.
I don't know how this siege is going to go here, but we see an ambush being set up.
The global emotes, they're back in the game, and an engagement coming up straight from that global emote. They said, nah, we don't want none of that. We're going to fight you. But now we're going to fall back. We're actually a little bit scared.
Yeah, that Athena ult out is so rough. I would love to see that used defensively, maybe on the Mordred with his ult in a combo, but...
Oh, Wax Python's rotated over to the mid lane here, trying to say, no, we don't want you to take this mid Phoenix. And a good ult coming from Mordred, starting the engage and getting a kill of his own. Wax on, wax off, want to push this up. Maybe, hopefully not too far out of their Phoenix, but Moxie's come from mid lane, and he's trying to get a bit of it damage from himself. Lots of damage coming out here, and Barchiman's going to be the one that's pushing back this line here, and Moxie's going to get taken down, unfortunately for him.
A successful defense. It was a bit messy, but T1 Zeus really came in clutch with that big Mordred ult from mid. I was a little bit worried that the defense was just going to be gone before it even began, because there was a weird split happening where the Ymir came to defend middle as well, but they really pulled it back by luck or by chance. I'm not too sure, but it's interesting to see.
It's good to see that they can get a little bit more of a step in the game, and we can have this continue out. Maybe seeing a wax on, wax off comeback, but great Mordred ult, getting 2 knocks up straight into an Ymir ult, and that's going to be Neath getting that first kill over to the Susanoo, and that's massive. That's 3 down on the side of Drink or Drunk, and they're looking to get an Ancient Fury of their own. They want to get these towers down, and Barchiman's going to try to do as much damage from him over to this Gold Fury. That's teamwork there.
Yeah, this Mordred is really coming into its own late game. We've seen twice in the past 2 minutes these big ults just finding multiple targets, forcing relics, and allowing them to kind of claw their way back into these fights. I was thinking that it was going to have to be a misplay on the side of Drink or Drunk for wax on, wax off to really find their footing back in this game, but T1 Zeus is just taking it into his own hands.
This is what they need. They need those split-second decisions, those split-second moments of engagement that they can get to try and catch them out of position and get as much as they can. But Ares ult coming out, and he'll be taking 2 with him, straight into a Sonanos ult, and he's going to be picking up that first kill in this team fight. Wax Python just trying to walk away straight into the mist, and this is going to be looking like a 4v4 fight. But we've got Azumo coming back, trying to walk up into this mid lane, and they're looking like they want to be getting this Phoenix back down. They want none of that. They want their 5 minions to be pushing this up constantly. Good wall just to slow this down and they can regroup, but this is going to be a rough fight. This is a 5v4, and this might be what decides the game.
The Phoenix has already been taken down a little bit, and Juki looking for this ult here.
Oh, Moxie getting great engagement off straight onto Nuwa, which I think is a great target. But she's going to be getting a kill onto the Nuwa, onto the Neath, and Barchiman's going to be getting a kill on his own. This is great for Wax on, Wax off. Getting 2 kills and taking none of their own. Moxie trading that back, and Zeus might be being a little bit too far out of position, but he's going to be okay, it looks like. Fire Giant's the next thing to come up.
The Phoenix lives.
The Phoenix lives, it survives, and it's healing up. Barchiman doing great damage. A great prediction there to just dash and catch him out, but it looks like it's not quite enough. He'll be walking away. The jump over the wall to just the dash and run isn't quite enough. It looks like there'll be
sneaky split push coming out in right from Susanoo.
Yeah, he wants that Phoenix, and these guys want just the tier 1 in mid lane, and that's going to be Phoenix taken down over in the solo lane. Will he keep pushing? It looks like he will. They're going to need to defend this. Yeah, I don't think he can. He might be getting caught out here. Wax on, wax off, wanting to catch him out. We'll see Nuwa walking over getting around him, and that's Aegis over and taken down. Kai'Sa getting killed, but also getting a Phoenix. I think that's worth it, but Fire Giant is up, so maybe not.
Such a big pick to find onto that Susano. I think, as you said, the play was worth from him to get that Phoenix, but he's been so valuable in all of these team fights, and now this firefight, he's not going to be there.
Yeah, and that's going to be rough. That's going to be probably the difference maker here if the gold lead is starting to close out now that we're getting into it, the 33-minute mark. Everyone's starting to get their full builds. Not quite, but very soon at least. And they're going to be starting Fire Giant, wax on, wax off, wanting to take this out and try and push whatever crumbs that they can get. Drink or Drunk putting up a bit of a front line here. Nuar ult getting used very early. She's got no means of CC immunity here other than her beads, but Ares ult coming out, and that's going to have to be her beads taken out. Jingwei playing very aggressive here, and some good CC coming out from their solo lane. She's straight into the back lane. Her orders are chunking. Getting a kill onto Azamo and looking straight at Moxie. Wax Python getting a kill of his own, and Juki's having to fall back. Bachiman is still fighting the Moxie, and Moxie is just ignoring his damage, but this is a 3v1 here. Juki's not doing enough to make that worth the extra player, but Kai'Sa's getting a kill onto Wax Python, and it looks like it's in benefit of Drink or Drunk here.
Yeah, maybe Moxie said, oh sorry, Bachiman said, my backline isn't diving enough, I'm going to do it myself. I really love that play from Jingwei. She's such a slippery character, but
she very much is.
Falling there is really a big deal, in my opinion.
Yeah,
no team got the Fire Giant, and it seems like, in my personal opinion, I reckon they all really want to be up to try and recontest, but picks on both sides, no ADCs in the game. It kind of makes this little awkward phase, which is probably going to benefit wax on, wax off, just to find a little bit of farm before this next Fire Giant fight. We've seen how much impact that they've had already being down. This little window of opportunity to find that XP, get those little starter items online, is really going to pay dividends, I think, because they're really clawing their way back into this game.
Yeah, this might be the moments of realization for Wax on, Wax off, seeing how sloppy that team fight was there. Maybe with good target selection, they might be able to take this win for themselves. The gold lead is definitely shortened since we last looked up, or at least since I last looked up. But this is Fire Giant. They're dancing around again. They need to be grouped up here. They don't want to get picked off. And Bachiman's playing very far up. And Juki's going to be engaging with that with his ult. Talisman of Purification getting down on Amir. And Kai'Sa's getting the first kill. Lots of ults coming out. And Bachiman's just taken so much damage. And the Nuar ult's luckily being able to take down Schmitty there. That's their ADC gone. But Bachiman has to back off. Their damage just isn't quite here. Nuar's having to play so far back. Aegis getting used from Kai'Sa, but he's being able to take his own kill. And this is a 4v1 now. Bachiman's getting coming back with full health. I wonder if he can do anything here.
There's so much control from Drink or Drunk. Their comp is just allowing them to really exploit any positional mistakes from wax on, wax off. We see this kind of the Ymir and the Athena and the Mordred really trying to step up and dive together.
Oh,
but
Nuar might be out of position here.
Pulls.
Oh, it's going to be
Neath
ult and then a flop. And look how much damage both of that just did to that Nuar. It just doesn't matter.
Okay, Bachiman, defend the Phoenix. Let's go.
This is all on you. Bachiman is trying to make a hero play, but he's going to get a little bit of help from his Titan and his jungler as well. Missed taunt, and Moxie's leaping straight onto that Athena. Bachiman making the hero play straight into the backline of we've seen before, trying to get as much autos taken out, but it looks like he'll be getting his life taken away instead. And 4K is getting a good taunt into a good freeze, but the CC immunity coming out, and it does not look like this is going to be enough. They're looking straight to that Titan. They want this health taken down, but Wax on, Wax off is pushing them out and getting some good damage straight back to Drink or Drunk. T1 Zeus getting the kill onto Azamo, and that's a lot of their damage. But the group up back, and Susanoo getting all of his kills for himself now that he's here. Wax on, wax off. It looks like the game will be closed out here. 4 people onto that Titan, and it looks like your Game 1 winners of APAC Week 2 will be Drink or Drunk.
Crazy game. Oh no. I thought I might be making a little bit of a cheeky play there, but yeah, both sides playing really well. I'm excited to see these really fast-paced back and forth games, and yeah, it was a great game to watch.
Absolutely. I think too many moments of hesitation, not enough target selection is maybe what was the difference maker there for Wax on, Wax off. We saw potential for them to take it back in the team fights, albeit such a massive lead for the Chaos side, but not quite able to finish it off there for Wax on, Wax off, and it looks like they'll be the ones losing this game. But MVP? I'm thinking Juki. I said it earlier, and I am sticking by that. His plays really carried out that lead for them, and really staggered that over into the ending.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think Juki was very impactful on the Ares, really making the enemy team make tough decisions about their items and their relics, and he showed that he can really pilot that Ares.
Some great mind games, some great plays from both sides, and an amazing game 1 for APAC. But it looks like we'll be getting into a little bit of a break before we swing it over to our desk to do P's and B's for game 2, but we'll be seeing you all very shortly. And welcome back to Smite APAC Week 2. So game 2, still in the first bracket here. We've got La Bomba on the Order side and Blase on the Chaos side. Exciting game. I'm really keen. How you feeling, Osme?
Yeah, that first game really got me hyped up. I'm keen to see if these other teams can bring the same intensity, maybe some different execution. But La Bomba and Blase have kind of separated themselves from being one roster into two now. So I'm interested to see who gets the upper hand.
Ooh, Hecate ban over from Blase. That's not something I don't think we've seen yet from week 1 or this week, although we are only one game in, but very interesting. I didn't expect that. I'm used to seeing the Fenrir bans, the Ares bans, maybe even with how much we've seen it, an Odin ban, but Susanoo's going to be the first one locked in here.
Yeah, that's kind of wild to me, prioritizing Sasano over Odin, but maybe they've got that. They really believe in that pick for their team and they think that's what's going to win them the game. But Odin makes it through the top 2 on the other side as well. This Ares
Whoa.
Bacchus frontline is super potent. We saw that in a previous game.
Yeah,
and
we
it's
saw
a good
that
look for
last
Blase.
game. Yeah, absolutely. Lots of CC straight away. You know, you look at that, you look at the Ares, and instantly it's going to be some beads pick up, but a good Neath pick up in return to that. We'll probably see that in the mid lane, but so far, these are gods that we saw all in last game. But Soul's going to be a new addition here. The double ADC is something that we're very used to from last week.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think we'll see this Neath pick time and time again. She just has so much value with her World Weaver ults just being able to impact any 1v1 across the map. And
Yeah.
Odin pick, as I was saying, rounds off a beautiful front line for Blase.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, there was a bug right there in front of me, but Cernanos getting picked up. That's going to be some good synergy there. Cernanos Odin ult, Cernanos Ares ult. Like these circles and these pulls, these CCs, you know, you're having to pick between shell or beads. What do you get? Like, it's a 50-50 of what's going to happen, but Mordra getting picked up from La Bomba's side and then Amir at the end there. Some very strong champs from both sides. Another bug. I'll kill it in a sec.
Yeah, I think I really can't. You can't argue with that front line from Blase. The Ymir and the Mordred are good, but there's just going to be so much tankiness coming out. This probably is looking towards the Odin jungle, which is a nice pick.
Yeah,
We don't see it
looks
there as often, but I'm really excited to see these two teams fight it out on the battleground of the gods.
Yeah, 100%. Nuwa getting the last pick there. A lot of damage that could be potentially had from that whole side, but I feel like my thoughts lie with Blase. I feel like I'm preferring their comp. There's definitely an idea around that and a game plan for that. La Bomba still very strong with their comp that they've pulled together here, but I think I'm gonna have to give it to Blase in my opinion.
I'm probably on the same boat as you, but there's only one way we're going to figure that out. So let's get into this game as we chuck it over to Diceheart and Devane on the cast.
You guys.
Thank you very much, Nuxel and Osme. I am Diceheart and I am joined by Devane for our second game of APAC Founders Series Week 2 between La Bomba and Blase. Devane, how are you feeling about these two teams?
Yes, hello. I'm interested in this team, these guards picked from Blase, because we have Odin, Ares, and Bacchus.
Mhm.
And that just sounds terrifying to me. Like from the last game we just saw, like Bacchus and Ares just being able to chase down the back line quite easily, and La Bomba has a very squishy team. So I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's definitely an opportunity here for these teams to really show off what they can do with these comps, how they came up with them, and kind of how they want to play here. And obviously, you know, the whole point of the Founders series is that we showing off Oceania and showing off the global scene. So this is a great chance to see how these comps sort of play together. And, you know, we've got this Mordred, we've got this Ymir, so both carried over from the last game. And on the other side, the Ares, you know, the Bacchus, but we didn't get to see an Odin last game. That's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, well, usually he gets banned, so this time he did get let through. And yeah, I am interested to see how these players, like what their synergy is like. For me, there's a lot of new names. I don't know if it's just name changes, but there's also a lot of names that I've seen for years, like
Mhm.
in casuals. Like they have been around for a long, long time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and so I'm just
Ooh.
looking forward to see how everything goes here.
Winter really wanted to hit that root off onto Chuck McGill there in the mid lane, looking for just a little bit of extra Neath damage. It's a pretty standard Smite 2 matchup, I think, that we're seeing in mid at the moment between the Neath and the Nuwa. They're very much the kind of center gods that we're seeing kind of being chosen here for mid, although Barkus is going to wrap around here, find the burp onto the Neath, and a root going to come out as well from Chuck McGill. Flop up and down, he's going to force the beads out. Does he find a stun here? The Nuwa, no, not going to connect. Now the Susano looking for an engage there, isn't going to find it. LaBomba managed to come out of that one without too many deaths, but Devane, that was very close. And beads on Winter already.
Yeah, that was very close. They're just lucky that no one was level 3 yet. Otherwise, that probably would have been a first blood.
I think
So
as
not-
well that Nuwa just barely missed that stun, and that could have made all the
Yeah.
difference in the world.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was looking forward to the stun. I guess it just didn't connect.
This is going
So
to be interesting from here. Do you think, Devane, that they're going to look to put pressure on the Neath from this point forward?
yeah, I think so. I do think Neath still has a lot more escape capability than Nuar though. Except I guess of course Nuar still has her ult.
Yep.
I don't know. This Soul and Cernanos matchup I haven't seen very often. I actually not sure which one would have better pressure. I feel like they're kind of similar. In like, what do you say, like lane control, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's definitely a very 1v1 heavy lane. You know, when Soul
Yeah.
has the opportunity to get under that tower, we're going to see the Soul absolutely shred through it like she always does. But, you know, the
Yes.
Cernanos can turn a fight around, has that escape potential, and still has decent enough wave clear. So you're right, it is quite a close lane. Although right now we're seeing that La Bomba are definitely pushing a little bit harder right now. That Ymir provided a lot more pressure than the Ares did early. And that might be enough for the Neath to kind of, for the Soul to kind of get a bit of an early lead. Your Menace might be looking to push out Cool Kid 2001 in that lane. In the meantime, Ares on the Mordred is completely poking out Devo OCE on this Odin. So across the map right now, La Bomba are getting pressure in all of their lanes.
Yeah, and it's also I'm also interested to see how these teleports to lane will affect the games. Like, you're gonna see a lot more action, a lot quicker, I want to say, and
Oh, yeah.
teams rotating a lot more.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. It definitely adds an interesting dynamic to the game as we're seeing a big grouping from Blase trying to invade La Bomba's purple buff. Likely to be able to get this, but Nox is in the area on this Susano, being engaged on right now by the Barkus. 1, 2, 3 has pushed this Susano out a little bit. Purple buff has spawned in the areas and started up. Yugi is going to miss the chains though, so not a lot of damage coming out onto this Susano. In the meantime, though, the Soul has been engaged on. She's been crippled and rooted, but will find that Disapparate, makes her way out of trouble there. Purple buff, it looks like hasn't been secured just yet, though, so Cross Bay is going to walk his way over there on this Ymir, try to prevent it from being stolen away. The Susana's still in the area as well. Soul, your Menace, not very healthy at the moment. Purple buff secured and a great wall coming out from the Ymir with the follow-up on the freeze, being very strong. Neathol coming out from the mid lane as well. Will connect. Is this going to be first blood? 1, 2, 3, he's still alive. The shell comes out. Nox finds the first blood for La Bomba, but the fight is not over. Root coming out, and another fantastic wall from Cross Bay is going to lock down Cool Kid 2001. There's the freeze, and Your Menace will be credited with the kill. Yugi now in a lot of trouble. Your Menace has a double kill, and La Bomba are suddenly Devane up 3-0.
What a huge win for La Bomba. We have 2 kills on the Soul, which is great for her lane. It's great that they got those kills on Soul. And yeah, just it's great start. They really got the
Great start.
pressure.
And that's what you needed to see. You know, Blase were putting the pressure on. They initiated that. They forced that
initiated,
fight.
yeah.
And so for La Bomba to turn that around the way that they did and get themselves a lead, that scares Blase. It makes them kind of rethink, don't you think, their game plan and how they're going to proceed from here. Because if that had gone well, Blase would be invading constantly from this point, but maybe they can't do that.
Maybe they can't, but it's like good respect for them initiating, because you do, need to make sure you can find those picks, try and put the pressure, like they were getting early pressure, so you got to, answer to that, make sure that, keep yourself in the game.
Good point. I love seeing the opportunities coming out there, and Blase was certainly looking for it. I think you're right, though. They shouldn't give up looking for these opportunities. And it looks like, well, that red buff might have gone the way of Blase. It's a bit hard to tell with the current state of Spectator. Crossbay has made a rotation over towards this duo lane as well. Is going to be spotted out on the minions though, so not likely to find an engage on this Ymir. In the meantime, the Barkers has rotated over to mid, found some damage onto Winter. But a bit of a stalemate now in the game as La Bomba have about a 1,000 gold lead. Where do you think Blase need to kind of put their pressure, put some pressure on the map to catch up a bit?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not quite sure. I guess we can be looking at this Noir a bit. I'm not sure if there's been a lot of pressure on trying to take her out.
Mm.
And like I think the Gold Fury was that. Did I just see the Gold Fury? No,
Uh,
I
it's
thought that was
very
up.
hard to tell with the map. I
Yeah.
think it's not quite spawned yet. Oh, no, yep, there it
Oh
is. It
yeah,
has
it is
spawned.
there.
We're going to see the Ares ult coming out over the Oracles. It was a bit of a fight over them, and I believe we had a split on the Oracles. Crossbay will walk out of that one safely after that ult, but Neath Beads are now down for 170 seconds. That's an opportunity for Blase to find a kill. Ares ult's going to be up much, much sooner than that.
Yeah, I think like Blase just really need to try and get a fight in that goes in their favor. But like obviously try to take the opportunity that, doesn't extend them too far. Is there? I think La Bomba is taking a Gold Fury right now. Actually, they're not even considering this.
La Bomba are on the Gold Fury. It's a little bit hard to see from our angle here, but I believe that they are trying to knock that off the map right now, and your Menace is going to be credited with that Gold Fury. La Bomba have taken themselves a huge lead in this game. 2,000 gold. Good call, Devane. You spotted it before I did, and it's definitely to the favor of La Bomba.
Yeah, and it looks
Ooh,
like
Chain's coming
this
out of mid, and there's a
Neath
flop as well from 1-2-3. He's going to find himself the first kill for Blase. Great play there. Is going to counter out that Gold Fury, but maybe not by enough, Devane.
No, not quite. I mean, one Gold Fury, one guard kill. It's not really quite as even, but at least it's a little bit of something. Looks like this Ares might be in trouble.
Big
Blase is
rotation onto
pumping
the
through.
Mordred there. Use of that Odin ult was good, but the Mordred ult, even better. Just able to get right out of that cage through those walls, and that was a huge commit, Devane, from Blase to try to get Ares, and all he had to do was press 4.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it was 4 members of Blase they came to rotate to him, and it was quite easy for Ares to get out of that. His name is always duping me, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Is it the Ares or the Mordred that got out of that, Devane? Will we ever
Yeah.
know?
So yeah, just interesting plays. I feel like we're still like it could be anyone's game. You know, Blase still have a chance to change up their play. I think Cernados might be in trouble here. We do have a bit of a rotation coming in.
Very large grouping from La Bomba, and we talked about earlier, Devane, how if Soul is able to get underneath this tower, she's going to absolutely rip through it. And that's the opportunity La Bomba seem to be creating right now, just giving Soul this chance to keep this Cernanos pushed under tower, not give him a chance to farm properly. But Devane, he's managed to be a level up on the Soul, despite the 2-0 KDA versus the 0-1-0 for the Cernanos.
Yeah, that's probably just the farm. Which is surprising because even the Soul got the Gold Fury, and just got 2-0. He could just be better at farming. Maybe he's been getting the back camps. I haven't really been paying attention, but just trying to get that farm where he can as much as possible, despite them being a little bit behind. So that's props to the Cernanos for sure.
Absolutely. Great farming coming out there from that Cernanos from Cool Kid 2001. We're going to see the rotation in from the Ymir. Will be stunned out, though, off the back of his freeze, and a lot of CC immunity ults used to get out of that Ares ult, but he will pull 2 underneath the tower, not able to find a lot of damage as the Jaeger's forced out on this Nuwa. Chuck McGill will go down, though, to the Whirlweaver ult from the Neath, and a great counter engage there from La Bomba, but there's a flop from 1-2-3, followed up by the burp, and he will pick himself up a kill in response. Knocks on the Susano, does go down, and Blase, again, they looked for that engage. They weren't perfectly positioned to follow up on it straight away, but Devane, it came down to 1-2-3 having so much damage on this Barkus in the jungle. He's really pumping out some numbers right now.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of good Barkus play today, honestly. Like, I'm always shocked or surprised by how much damage you can do, and then, like, the team can follow up, but it's really just making sure that you do have that team to follow up on the initial damage that you've made.
And we've seen him as well kind of play up into the opposing jungle. 1, 2, 3. He's 2-1-0 on the Barcus. We saw him kind of looking around that speed buff camp, maybe looking for a purple buff invade as well. And we love to see that as well. Just because Barcus is a Guardian doesn't mean that he doesn't have that damage potential. And he can certainly invade camps. He can certainly put the pressure on. I think, though, Devane, I would love to see this Barcus kind of go over towards the Soul, go over towards your Menace, and put the pressure on there. Get this Cernanos ahead a little bit because he's just that tiniest bit behind right now, and pressuring out this Soul I think could make all the difference in the world.
Yeah, that's true, and we've already seen that Cernanos can try to keep himself in the game at a good level despite maybe losing out on a few kills. So maybe if he was to maybe get a couple of kills on the Soul, like push her behind a bit,
Oh
that
yeah.
would help with the objective, like trying to prevent her from taking out objectives.
I have to
Yeah.
agree with you there, but Blase, they're going to put the pressure on towards this Gold Fury pit now. They've got 4 members of their team in the pit right now. On the other side, though, Labombo are stepping up. Freeze is going to come out onto 1, 2, 3 on this Barcus. He does throw out that Intoxicate ult, though. In the meantime, there's the Cernanos ultimate as well. We'll find 3 members, and here's the Ares ult, forces the beads out of the Ymir, but no follow-up there for this Ares ultimate, and the Mordred's made an excellent rotation, picks up Yugi with that ultimate, and knocks him down, does Winter the Niece, finding that kill, and the rest of La Bomba are going to follow up. It was Blase starting the Gold Fury, but now La Bomba are in the leading position, chased down there from Ares on the Mordred, and it's enough for La Bomba now to start up this Gold Fury themselves, find this pressure, although we do see the Odin. Dave OOC's made his rotation in, but your Menace going to pick up that Gold Fury. And Devane, what happened there? That seemed to be what Blase wanted, but not the end result that they needed.
Yeah, I mean, this team comp is surprising me because I would I would be expecting them doing better in these team fights. I think it was a focus, like not focusing on the same guard type of thing. For example, I saw Neith ult someone who was maybe half elf, but maybe they sort of looked at someone where their team was fighting at the time, just that kind of thing. And then yeah, like Soul already putting in the work to take down all these objectives.
Yugi has done a great job in this area, spotting out the out of position Neith, but it doesn't matter. Winter's turned it around. An easy 1-2 knockout there is going to take Chuck McGill off the map. Unfortunate for the mid laner of Blase, but well played by Winter to turn around and seize opportunity.
Yeah, just these 2 solo laners duking it out.
Very OCE mentality to see them smacking each other no matter what. And it is solo lane as well, but Ares on this Mordred is actually, he wasn't taking the best part of that trade, and actually that Bird Bomb's going to do a lot of damage too here. There's the Odin Cage, going to force the ultimate out of the Mordred. I like this too, Devane, because we saw in that last team fight that Ares on that Mordred, when he rotated into the Gold Fury, he was there before Davo. He made a huge, impactful play with his ult that prevented Blase from doing things. So forcing that out as Davo right now, I think is really, really intelligent.
Yeah, that is true. That Odin ult can be used to bait out that ult from Mordred, actually. And because he has been doing pretty good plays with that ult for sure.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. And it's hard for this Odin to find an impact right now when he's just in the solo lane. But once he's got, 1v1 going on here near the Gold Fury pit, it's not going to result to anything. Oh, Ares ult is going to come out, though, and there's no escape from that one. Huge damage coming down, and there's the rotation we wanted to see from Davo. We see he will be credited with 1 kill. La Bomba on the back foot underneath their T1 tower. Winter's going to charge up this Worldweaver ultimate, looking for somebody, and it has to be an engage off the back of Ares on this Mordred to find something. Odin going to step up, not able to find a stun, though. Blase going to disengage off that, but they do find themselves a 1-0 kill. A lot of ultimates used there, though, Devane.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure if anything's going to come off it. There aren't really many objectives. Oh, they might get a pick here on this
Getting
Mordred.
this pick onto the Mordred is fantastic. Chuck McGill will be credited with it.
Unfortunately, getting caught out there.
Not the greatest position to be in, and I don't blame him. I think I probably would have been in the same place. We saw Blase sort of back off a little bit, but the fear is there that they're going to go towards this Pyromancer. That's exactly what they've done, Devane. They've started up this Pyromancer. It's down to about a quarter health, and now engaging onto Crossbay. Freeze is down, not available for this Ymir right now, and there's the Odin Cage once more. Will this Pyromancer go down? It's so low on health. Dave OCE going to pick that one up for Blase, and now we're seeing this team really push back into the game, Devane. They just find objectives, they find kills, and they're working their way back in.
Yeah, I really liked that use of the Odin Cage to zone out the team instead of like caging in the team. And I wonder if we're going to see that a little bit more. Like, I feel like that was a really useful use to try and secure an objective.
Yeah, I did really like that. And we saw as well that it came off the back of the engage onto Crossbay. And he's the only person on La Bomba with a Phantom Shell right now. So once he hasn't, he's backed off and he's not there, there's no way out of Odin Cage for this La Bomba team. So really intelligent play by Blase there. Although, Devane, we're seeing, it's still about a 4,000 gold lead in favor of La Bomba. Do you think that Blase should take this next Gold Fury fight and try to force La Bomba into an awkward position, or do you think perhaps looking for some picks beforehand is the better play for them?
Yeah, it's a good question. I do feel like both teams do need to be looking at this Gold Fury, and they should be contesting it because it could really go either way here. I do think, in my opinion, because it does seem like Blase is starting to get more comfortable in these team fights, despite having
Aries
a rough
ult,
start.
no escape coming out, and there's the item usage of the beads, but we see in retaliation that the Neath ult going to come from mid lane, turn around here from Risky though, on a great Mordred ult. He's going to get his support out of trouble for just a moment though. Your Menace is going to pick up the kill onto Yugi, and Winter knocks Cool Kid 2001 off the map. La Bomba are going crazy right now. They want more. Nox going to take out 1, 2, 3, and Dave OSE left alone, stranded among 4 members of La Bomba. The pull is good. The cage isn't better. No, Winter has a double kill, and it's enough for La Bomba to walk towards this Gold Fury with absolutely no threats from Blase.
That's exactly what La Bomba needed to secure their lead currently. Now they're even more ahead. They just got that Gold Fury. Yeah, that was definitely, like, Blase really needed to win there in order to try and turn this game around.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I liked the engage there. Yugi threw out that ultimate, forced the use of the beads item that... oh, no, it was just the use of... No, the beads item. Yes, Ymir has the beads item. Crossbay has that item of purification. Force that out early, and that gave Winter in the mid lane on this Neath the opportunity to fire off that World Weaver and just do so much work in the fight.
Yeah, Neath has been very impactful in these games. She's just always kind of like really taking people down, like with big ults and big weaves.
I really like seeing where this comp is going, where what La Bomba were thinking about when they drafted this, and I think you can kind of really clearly see what they had in mind. They noticed how much engage Blase had. They said, all right, we're going to counter engage. We've got this Neath that can play across the map, and yeah, exactly. They found the opportunities to do that, and it's paying off for them.
Yeah, and I guess I also got the soul to take down the objectives, which I feel like, Blase doesn't really have that. So they did kind of, they counterplayed that team very well.
Big grouping here from Blase towards the solo lane side of the map, but it's a difficult position to be in right now to find a kill. Crossbay going to try to find that freeze onto Cool Kid 2001 and actually follows up, but now great wall actually will get him out of danger there. We were about to see Cool Kid 2001 try to engage onto Crossbay. He's very squishy on this Ymir right now, but the freeze going to come down. Beads though forced out of the Neath. Winter no longer has that escape potential, and we didn't see an Ares ult there, so I would expect Blase to look for that engage very, very shortly.
Yeah, they all grouping up here. There is a fire giant coming up, so if there's
Speaking of the engage, a great flop in there from 1, 2, 3, and the use of his ultimate to pick up Winter. Cool Kid 2001 has found Crossbay as well. Huge grouping from Blase. Cool Kid 2001 has a double kill. He's knocked the Susano off the map. 1v1 between the solo laners as well. This could be a fire giant if only... Oh, it is up as well. Surely Blase go for this, Devane.
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure if it'll be up. It should be up soon. Yes, it should be up soon.
Yeah, he's there. I think it's a visual bug on the map at the moment.
Okay. Oh, right.
Unless it's not. Who knows?
Who knows? That's just what I was expecting. I was expecting them to win that fight and then take the fire giant. Yeah, Sol just maybe hoping to defend this tier 1 tower. I don't think it's going to happen. I just should avoid getting picked here.
Yeah, I definitely... You're a bit worried as your Menace here if you're stepping up to 4, 5 members strong. Even 3 members of Blase after taking that excellent team fight. And we're still seeing the gold lead in favor of La Bomba, but Blase have had this deficit all game, Devane, and still shown that they can come in, they can team fight really well, and they're doing a great job taking advantage of relics being down.
Yeah, that's true. It's like, and they've had to force, like, because they have an Odin, they have, they have an Ares. It's just a relic shredder, that team comp. So I think that's definitely something they should be looking forward to, is trying to bait out those relics and then knowing when those relics are down and then doing it again.
Will Yugi
And
be
then
caught out here? Freeze from Crossbay and a follow-up wall there, but this area is very tanky right now. Hard to knock off the map.
yeah, I mean the rest of the team is also very tanky.
Hmm.
Is that a Barkus coming in from the side? Okay, yes it is.
Yes, it is, but not able to find the engaged
Not able.
potential there. This is what Blase want to do, though. They did this last time, Devane. They grouped up at the Gold Fury. Very, very had the numbers available at that last Gold Fury, but they got punished for it. I think this time, you mentioned it in that last mid lane fight that they want to engage. They want to force relics. Maybe that's what they should do this time, but they're going to start up the Gold Fury themselves right now.
Yeah, I even saw like Odin has teleported as well, so all 5 of them are there. Even Soul hasn't shown up yet, so they could
Gold
probably
Fury,
burst
very
this
low
down.
health. Mordred ult has come out, trying to steal this one away. Chuck McGill on Blase will be able to secure that one away. Crossbay walks in, and here's the Odin cage doing a lot of work here. Will lock down the Crossbay kill. Cool Kid has taken him off the map, and now Blase, they've got one, they want more. Gold Fury down. Do they look for it? No. Blase intelligently going to back off, take what they could, and go back to farming. Great play there. They're starting to catch up this lead a little bit further and further.
Yeah, I'm really glad they played it safe there because I feel like that was a really good win for them and they really just needed to reset and then maybe start setting up for fire or just doing that again in the next team fight. Baiting out those relics and then, baiting out that team fight.
Love to see it coming out the way that Blase played that, and it's the same. It's very similar to what we saw around that Pyromancer Devane when 1, 2, 3 kind of walked up,
Yeah.
forced the abilities out of the Ymir, stopped it, and poked him a little bit, and that meant that when the Odin cage dropped, there was nothing that Crossbay could do. In the meantime, over in the duo lane, 1v1 going on, and now we're seeing the power of the Cernino is going to force that to separate out very early in the fight, and Your Menace has to back off. Maybe not far enough away, though. Cernanos has a lot of damage potential. Your Menace has to really, really get out of here if he's going to survive. Going to back in this bush, though. I wonder if it's going to be spotted out by Cool Kid. It is quite risky. Dash out from the Cernanos. The 1v1 going on. Soul is going to drop the ult, but it's not enough. Cool Kid finds the shutdown onto Your Menace. Not the greatest place to back.
That was a bit of a misplay. And you need that soul for these next fights here. If they're going to have a fight soon, you really needed that soul.
Oh, yeah. And she was 3-0 before that death, so she was on a killing spree, and that's big shutdown gold in the solo lane, though. We're going to see the use of Mordred ult. Locked straight down into the Odin cage, though. This time, Davo waited for the escape potential to be gone before engaging onto Ares. Crossbays made a rotation over, though. Finds the freeze, and Davo OC in a little bit of trouble. Not too much, though, as Susano not doing too much damage to him. 1, 2, 3, though, is a lot squishier, and the wall's going to come down from Crossbay. Won't be enough as the blink comes out from the Barkus. I haven't seen that all game, but it was just enough to get him away from Crossbay's wall. Blase in a little bit of trouble now. I would think LaBomba want to push this down, but it's around the Fire Giant time, and either team losing a fight right now is a huge risk.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Cernanos is taking
Yugi's found the chains, and Dovo's found the stun. Will Ares make his way out of this one on the Mordred? Great freeze coming out from Crossbay there, but here comes the Ares ult. There's no escape from this. Yes, there is. Use of the purification item.
Yes, but I hope they do remember that and that they will get to do that again. But yeah, meanwhile, Cernanos was taking that tier 2 tower in left, so I mean, at least that lane has pressure, but I hope to see Cernanos in the team fight next, like grouping up.
Yeah, he's definitely, all game, he's been a little bit behind, a little bit, or sorry, just the barest bit ahead, basically even. Now he's got a full level up on this Soul on Your Menace. He's got a little bit of an item differential there as well. So you're right, he found that tower. There's no need for him to be here. Definitely time to rock up to this team fight. And Devane, it's like you told him to do it. He's over that side of the map right now.
Excellent. I'm glad I'm just psychically telling them to.
Yeah, great job, Devane.
Yeah.
Have you tried coaching?
No.
Well, there's going to be a grouping over towards the Fire Giant side of the map here. Blase definitely have the position around it, Devane. What do LaBomba need to do to force this fight? We know that they don't have this purification item available right now.
Yeah, I think they just gotta for La Bomba, they really need to try to bait out these big ultimates from the other team and not get caught out. They have to play it really safe.
Great
But
engage
they
onto Davo OCE there. He's going to force the cage to come out, and Blase has to back off a little bit as the chain's coming out from Yugi, and a great freeze off the back of it onto from Crossbay. But Aries on the Mordred will fall down there. Cool Kid finds one, Chuck McGill finds another, and this is Blase's fight to lose, although Winter's turned it around, found 1, 2, 3. Chuck McGill knocks Susano off the map, and the chase is on into the mid lane. Winter looking for the 1v1, looking for the auto attacks, will fall to Cool Kid just barely. And now La Bomba, they've been knocked off the map, and Blase is still 4 members strong for this Fire Giant.
Yeah, I don't think does Soul still have her ult up? Yeah, she does. Unless
She
Soul gets
does.
an ultimate still, I think this Fire Giant will go in the way of Blase.
I want to see your Menace do it. He's not going to. He's backing off. Okay. And, you know,
He's not
it's not...
taking that risk.
Yeah, it's a big risk, and you can see Davo stepping out a little bit as well. He's doing a great job zoning. Doesn't have the cage up, but has stuns, has slows, has everything he needs to keep this soul away. Blase, Devane have turned this game around. They were 4k gold down consistently throughout the game, but now they're 4k up, and they've got themselves a Fire Giant.
Yeah, I think it's just because Lamomba has a lot of damage on their team, but the damage is not doing enough to kill the team that is as tanky as Blase. They really need to try and just get picks now. I think that's their only opportunity. Because if they take the full team fight, where all 5 team members of Blase are there, they're gonna struggle.
La Bomba might struggle here. Crossbase stepped up and found 3 members of Blase around this Gold Fury pit. Davo OCE stepping up, starting up this Gold Fury, has the cage available as well on the Odin. La Bomba, I think they're going to back away from this one. Crossbay is still in the area, but it's a difficult one to engage on for sure.
Yeah, it looks like Labumba just taking the opportunity to take that tier 1 tower. Maybe Leaf is going to take the tier 1 tower on the right lane. It looks like they don't want to take the loss. They don't want to. They don't want to let Blase keep steamrolling down these towers without them having any defense to defend them.
Well, we are going to see Winter pushing out that right side T1 tower. You're absolutely right, Devane. But in the meantime, Blase have pushed down the T2 in mid, and they're pushing into the Phoenix as well. Davo OCE has popped that ultimate. Cage is down, and this mid Phoenix being engaged on very quickly. In the meantime, Nox on the right side, Phoenix is going to be chased down and knocked off the map by 1, 2, 3. Cool Kid dealing with this mid Phoenix as well, chunking damage into it. Your Menace trying to defend this one, throws out that soul ultimate, has to Aegis though, with Cool Kid chasing it down and finds himself another kill. Mordred, Aries going to be chased down again as well, very likely to fall off the map here. Chuck McGill credited for that kill, and Blase have found themselves a near deicide, mid Phoenix down. Devane, it looks like they're going to push in and try to find the end.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I felt like they took the safe road by taking the towers, but they just weren't there in middle lane to defend in time.
To defend.
Yeah.
Winter's going to do what he can, but Chuck McGill will take him off the map before ending the game. And Blase are going to take our second match of the stream. Well done to them, and a great showing from both teams. La Bomba, Devane, they had such a good start to the game. They were 4k up. They really showed early dominance. Remember that around the purple buff. How good was that fight there?
Yeah, I feel like they just had like that early game pressure. I guess, most of them they did more damage like across the board just on the waves, and they were able to push them out.
Yep.
But Blase had that team fight potential, and once they started grouping, it was a lot easier to get picks onto La Bomba, and I think that's where it fell down.
Very exciting game between 2 teams we didn't get to see much of last week, so I'm glad we got to see it. Devane, we're going to throw it over to the desk now for our next game, which I believe is still you, and Jay Beto. Take it away, guys.
Hello, good to be back.
Hello.
All right, well, looks like we're going to be watching Fish, I believe is how we've agreed to be saying this, and Drink or Drunk, which we saw in our round 1 match. Having a pretty hard-fought game, but some really good showings from Asimo and I think Dookie as well, which Nuxel mentioned.
Yeah, we saw really great synergy with like Moxie and the Aries are able to chase down the carries really well. I thought like Moxie and the Barkers did really, really well. I was really surprised to see him just doing so well in solo, and then with the Neath as well. So like Barkers would just get as much damage down as he could onto the solo laner, and then Neve would just finish him off with an ult. Like, I
Yeah.
feel like that worked out really well for them. So I'm excited to see how they would fare up against Fish, who we've seen last week in the finals. So I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, I think Drink or Drunk able to use the Neath extremely well. I think that pick is super insane right now. I think it's super high prio, and I think they use that really well. So we'll have a look as to what is banned. Maybe a Neath prio or a Neath ban coming through. Looks like we've got a Jingwei and a Hecate ban coming through from
You
Fish
notice?
question mark and Drink or Drunk, respectively.
Yeah, I think that's because they don't want to see Hecate on Yada,
Yeah,
who's
Yada
pretty
did play
good
a
with
lot of
him.
Hecate
Yeah,
last
pretty
week.
good with her. Yeah. Jingwei ban, also interesting. Because I do feel like there are some pretty big gods left open here. So am interested to see who Drink or Drunk pick up. Maybe, the Barcus, the Ares, because we've already seen that. It did work out pretty well for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, this is what I'm expecting in Ares and then maybe a Barcus. Fenrir for Fish, though, is pretty big. Like, Fenrir is a pretty strong pick at the moment. I'm expecting him to do a lot of work in these games.
Yeah,
Odin.
well, when you're banning from first pick, you can just kind of target ban.
Yeah.
Not really necessarily a throwaway, but not a super high prio. Get Fenrir. You've traded Ares and Odin, which, like I did mention, the Neath Yada hovering this Neath, I would expect this to be picked up. Obviously, no CC immunity in the ult, but can backflip out of cage. I assume pretty easy support beads item pickup game. This game, just
Yeah.
sitting next to Neath, and with this newer lock-in, actually, it could be Neath ADC. It could also be newer ADC with the enhanced autos from the ult. So
Yeah,
some cooking going on across the board here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where that could go. I've actually seen Noir more in ADCs in my game.
Yeah.
So it could be Noir ADC. We don't know. Loki, which is interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised to not see Susano into Neath. I feel like that's a
Yeah.
pretty decent matchup, being able to follow the jump and also pull her out of her backflip too. But a Cuckoo
Kukulkan
lock-in,
has a really good synergy with Odin and Ares, so that
yeah,
could work out
definitely.
really well for them. I
And
am
kind of
expecting
Loki
that.
too.
Yeah, that is true. And Cuckoo probably works really well. I'm expecting that to be a mid, but we have
Yeah, I would
seen
assume so. We did see
we have
Tilly
had
play,
yeah.
yeah, the Kukulkan ADC, so who knows? Maybe Schmitty taking a page out of Tilly's book. Amir locked in for, I assume, it's going to be Ulti taking that Amir into the support lane. And with this Susano hover, this could be Fenrir support now and Amir in the solo lane, as there are
Yeah.
quite a few solo laners that are unavailable due to just bugs, which is a bit unfortunate, but that is what it is. And with Odin being picked, I think that Amir actually has a really great matchup into Odin, so I would like it to be seen in solo. Fenrir also pretty decent. I think that Susano doesn't have the best matchup into Odin.
Yeah, I think it would most likely be Ymir. I can't really see the Fenrir into Odin there. Anher is also he did get some changes this patch. He's a bit
Hmm.
does a bit more. But so that's exciting to see because we haven't really seen an Anher game yet. So I'm hoping to see some impacts.
I actually do think it could be Susano solo as well. Just thinking about that quickly, I do think that's actually a pretty decent matchup. You can't really win it, but I don't think Odin can exude too much pressure. It's really hard to catch Susano. So just looking at these drafts, Devane, what are you thinking? Late game, early game focus. Who do you think winning out on this game? Bias aside.
I am a bit nervous about the Kukulkan and the Ares and the Odin, especially in late game. I would be nervous about that. We do have pretty good chase from Fish, like because we have Fenrir and you have Susano.
Yeah.
So I think if Fish was able to can't get the question mark right, but you get what I mean. But if they were to maybe shut this game down sooner rather than later, I think they would do pretty well here.
Yeah, I really like Fish question mark. Fish, sorry. as comp. I love Susano. I think Fenrir and Neath is so strong. I think that Neath has to be the best god in the game right now. That's my opinion personally. I think that every game that she's in, she wins. But yeah, we will. I guess we'll see. As I believe we are throwing it off to the cast, which is Nuxel and Osme.
Osme, I am shivering in my boots at looking with the Nuwa on. I can't speak. Nuwa on. Yada's got Nuwa. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm shivering my timbers and I'm shaking in my boots. That's scary. And Juki's got his Ares again. These are some things that I, as a player, would be terrified of. How are you feeling?
I'm scared of many things on the Fish roster there. We've seen some of these players have so much impact throughout last week's games. Osha going so big, but we see this little group up here on Moxie.
Oh, Moxie might be getting taken down already, but he got his jump level 1. Thankfully for him, playing like a real pro and waiting to level up that ability. Good for him. He's getting saved there. But yeah.
Last week we saw this Fish team stretched some games out to some of the longest I've ever seen. Osha finding time and time again these big plays from solo. So I'm really excited to see if he can keep up that hype and really push his team forward to be successful in this match.
I'm keen to see these 1v1s in the duo lane. I want to see Filks versus Schmitty here. We got the Neath that could be making crossplay potential with her ult, but I've got a sneaky suspicion that based on what we know about Filks, about how he's going to be playing this lane, but we're looking at the mid lane here, just ignoring each other as we have seen the lanes be played in the past. How are you feeling about this duo lane?
Yeah, we saw last game with Winter piloting the Neath. There's just so much burst potential in that character. Works a little bit differently to Smite 1 now with how the weaves are created, but so much damage potential from that character. And Schmitty might not be as much of a known name as Filks is in the scene, but he's really been showing that he's not afraid to fight whoever he's against in lane. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup over in duo today.
We saw it in their last game. We saw those 1v1s with Bachiman. And like I said at the start of that game, Bachiman, known Jingwei enjoyer. He is not, he's not unaware of how that god can get played around with. He knows his tech. And we saw Schmitty countless times come out on top there. It's going to be a decent trade of just the mids here, but a little bit of sneaky stuff happening in mid. We can see on the map there, Susano's poking his head out. He wants to do something, but not quite anything going his way, unfortunately.
I think in these late game fights, Moxie is going to have such an impact. We know Yada can go up into the sky on that Nuwa to kind of keep himself safe while he's getting Odin cage, but outside of that, their backline's kind of susceptible to the Odin dive, and with the Ares on top not allowing that Neath to backflip out of the cage, there's going to be a lot of responsibility on the side of Ultimaton to kind of keep the backline alive long enough to either get out of the cage or kill the Odin diving.
There's a lot of jump baits here that'll be played out in the solo. Lots of mind games, I feel like, with the Odin v Fenrir. I'm kind of excited, but some great aggression coming out already from Yada. And this is what I'm talking about. This is what I've been saying. Yada is terrifying on the Nuwa, and he's already getting the Aegis out from the Cuckoo Khan and getting out of dodge from their Loki as well. I talked about it, I predicted it, and I knew exactly what was gonna happen.
Yeah, we saw the Prio ban towards Yada with the Hecate ban. It does leave a lot up for the draft, and I'm not too sure, well, at least for me, I would rather play against a Hecate than a Fenrir, but we see he had so much, like, just impact on with those open the gates.
Well, good freeze. Automaton coming out, trying to do some damage over to the duo side. Looks like they'll be playing back though. But yeah.
We saw last week as well that Flix might not have had as much success on the Neath pick and really kind of came into his own when he was on the more traditional auto attack based hunters, but I'm keen to see if he's been practicing this Neath and if he can really make the most of those cross map ults, which is why Neath is so good.
I'm sure we'll see some flashy stuff happen this game. I'm very excited for it. But yeah, absolutely. Like you were saying before, I think I'm really excited to see. Oh, Fenrir ult already coming out. They've hit level 5 and they're looking to get this kill onto Moxie. First blood could be happening right here, but we're getting a bit of deja vu here. It looks like just with that level 1 like invade into their blue buff, but Moxie has ult this time instead of just being level 1. Maybe a crossplay potential happening straight onto the purple buff. That's a good ult, but missing everyone. Kai'Sa, unfortunately, but they're still going to be picking up the kill onto Amir here, and they'll be getting out of there quite happy with that.
Yeah, great initiative from Drink or Drunk to say, okay, our solo side's getting really heavily pressured. We need to find something on this left side, and stepping up into that purple corridor there, finding the pick on the Ymir is gigantic. And first blood going to Anher, that's an awesome play if you're on the side of Drink or Drunk.
What I was going to say before in terms of the priority ban to Yada with that Hecate, like obviously Yada as a player is just so scary on so many different picks, but Hecate is a very new champ that people aren't used to. There's some good damage coming out onto Juki here and a good Nuar ult. It looks like Juki might be getting taken down, and that's first blood onto Filks. Smitty getting pulled straight back into Fish Mark's team, and that'll be another kill for Filks. Lucky him, he's chomping away at 2 yummy gold pieces from the side of Drink or Drunk, and it looks like they want more. Simply's walking it down, and another Aegis getting taken away from Cuckoo Khan. Simply just walking away, quite happy with that.
Yeah, I thought that the Loki and Cuckoo were going to be rotating to kind of stop this gold fight, but they weren't even aware. And finding that Cuckoo ult and relic just gives a free gold there, because I'm not stepping up if I'm Cuckoo if my ult's down.
I'd be
and
terrified.
And my Aegis is gone. So really nice map play and like priority from Simply to find that cooldown before they head, instead of heading directly into gold.
Look how much damage we're seeing the Fenrir start to do now. We've got his Glad Shield. He's starting to get a bit of damage and tankiness online, and it's really making a difference now in this lane for his side. But Loki's peeking his head around into this duo lane. Wants to get something happening here. But good wall, good damage, and good stuns. Juki's doing what he does best, but nothing is quite happening for Drink or Drunk quite yet.
Yeah, I'm in the very firm opinion of ban Fenrir. I think he's probably, even after the nerfs, well, maybe not after the nerfs, but seeing what some of the gods are banned at the moment, I think Fenrir is probably the least enjoyable god to play against. So Fenrir, we saw in that lane, just that one brutalize can do so much damage, and laning against the Fenrir, even though you're on Odin, the very strong pick.
That's really a blue buff steal for Fish Simply's trying to do a lot of damage here, but Moxie's just wanting to jump over the wall. Again, some more bits of deja vu, but they're walking over to this red buff here, and Loki's having to ult away, but he secured that red buff just for himself. Simply's still going. Good ult coming from Nuar, trying to support her jungler, getting as much damage over to this Cuckoo Khan, but not quite being able to get what he needs. But Simply's really playing up in his jungle. He's showing his confidence there on the Susanoo. I don't think we got to see him play that champ last week, so I'm sure he's enjoying himself a lot.
I like to see this invade coming out from Moxie. We know that Simply has identified that.
Oh,
no.
Was that the Sunder?
I'm not
No,
entirely
he doesn't
sure.
have Sunder. I don't know how he got that.
Big Ares ult.
Massive, pulling 2 people in, and they're wanting to get some kills for themselves, but Automaton's walking away pretty happy, and final boss is going to get taken there for Drink or Drunk. Happy days. Cuckoo Khan hitting Simply, but not quite enough happening for them. Fish left with a lot of damage happening, taken to their health bars, but not a lot of kills happening quite yet. We're 2-1 here on the board. I'm still excited as to what's going to happen. There's some exciting things coming up. I can just feel it.
Yeah, I'm really impressed. I know Fish may be deemed the more favorite team in this matchup, but Drink or Drunk are not backing down, and they're really bringing the fight. Like, Juki is just walking down the enemy front line as they're forced to limp away Moxie, on the other hand, isn't having as good of a time in the solo lane.
Again, just those jumps to get away. Does not want to take that damage from Fenrir, and I'm sure he wants to be dealing it as much as possible. Bit of an awkward leap there from Filks, but Juki's just going to be doing what he does best and scaring people away, hitting his chains, doing his flames, and he's loving it. He's loving this champ.
I'm looking at these team comps, and into this Odin, they've only got the one shell, and that's on Simply.
Oh, Simply is not having a good time here. He's maybe pushed out of position there, and taking his life away from him. Drink or drunk, getting another kill on the board.
Odin rotation here too. This could be a little bit more.
A good ult coming out from Ares to start this fight, and Nuar's just immuning that with hers. Automaton not quite bouncing away with his wall, and they're going to be getting a kill onto him. They're loving that, and Gold's coming up straight after.
Yeah, this is a good game plan from Drink or Drunk. They've identified Emir does not have beads. We're going to Ares ult him on cooldown. He's going to get really far behind, and we're just going to play the map off that. Juki has identified this and is really pulling through with it, so it's going to be interesting to see if they keep it up. He will be most likely moving into the Talisman of Purification item, which will give him a bit more of an option in these scenarios, but to start the game off and get the enemy support down a little bit or behind is a really good look.
He's gonna need it. Emir cannot be playing the way that he wants to be playing without that purification. Juki's just going to be taking advantage of that, but Yada is pushing up here, straight onto the Kukulkan, getting a lot of damage off. Is he going to get his root auto? Fenrir is here, and he's going to be chomping down onto Kukulkan, and that's going to be a kill for Yada. He's loving that, and here comes Moxie. Not much happening here, though.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if they're still prioritizing this right side bias from the jungle for Fish. We saw Simply really kind of showed early that he wants to give Fenrir even more pressure than he already has by invading these blue buffs. But we see this lead that Osha has formed from that pressure has just been translated into mid play. So it's really heads up from Fish.
It feels good, and that's a Neathok coming out, but it might not even be needed. Good purification beads, but Flix is picking up that kill with the World Weaver, and this is what we're talking about at the start of the game. But Yada's in trouble here. That's his Aegis, his beads rather, and luckily he's able to get out of there quite scot-free, but that was scary there for a minute.
He did time that Aegis very well and lived to see another day, but Simply wrapping around here on the mid tower.
Oh, he wants to get cheeky here.
I reckon he could have dove that. I don't know if he saw the Cuckoo stop his back.
I feel like I agree. But Automaton's going to be the one showing Juki what's what. Getting a mischained there, and it looks like they'll just be falling back, but Simply's really making his rounds around the map. And Kaiser's wanting to get a little bit of that for himself, but it won't be happening. And they're just going to be falling back.
Simply is like enabling his team to find leads in mid, solo, and ADC just through good jungle pressure.
Just everywhere.
Himself, he's falling a little bit behind Kaiser's farm on the Loki. But I reckon that ideology of just kind of playing for your team in what we know is a very connected team fighting team is a really good look. And this Naga here is going to be a great tool to push out a lane if they want to.
Good wall. But the engagement, Fenrir coming out and Kukulkan going big, but not quite enough. No one's taking any of the members of Fish out. It'll just be them walking him down, and that's a double kill for Simply. That's what he needs. He's helping out everyone else, but finally a little bit of dosh for himself.
Yeah, it's just time and time again. This Cuckoo does not have beads, and we're gonna see Osha continue to pressure him in all these
wants a
engagements.
little bit of something, but he has to walk away, and that's his Aegis as well. So much healing from the side of Fish ? You know, we got Filks with his weaves out on the floor, and Fenrir is going to be healing out a ton as well, with some of the items that he might build as well as his two. But good cancel there. Simply's just going to fall back and take this blue buff. Just so much map pressure. Like, look at this. 4v4 about to happen in the top right side of the map, and Juki's just walking it down. He's doing what he does best, but I don't think it's quite enough. He's distracting 2 members, but Fish is just walking down and getting 2 kills. Automaton with a double kill, and Osha picking up 1 for himself as well.
Yeah,
They're
Juki's
loving
trying
it.
to take it into his own hands, but Juki, your team's dying behind you. I don't know how much he can really do walking into these tanky, or not both tanky, but walking into these opponents all by himself. And we see this draft, they've prioritized this Neath. She's having impact. She doesn't even have to leave lane. She can impact that team fight from the left side of the map.
She's having a field day, chucking out World Weavers left, right, and center, and this is going to be a Gold Fury looked at for the side of Fish ?
It's free.
It's free. It's easy. I'm still deciding the best way to say Fish. If I interrupt my sentence, or if I just say Fish ? I'm going to have to get in contact with some of the team members. I'm sure they'd prefer me to say Fish.
You do you.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. What's going to work best, but there's a bit of aggression coming here in the jungle. Bilks having to use his W for no reason, it looks like, but a good World Weaver coming out and absolutely demolishing Kai'Sa. That's him dead. Anheralt coming out and picking up Simply. Juki's getting that kill though, and Yada's picking up Azimo. Fish ? Have the tempo here, and they're just doing so much damage to Drink or Drunk. Emir getting his ult off, and Yada securing these kills. This is just scary. If I was Drink or Drunk, this is not the position that I want to be in at all. I'd be terrified to be walking up into my own jungle.
Yeah, it just looks like they're kind of walking in front of a like rapidly snowballing boulder at the moment. This Fish squad is just grouping, really shoving their lead and going, oh, what are you going to do? And we saw that Juki and Schmitty thought that they could match the pressure, but no, there's level leads, if not 2, in almost every role. They really need to kind of slow the pace down, find opportunities when they can, but also not let Drink or Drunk kind of just sit there and lay waste while Fish
Fenner's in the
pushes even
backline.
further.
You see over there, Fenner's picked up someone, and he wants to get the kill for himself. Simply's walking up, and he's got lots of damage to dish out for himself, but Flix is going to be the one that's getting that kill. Kukulak coming out and not hitting anyone. And they're falling back. They're looking grouped up still. They're not, it's not over yet. They want more. They want this Fire Giant. They want more kills. But maybe a bit of macro coming out on the left side of the map. Drink or Drunk wanting to get this tier 1 tower for themselves, but it looks like Fire Giant is going to be secured for Fish. I don't think
there's nothing Moxie can do about it. If he steps in there, he doesn't steal and he dies.
Fenrir is just so annoying, bouncing up and down, out and around, but they will be picking up that tier 1 tower. That'll be a bit of gold injected for them, but I don't know in the long run if that's going to be worth it. They're having to back off, but Moxie might be getting caught out a little bit here. Automaton spacing it out, and he's going to be freezing. Purification beads coming out. Such a good pickup for him. I think he needs that. Like, there's no way that he'd be getting out there without it. But they're going to be taking some towers of their own.
Yeah, these are the hard decisions you have to make when you're in a losing map, in a losing game. You have to go, are we going to contest this? Are we going to contest this objective? Realistically, on the side of Drink or Drunk, they have to split the map. And finding towers like they did in left is a really, really smart idea, because inevitably, if they fight into this enemy team, which is so far ahead, almost 10k gold lead at 17 minutes, they're just going to keep dying and keep losing, and the game's going to slip and slide even faster into their Titan room. So yeah, I do like the idea of trying to split this map, find their ways back in, getting their items online, but I don't know. I don't think Fish is gonna let off the gas pedal just yet.
Drink or Drunk, feeling like Sisyphus here, pushing that boulder up the hill, trying to get it as far as possible. If they take one eye off the map, one eye off what's going on here, that's just game over. It's just pushing them all the way back down. They need to take every little bit of wins that they can. But Fish is not letting them have even a wink of that. Loki is pushed very far up here, trying
Oh
to
my
get
God.
a little bit of damage on this tower, but Neath ult coming out and stunning him and taking a lot of damage, but he's having to Aegis that new ult and ult away. There's so many Loki ults that are just having to be the disengage. I haven't seen many coming out in aggression, but this is going to be the 4th Gold Fury, which means that it's going to be the Ancient Fury, and this is starting to get very scary for Drink or Drunk.
Yeah, these unanswered objectives are really gonna just keep allowing Fish to just keep pushing, and it's on but it puts the game into their hands. They're
their
the ones that have to make a mistake for Drink or Drunk to really make their way back in at the moment.
Good leap and beads, but Fender waiting it out. He wants to chomp up and bring Schmitty back to his teams, and Filks will be the one securing that kill. But they're still fighting past that tower. It's a 2v4, but it does not matter. They're walking up now with the rest of their team, and this is a Phoenix that they're looking at here. This is really important for Drink or Drunk to defend this, but it does not look great for them. Dukey's going to be the first one to go into this 4v5, and it is now a 3v5, but look how much damage that Filks is doing to Kukulkan Khan. It is just not fair. Filks absolutely demolishing them, and they might even be looking to end the game here. Double kill over for Fenrir, but one traded back for Simply. They're having to fall back, but a Phoenix for them, and they are loving it.
Yeah, ban Fenrir, man. Screw a Hecate ban. Get the dog out of the game. That god's cringe. We just see Osha just doing whatever he wants.
Just
And
wait
they have
around.
no answer.
Big
I
dog
think-
form.
If I was on the side of Drink or Drunk, I'd really be reconsidering their pick and ban priority going into future games in future weeks of this tournament, because I know Hecate is a very powerful god, but frontline is the name of the game at the moment, and whoever can dive better really is winning these games, as we're seeing. So this Fenrir pick can't be so lightly handed over into the hands of a skilled team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the thing to consider, I don't know how well this Kukulkan Khan is faring for Azamo here, and they've taken away an opportunity with either picking up the Nuwa or the Neath or the Hecate for him, and he's having to be left on this Kukulkan Khan, but because they banned away the Hecate, there's not left a lot of options for him. Moxie having to dash out there, and Ares ult not picking up too much damage. But it's not looking great for Azamo. 0-5. I don't think he wants to play the game how he wants. But maybe if they didn't ban Hecate, even if Yada got it, he's able to pick up this Nuwa or maybe this Neath if they first priority it, and he'd be feeling way better. We see him on the Neath in the first game that we saw today, and he was playing really well.
Yeah, and we see them struggling with this front line from Fish, and neither one of the backliners or the jungle have anywhere near enough penetration, if not any. I think penetration really needs to be valued in their build path, because you're just going to laugh at them if you're a big, healthy tank walking down the enemy team and they have no pen.
Yeah, absolutely. Penetration is the name of the game here, especially in APAC, being very favorable of those tanky Guardians and those tanky warriors and the tanky junglers, and Filks charging up the World Weaver, and so much damage, blowing up Schmitty yet again. So much deja vu in a game like this, but this time for Schmitty, instead of Moxie dashing out under solo tower, there isn't a solo tower to dash under, so we can't get any more deja vu there, but they're looking to push out this top right tier 2 and maybe looking for a little bit more if they get a bit cheeky.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what the Anha was doing there. He was on a bit of a walkabout. I appreciate the steal attempt, but at this game state, it's kind of lost if you're trying to steal it by yourself.
Oh, damage, and Fenrir ult coming down. There is a beads, but it's not enough. Moxie getting taken down, and Fish are really running this game here. Lots of damage coming out straight onto Juki, and Juki's walking away, but it's not enough. He'll be getting taken down as well as with the Phoenix, and that's a double kill for Simply. And there have their eyes on the Titan. 12,000 health on that big boy. and they're wanting to finish the game here and now. 5 people damaging it down. It's on to 8k. It's on to 6k. This looks like Fish ? Will be your winners of this best of 1.
Clean performance, to be honest. It looked like they really gave no option or no way back in for the enemy team. And yeah, I was really impressed with Osher on that Fenrir and simply finding that early map pressure that really allowed him to push his lead.
Absolutely, just not giving any gaps in the armor. Like I said at the start, the shivers were timbered, and that carried out to the end of the game. I think it speaks for itself, the gameplay that we just saw. But some very interesting sides of each dice there. You know, seeing how the Chaos side played in their very first game and clutching it out on the end and some very big leads, and now Fish ? Really taking it back and showing them what's what. Any thoughts on MVP?
Oh, I don't know. Everyone on Fish played so well. It was just a very dominant performance. I don't know if I could really single it out to one person, but those knee thoughts were absolutely chunking from Filks.
I think Simply's got to be my MVP there, just playing so aggressive and making so much impact of the map while sacrificing himself until he got that double kill there in the mid game. And then just absolutely steamrolling the rest of that. I think Simply had a really good game plan and was able to work with the space that he was just given, which was very impressive. But we'll be having another 5-minute break before we get into the next game, so we'll see you all very shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our next game here for the APAC Founder Series. My name continues to be Dice Hart, and I'm here now with the very well-dressed Jay Beto. I know that he's been getting a lot of compliments and a lot of notes on how he's been dressed here. I think,
So I gotta show you up.
yeah, you did do
Unfortunately.
that. I bought a nice little Christmas shirt for this, and you are wearing a full suit, so well done.
I'm the eye candy hire, to be honest. That's all
The
I'm here for.
face of OCE, some might
Yeah,
say.
sure, sure. I'll take that.
All right. Well, we've had some excellent games going on so far. It's been an absolute barn burner. We've seen Drink or Drunk versus Wax On, Wax Off, La Bomba versus Blase, and just then we saw Fish versus Drink or Drunk, and those were some very good games. Let's have a quick look at where the bracket is at right now. And we can see that we've completed the second round. All of those matches have happened already. So as we saw, Blase took out La Bomba in round 1. Wax On, Wax Off actually lost to Drink or Drunk, as we saw as well. And Pin269 lost to Smite Ruse. But Jay Beto, interestingly as well, we can see Goblin beat the Trial.
Yeah.
That was third place team last week were the Trialed.
Making it into semis this week.
So they're not going to make it into the semis this week. That's right. Raven Guard were able to take out Blase in an absolute barn burner of a game. And our first place team from last week, Sunday School, they've beaten Smite Ruse, and that's going to mean that our finals from last week is going to happen in the semi-finals this week, a rematch between those two teams.
Very nice that we're going to be seeing a different finals matchup. I'm super keen to see, what's going on between different teams. It's not always, want to watch the same team's finals all the time. I'm really, really impressed that Goblin was able to beat the Trial. Yeah.
Well, very exciting stuff that we've seen so far, and a lot more coming up. We will very shortly be getting into our picks and bans for the next game that we have up here. That's going to be between Raven Guard and Goblin. And Jay Better, we were just talking about this Goblin team. They managed to beat Raven Guard in the previous. They managed to beat not Raven Guard. They managed to beat the Trial in the previous game, and that was our third place team last week. So good to see these guys coming out, and there's a lot of names on this team too, Jay Better. We've got Jed9, who is known very, very well on OCE as a very strong support. We've got Invictus, so some really, really strong players coming out here for the Goblin roster. On the other side, Raven Guard's got a lot of sort of older names that I know have been around the scene for quite a while, but really stepping into the competitive environment right now. And given that this is the semi-finals, it's good to see them pushing this hard and getting this far.
Very nice to see as well. I would have said new names, but I haven't been around the scene as long as you. You are an old person, so
You can
Grandpa
tell.
Daito over here knowing all these names. But yeah, I'm really keen to see. I'm excited to see Goblin. I don't think that I got to see them last week. So them defeating a team before, knocking them out before the semis is really cool to see. So I'm really keen to see. What's going on, picks and bans. Speaking of picks and bans, looks like we've got a Loki ban on blue side. A Neith ban on red side makes sense to me. I think, like I've said it before, I think Neith is the best god in the game at the moment. She feels like the most impactful to me. I believe she's 100% pick ban rate in OCE right now over the last.
She was last week 100% pick ban rate. I love the Loki ban here. For people that don't know APAC or OCE very well, the jungler there, Scout, is a known Loki player, previously named Half Guy. Very, very strong Loki player. So having that banned away, and I like that Raven Guard have done their research. They've also picked themselves Fenrir first here, and that's a strong pick.
Yeah, I really like target ban from blue side. I think that it's with more bans, with the 5 bans, it makes a lot more sense because that's just how banning from first place works. You kind of do 2 target bans and then like maybe a lane counter ban, or like a second prior ban, and then you first pick something super strong. But obviously we've only got 1 ban, so banning away a target ban still super valuable. Gives you this Fenrir and Odin trade on the side of Goblin.
Yeah, I mean, very strong gods, and we see the Ares. That was the highest ban rate last week was the Ares. So Goblin are
Really?
obviously 58-60%, I think, around that range. So Ares is definitely a very high priority for OCE and isn't being prioritized very much in the other regions. So Goblin, I think, might have gotten the better end of this trade, but like you said, the Fenrir is still very strong, very flexible god, and Raven Guard might go towards this Ymir. It is locked in.
I really do like Ares and Defender. I mean, it doesn't really help the ult, but half of his kit is movement, so crippling that away from the Fenrir can be impactful when it comes to peeling away your backline. Odin just, one of the strongest solo. Pardon me. One of the strongest solo laners in the game right now, and has flex potential, I might add. Amir and Chark on Raven Guard. That's a pretty tanky team, Dice.
It is, but don't you think, Joe Beto, looking at this, that maybe Raven Guard have shown their cards a little bit early? Fenrir is a very strong flex pick, Ymir is a very strong flex pick, but you've kind of telegraphed exactly what you're doing to Goblin. Once you've picked up this Chark, it seems to be that Chark is going to go solo, Ymir support, Fenrir in the jungle. But instead of that, if they picked up some strong high priority carries here, maybe a mid lane Neath or something like that, oh, Neath is banned. Nuwa here, for example, that might have given them a little bit more potential with their flexing as Jingwei locked in here for Goblins.
I do still think that so there is some flex potential from Raven Guard, as OC is notorious for having chefs, sometimes
do cook.
burning the food in the kitchen, but there can be some cooking done. I would really like what Raven Guard are doing if we had a wider god pool in the game, because allowing your carries to counterpick, seeing the whole board before you lay your pieces out is really strong. But right now, when there's not too many strong things in the game, you're kind of like going off of those first few. A Goblin locking in Jingwei and Hakade. I mean, maybe you can answer with a Nuwa here, and maybe a Soul might work well into this draft. Just a lot of on hit damage. But I do think that I agree with you. Maybe a bit of a draft error. But
I
we'll
do
see.
like this
Sonos
Sonos.
locked in.
Yeah, I do
A lot
like
of
that.
AoE damage.
And you were talking about maybe some chef's kiss coming out here from Raven Guard, and perhaps they were cooking. Maybe they wanted to bait out picks like the Jingwei, like the Hecate. They're a little bit weaker to the Cernanos. He plays really well around the circles that Goblin are going for here, because they're going to be playing just as grouped up as they expect Raven Guard to be playing. Cernanos can play around that. Is that an Anubis?
Oh,
That's
Anubis
locked in.
just buffed, locked in. Oof, I like
I
it. I like it.
I was talking about stats before. I'll tell you right now that Anubis has a 0% pick rate at the moment.
Whoa,
0% pick
not
and ban
zero
rate. So this is the
anymore.
first. That's right. Raven Guard, you're right. They're cooking. And I like to see the cooking.
I told you there was some chefs in OCE, and we're bringing it out. We did see in I think it was EU played quite a bit of Anubis.
Mhm.
So that was solo though. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe we're cooking real hard with a chalk mid, but I don't think that's going to happen. We'll have a look. We've got a 10th pick Mordred. So Mordred jungle could be Odin jungle too. Now,
I mean,
Dice,
Jay,
I don't know.
better look at this.
Yeah, I really like Anubis. Like, not like necessarily think that it's super good, but I think it's fun. I want to root for Raven Guard here.
I want to root for Raven Guard too. They've cooked with this comp. I don't necessarily like the order that they picked their gods in, but I'm definitely here for it. I like what they've done. Goblin, they've got themselves the standard comp, the meta picks that they really want to see. But, I mean, look at this. How can you not love what Raven Guard have gone for? Let's go, Raven Guard. All right, I think we're just about ready to send it over to the cast. We have Devane and Nuxel waiting on standby to bring us this game between Raven Guard and Goblin. Take it away.
Thank you, Dice Heart and Jay Beto. I'll be one of your casters for this game. My name is Nuxel, and here I've got Devane with me as well.
Yes, hello. Are you just excited for this Anubis?
This Anubis, for me, was unexpected. I am so keen to see what kind of uppercut that Fiery Soul can really give Goblin with this Anubis. It could be absolutely amazing or the exact opposite.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a midway in between this. It's going one way or the other. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I was seeing some Anubis gameplay earlier today, but it was definitely in the solo lane. Because there's been some cooldown changes to the game, so there's a lot more cooldown items, and you can get a lot of cooldowns on these mages. And I think Anubis, like, it's helped Anubis a little bit with that. And also, like, if you were to build him just a little bit tanky, with a lot of cooldowns, he's got a lot of sustain. But you never know. I feel like with Goblin's team is the team that I would say is probably what you would expect as a pick. Whereas Raven Guard's a little bit more unconventional in the current meta.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, like Jay Better was saying on the desk, some chef kisses, some cooking, I think
Yeah.
sometimes is needed to be happening to really get the upper hand on some of your opponents that you verse up in here in the APAC tournament. But we've got Anubis with no beads. Now he's got a CC immune ult, but he's got Shell for the Odin cage. I don't know how I feel about that. You've got 2 shells already that are going to be used as that Phantom Shell anyways.
Yeah.
But I'd be terrified. You've got
Yeah, I
Mordred,
would be
you've got
nervous too.
Hecate, you've got Ares. Like there's so much that could just bow down onto you, and if you don't have ult, like you're trying to heal through it, but can you really?
Yeah, and I mean it's really up to Goblin to take note of that as
Yeah.
well. Because the only other opportunity is getting that purification item. But then you'd have to
Yes.
rely on that getting used.
Absolutely.
already,
Jed 9 showing some views
Cardi,
of
is he-
Yuki there. Wow, okay. Some crazy damage
It was
coming
an
out.
early rotation from Goblin here.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to get as much as they could off of that. There wasn't too much, you know, just showing his face, and they're going to have priorities over mid lane. Over mid camps here for the side of Duo, but some good aggression.
Yeah, already some early pressure in the duo lane. Just popping those health pots already.
He's staying around though. This Mordred wants more than what he was able to get before.
Yeah,
and
I
Jed
don't think
9.
they realized.
Oh, Jed Knight's taking a lot of damage
Jed
here. He
might
does not
be down
expect
here.
that much from the Emir, but the passive coming out just really chunks autos, and Cardi G taking the first blood away from Goblin, even though they had their jungler right next to them.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mordred just wasn't there quick enough in order to respond, because like we really thought Mordred was going to get that that jump on them again.
And look where Fenrir
Fenrir
is right now as
also.
well.
Yeah,
He's
but it
playing
looks
up.
like he can't really get anything there. He was not the opportunity to get a gank. He's pretty pushed up here.
He is. Shiro really wanting to get some more played off of that kill, but not too much going on. Neon Flame has Osme under his tower, taking a lot of damage, but not a lot going on after that. But a nice little lead coming out from Raven Guard. They'll be enjoying that, that's for sure.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of pressure coming out of Shark here.
Ooh.
Oh,
Fiery Soul is already taking a
Anubis
death. Oh no.
getting picked. They got to take these opportunities early on, not let him get carried away, and it's happening already. So it's 1-1, seeming pretty even at the moment. Both teams are making sure they take the opportunities that they need.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the thing with Anubis, like as much raw aggression that he can really output with his, you know, the scare of his rap, and his ult and even his breath ability that he can just like suddenly burst people with and deal so much damage as well. If the focus is there from Goblin, there's not a lot that he can do about that. And he was not level 5 yet. He could not ult to counter-aggress that at all. So very good level timings there to get a kill onto Anubis and try put him behind.
Yeah, and I was also thinking like the middle laner like Hecate and they do have ultimates where he would need beads. He really needed beads.
Yeah,
Just like, is there a lot of lockdown for Mordred? There is a bit of a lockdown on his ult, and it's the same thing with Hecate. Yeah.
He's relying a lot on his Emir there, as well as the CC immunity in his ult. But I don't think like if you're getting Dove and you're getting the CC onto you, the people are there already. You're ulting on top of yourself, but you're not in a position where you want to be. You might just die.
He really does need to live under the tower, I think, this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels horrible for an Anubis player to be having to use his ult whenever he gets Ares ulted. Like, that does not feel good. You want to be using the ults for a good team engagement, for a good objective fight, or just bursting down a Gold Fury. You know what I mean? Like, it does not feel great for him without that relic.
Yeah, I guess we've yet to see how that's gonna play out.
Oh,
I think he's
Mordredon's
gonna get
coming
picked
down. A
out
good
here.
CC as well. And without bees, there's not a lot that you can do. Fiery Soul getting taken down again, and Shiro really trying to get as much taken down from in response. But Scout's picking up
Yeah.
that kill on Defender as well. And Gold
I-
Fury's up.
Anubis in the middle between the middle lane and jungle there. He didn't have any opportunity to get out, and unfortunately Fenrir wasn't there getting there in time. Looks like Goblin has a pretty open opportunity to get this gold. I'm not sure if Raven Guard are aware. They probably are.
I
I'm not
think
sure
they
if they're gonna.
might be. I just don't. There's not much
There's
that they can do, right?
no, unless they get in a cheeky little steal, but it might be. Oh,
Ooh!
okay.
Jed9 clutching it
went
out
to
there at
Goblin,
the
yeah.
end, and Brewsty's having to get away. Scout's
I
chasing
think
him
the
out though.
Ymir's. I thought the Ymir's gonna go down there.
Doesn't
Not
look
quite.
like quite it. They're able to walk away a little bit scot-free, but without the Gold Fury in their heads, and they've picked up 1,000 gold on the side of Goblins in response to Raven Guard's early first blood. But it was good target selection there. I think that was really smart from Goblin to look at the Anubis, you know, that if
Which
there's
is
no
a good
Sunbees,
objective stealer as well. It's good that
Yeah.
they picked out Anubis.
absolutely.
And
Th-
now
th-
the
Sorry.
good opportunity. It's alright. Get the good opportunity to take the Gold Fury. Really good start. The gold lead isn't too far yet. I think it's about 1,000 gold.
Yeah, roughly.
But it is early.
Yeah,
So
without the Sunders on the side of Raven Guard, there's not a lot in contention other than just big damaging abilities to take down those objectives and and make it a 50-50. And if they can take down those gods before they take that objective, it's really feeling like Smite 1 in terms of the kind of target selection that I'm sure a lot of these teams are used to. It's becoming a lot more textbook without some of these newer relics and plays that we're seeing in a lot of
yeah,
these
they are
games.
playing very traditionally. I haven't really seen a lot happening out of like the side of teleporting and stuff like that, because we could be having a lot more ganks and rotations coming out with all the teleporters that are on the map at the moment. But it seems like we're just going for the good old standard, get one pick, take an objective, and pushing it along that way at the moment.
Yeah, and we're seeing it done well. Goblin taking that starting lead and hoping to bring it out into something else. Three
Yeah, it
people
looks
here
like
in the mid
Ares.
lane, and a good Ares ult is going to be taking Emir, but not quite. He's got his CC immune ult, but the Hakate ult is going to be taking them all the way back. Mordred's coming in, he's sliding around, and there's some tunes in his ears, but he won't be getting anything happening there, and he just wants to back out of a bush, out of sight from Raven Guard, and they're just going to be securing mid camps here.
Yeah, a lot of ults, but everyone got away scot-free. Lucky them. Maybe they might come back to answer here. No.
We're seeing a lot of these games, a lot of commitments to fights that don't amount to a lot. I wonder if that's just, the characters, not the characters, the teams not being very used to Smite 2 yet. Some of the different damage numbers that they would be so used to feeling and almost having the muscle memory of in Smite 1 just not being quite there, as well as just with how tanky a lot of these junglers are and the solo laners that are rotating. But look how much damage Jett is doing to Anubis here. It's just being an absolute nuisance, and then he's walking away.
Yeah, I mean, like, even with these new gods, like Hecate, I think
damage
Cardi
onto Cardi there, and he's going to be getting taken down. That's a kill for Invictus.
He didn't have I don't think he had any vision on his side of the map. He really needs to get onto that. He got caught out.
Unfortunately, I think he may have thought that he was on strong side, but your support's not nearby. You're weak side, brother.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be taking mid camps. You got to fall back. And they're going to be doing as much tower damage as they can over in the duo side. But there's a lot of people in the mid lane. They're willing to have a fight. Rex Forever is getting picked up by the Fenrir and taken back into his team. Good freeze coming out. He's wanting to be teleporting away, but the enemy is going to come with him. Not much happening here. Ares ult getting put onto Shiro, and Shiro's getting taken under tower, but he's got his leap to get away from that. And Jed9 absolutely covering his teammates. Not a lot happening there, but good Hecate ult to get out of there. But Gold Fury's up, and Raven Guard have the tempo to take it.
I mean, they don't quite have the Cernanos there at the moment. The Fenrir is also in half health. I think they're just taking, yeah, Yumi's backing right now. They might not be looking at that. I did respect Raven Guard taking the initiative there. Like, Fenrir is trying to get these picks. I've seen him do it a few times so
Oh,
far.
good stun. Shira's having to leap away from that. Osme wanting to chase it down, but not quite happening there. And that's beads out from Sodanos, and his death is coming out. Not anyways. Fiery Souls getting out of there. And great
That
peel
Ymir wall.
from Boosties. Some great peel. Unfortunately, we're not seeing much action coming out in terms of deaths, but a good fight starting out here, and a good Sonosode to start it off. Shira's getting a kill onto Scout, and they're looking at Gold Fury. Their team is nowhere nearby. Goblin, just different looks onto different things, but they secured that Gold Fury, and they believe that that's more worth it for them.
That was definitely the better trade for Goblin. Like, you take one of ours, we take the Gold Fury.
Absolutely,
At least,
getting that global
yeah.
gold.
I'm glad
Yeah.
Fenrir still got the pick. Like, I'm glad they got a pick, but yeah, unfortunately, they weren't ready for the Gold Fury.
Ooh. Amazing ult there. Rook's picking up a kill on the Anubis. You don't have beads, buddy, and you don't have an ult. What can you do? Crazy plays here in the mid lane. We're seeing a 2-level lead, a 2-0 Hecate. That is terrifying. Goblin really going to be making as much use as that as possible. They seem to have a lot of mid presence. They really want to play around that mid lane. If they can get that Anubis behind, then there's not a lot that he can do.
Yeah,
Good
I do
target
feel
selection.
like as long as goblins are doing well on the side lanes as well, like they probably definitely feel like they have this game. Raven Guard need to start putting some attention on that mid lane and making sure they're covering their Anubis. Like that Fenrir needs to be there first, maybe, instead of kind of
Oh.
doing things in response. Or like when he goes to get his picks, they really need to get it confirmed.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree there. Like there needs to be some some fight backs. You can't just let
Yeah.
the fight get taken to you. And if that keeps happening, then the gold lead is just going to keep going, and your mid lane is just going to keep getting further and further behind. We see now it's probably it's probably more about 2.5 levels, level 12 to level 9 at the moment. I imagine Anubis will be leveling up here soon, as we see just then. But Brewsty's wanting to stick by him as much as possible to save his life, but can't always happen. We've got some solo stuff happening over in the duo lane between the Cernanos and the Jingwei. How do you think that matchup fares for each other?
Cernanos and the Jingwei. Well, Cernanos is a good well-rounder, whereas Jingwei is one of those gods where
Ooh,
you kind of
Mordredol's
gotta wait
come
till later.
out. He's picked up the Ymir, and that's a Hecate to bring him straight back. Jed 9 chucking out his chains to slow him down, and that's a 3-man ult, and all the beads coming out from the side of Raven Guard. Good fight, but again, it's a fight that's taking things, and hopefully they can make some plays off of that. There's not a lot happening, but maybe they can get some tower push. The only tower that's taken at the moment is the tier 1 in duo lane, but I wonder what Goblin's plan is.
Well, I feel like the Hecate ult and the Ares ult has been making a lot of impact. Like, Hecate's been making a lot of great ults, so it's just completely, like, displacing the team, essentially, every time. Like, I feel like every time Raven Guard tries to make a play, there's a Hecate ult to just ruin their plans.
Yeah, just amount
Unfortunately
confusion.
for them, yeah.
I mean, it's just as confusing watching it as I'm sure it is playing it. You see the team fights
I'm
last
still
week.
not used to Hecate ult. I don't know what's happening every time it happens.
Just flashy stuff happening, and suddenly the other team is that way. But Mordredol coming out. He wants Cardi, but he's scooting around, drifting a little bit too hard. Good beads, polymorphing Scout over there, but there's just too much damage going out straight onto Cardi's face, and it looks like, unless he's able to play it well, but I don't think he can, and Cardi will get being taken down yet again. But more fighting happening from the Fenrir. He's picking up Rex, and his ult just isn't quite quick enough to get him out of dodge. And Jed 9 sitting there without a mid laner, and he's just soaking up as much as he can.
Yeah, I think they might be looking at getting a Gold Fury here. There
Gold
are
is
4
up.
of them grouped up and left, or at least baiting a fight.
Yeah, gold lead is not a lot, so it's pretty even across the side of both Raven Guard and Goblin, but an amazing Ares ult. He knew the beads were down, and that's Odin straight back onto them, and Jingwei over the top. Raven Guard in a tricky situation here to play around, and they're getting split up. Goblin running them down with some good ult combos, but not as much damage as they maybe would have hoped for. They're the ones that now have this tempo into the Gold Fury, and they're getting that permanent stat buff, you know?
Yeah,
This is
I
their
think Goblin
third.
has a chance to take the Gold Fury now that Raven Guard is backed off.
Ooh,
Even though
good
they weren't
lap.
that low, they could have run back if they wanted to.
Cardi's getting a little bit aggressive here. I don't think too much is going to be happening, but Gold Fury is being looked at here on the side of Goblins and being dropped and left. Raven Guard staying around, but they don't have a lot of health to work with. Goblin, I think, are starting to realize that, pulling again the Gold Fury, but then stepping back again. Dancing around, I don't think too much is going to be happening here.
Yeah, I guess we're reaching to a stalemate here for now. I feel like the game has been pretty close still. Except for like one tower taken on the Raven Guard side. It could still be anyone's game, like one Gold Fury or something like that could start to turn things around.
Hmm.
Just waiting for that big team fight. I think the Gold Fury might be trying to sneak one out.
Yeah, they're straight onto it. They saw Raven Guard left it and almost forgot about it. Shiro's trying to face tank here and get a little bit of damage off, but it's not quite enough. And Osme is going to be taking that Gold Fury. Shiro jumping in and ulting the Hecate, taking it right back into their backline, and Rex will be taken down. Jingwei ult coming out, and the fight will ensue. Cardi getting taken down, and a trade on its own. It looks like Amir will be next. Scout looking at it, and Invictus getting the next kill. Raven Guard not looking too great here. Goblin taking the fray. And too many deaths on the side of Raven Guard. It is not a one fight for them. Goblin are walking away with 3 people and 4 kills. And they're just doing as much as they can with that Gold Fury secure to walk out their lead even further.
Yeah, and I guess it is important to note Goblin now has 3 Gold Furies. They have now all those buffs on their side. So now, like, since that fight, I feel like there was only like 1,000, 2,000 difference.
Mm.
And now that Gold League has really pushed out further from that and they've taken down their entire team. I don't know where the Anubis was that whole
Yeah.
time, because I think they had one less person at least in that fight.
Definitely feels that way. It did not feel like Anubis is making too much of an impact, and I feel like he really needs to get something going there because he is not feeling great. He's trying to farm as much as he can, but I think he needs some shutdowns for himself.
Yeah, maybe he's looking to get some solo farm, trying to catch up to the Hecate. And looks like the Goblin's going to be taking away this queen.
Yeah, the final boss is getting looked at from the side of Goblins, and not much being taken in response from Raven Guard's side. They just want their farm. They want to stay in the game. 5k up, or 4 and a bit from the side of Goblins, and they're going to be looking at this Pyromancer as well.
Yeah, it would be good if Anubis could maybe look at a steal, perhaps, or not.
Not
The
quite.
Goblin do get the Pyromancer, so now they have the Queen Naga and
Look at this
the
lead in the
Pyromancer.
duo
They have a
lane.
lot of objective taking at the moment.
Oh,
So,
Fiery's
hey,
got the kill back onto Rex. That's great for him. He needs that. Good Amir ult. And there's 4 people in the mid lane to contest this. Ares coming out, and that's the Talisman of Purification to cancel that. And it looks like Ares won't be taking anyone with him under tower. But what I was going to mention before is Cardi, the Cernanos to the Jingwei, he's not feeling great here. We were talking about this whole game with the Anubis being far behind. He's starting to get himself a little bit back into the lane, into the game, but the duo lane is not looking great.
no, and Jingwei is a pretty strong ADC, and you know she does really, really well late game. So I feel like once she's ahead, it's not much you can do about her other than like if you were able to shut her down consistently later on. Like they would really need to change their game plan to deal with the Jingwei later on. You can't really let her get unchecked, is what I'm saying.
Their prio and their target selection will definitely have to be quite good here. using their teamwork to take down this Invictus monster here, and they tried and they failed. They're just testing the waters, putting their toe in, and Amir taking all that damage from just the crit autos, and he said, maybe this is not a good idea.
You know, I am looking for Goblin to maybe make use of their Queen Naga that they had, or maybe because they do have that bomb as well that they got from the Pyro.
Look at the damage the Ares is doing, and he's got his ult back already. Fender is having to get out of there, and so many ults being used. Mordred dodged his, he used his beads, and we see the laser coming out from Anubis, but not much happening. A lot of dodge damage.
Yeah, hard to confirm the damage on that laser without getting that wrap or some kind of stun on there at least. Unfortunately, not much could be happened there. It was a good pickup from Fenrir, but not enough. Looks
This
like
is an Ancient
Goblin.
Fury.
It is Ancient Fury, that's right.
This is scary. Raven Guard got their towers still up, but very barely. And Goblin are looking to take that down. They're taking this Ancient Fury quite easily and quite swiftly, and now they're looking to fight. Odin Cage coming out, Hecate as well, teleporting right back in, and Shark's trying to get as much as he can off of that. Jingwei, not much happening there from her ult, but a lot of damage coming out from the side of Goblins. Brewsty's still quite tanky. He's turning around, but missing the freeze, unfortunately. And we're seeing Hecate doing so much damage here. And they're having to turn around. Goblins walking away. Raven Guard have the advantage here. And Shiro is getting the first kill of this fight. Osmate's diving into the backline. He wants Neon Flame. And Jed Knight's getting taken down too. That's 2 kills for Raven Guard. Make it 3. Make it 4. This is 4 kills for the side of Raven Guard. Barely any health, but they won that fight. And they're looking to get as much taken for them. Fire Giants up.
They lost the Asian Fury, but they did get a big team fight win there. I saw that the Goblin used their ults very early on in that fight and not much coming off it. And that even though it looked like Raven Guard was probably not looking good, I was like, hang on, I'm pretty sure they still have everything that they need to turn it around, and they did. So that was definitely like something that Raven Guard needed, because now they're looking at this Fire Giant, and if they get this Fire Giant, this will be huge to try and turn this game around. Essentially, like the lead is still not that big on Goblin. It could still be anyone's game.
And if they can't walk up, they're not doing anything with this Ancient Fury. It doesn't look like anyone's wanting to split push. And this is a free Fire Giant for the side of Raven Guard. They're looking to get a little bit aggressive here. Jed9 maybe getting caught out a little bit, but lots of damage being put straight onto Shiro's face. And they're straight into the back line. Raven Guard are still fighting.
Sorry, there's a technical difficulty. I can only imagine what's happening right now.
The screen is frozen for me. I'm sure there's some crazy fighting happening here. I don't know what the viewer experience is. It's a pause.
So there's currently a pause happening right now.
Our first pause of APAC, I feel like we would have seen
a combat pause there.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some... I haven't looked at the rules in terms of this, but this is a very heated time to be paused, but... I'll just check with production how long that pause is expected to be, if they're in contact with the teams at all, or if we might go to a break here. Okay.
So I think here, I think the fight might still go onto Raven Guard's side. No one took the Fire Giant, did they?
Yeah,
No,
yeah, Raven
they
Guard's
did.
taking the Fire Giant here. They're down Shiro, unfortunately, but Goblin are grouped up here quite well. No, sorry, Raven Guard.
No, Raven Guard are grouped up well, and
Yeah.
Goblin isn't. Goblin is split. I think they would get the picks there. Yeah.
If Goblin had the grouping potential there, they'd be a man up, but it's not quite the case. Raven Guard could absolutely still win that fight with the Fire Giant and take it out and get those towers. Like, the Ancient Fury is not really amounting to much.
Yeah, like the turnaround. That is interesting though. They did get all that gold, all the Gold Furies, and they have the 3 buffs from the Gold Furies. And they were up in gold, but it wasn't that big of a lead. I don't know, Raven Guard, maybe they were very good at still taking the buffs off their map and making sure they're getting what they needed and just try and stay in the game. And they just needed one good team fight to try and turn it around. And it looks like at the moment the game is going in their favor. I don't think they've closed the lead yet.
No.
But I think they could still potentially get there.
Could be anyone's
Um,
game here. It's
It
exciting.
could be, and maybe we'll get to see some nice Anubis plays. Who knows?
Yeah. Um,
Still waiting.
Something interesting, I don't know if you've noticed, oh, it looks like we'll be getting back into it very shortly. I believe that we've heard from the teams when that pause might be closing out here shortly, but we'll get straight into it in a second. But what I was just going to mention is the Anubis ults, they feel very thin. They feel very, I mean, I guess like a laser
Yeah.
compared to Smite 1. I don't know if you feel the same way, but it might be a lot easier to dodge it compared to what it used to be.
Yeah, I think honestly, I haven't been seeing him. There's no like wrap and then laser, or he's not doing the ult when the enemy is locked down. So it's kind of like they're free to move around as much as you can. And I do kind of feel like Smite 2, everything's a little bit faster paced. I feel like sometimes, I don't know if the movement speed's a bit faster, but it feels like you can move around a bit faster. So maybe you do have dodging potential.
Yeah.
I think also, now that I remember from like a dev update, they did make an update on like WASD moving around, making movements smoother. So
Yeah.
like that could make it easier to dodge a Anubis ult. So you
I
don't
do
know.
remember hearing that as well, which is going to be interesting in eventually, what gods like Medusa, like what that's going to look like if the speed of your WASD is feeling a
Yeah,
lot
because of the
smoother and better.
strafing. Yeah.
Her passive, does it get reworked? Does it get buffed?
I mean, probably not. I don't feel like we've seen like we've seen with Jingwei, for example, and you can now teleport to lanes and whatnot.
Oh,
Oh,
we're straight into it.
okay.
Neon Flame getting out of dodge here. Looks like the fight wasn't quite as ensuing as we thought, but he's going to be able to teleport away, and they're walking scot-free with this Fire Giant, except for Shiro's death.
Yeah, they definitely do need to get out here safely.
Wait,
or
Neon,
not, I'm
Neon got
still
caught.
I'm still
He's
trying to get
behind one
my
of the
eyes on
lines.
what's happening at the moment. Neon's in the back line. He must have teleported
Oh,
over.
he's got the jukes. He's getting out of there, but Jed Nine's walking towards him. I don't know. He's gonna try and make something happen. There's an axe in the bush, but that's gonna be a kill for Rex forever. And he's gonna.
Unfortunately, he got cut off. That is unlucky. That is now only 3 guards on Raven Guard with Fire Giant, but
3 guards.
at least it doesn't go in Goblin's hands. So maybe
Yeah.
they can do something with it, like maybe mid tower or something like that. It looks like
they'll be
Goblin's
looking
going to
at
be
right tower.
pushing at the right tower. Yeah, they really need
Raven Guard doesn't expect it.
They really need to be there to defend it, especially when a couple of them has Fire Giant. They should be able to win a team fight.
The speed
hopefully.
of which Jingwei takes that tower. Oh, 30 health. They don't quite have it. The Raven Guards are here, ready to take this fight. They're saying, you're not getting my tower, 30 health or not. And they're walking towards them. I don't know if they'll be able to catch up. And
No,
Odin
and the
picks up.
Odin blocking them off here. Maybe they'll be able
Fenrir,
to push onto the
wanting to
their
cut
tower.
out. That's a good Sonar assault. Polymorph and Bees coming out from Jingwei. She's running away. They're trying their best, but that's ult coming out as well. And Hekate ult pulling them all in under tower. Emir's having to ult and try and get a little bit of damage off, but Mordred's coming in the back and absolutely knocking up the Raven Guards walking under tower, and that is not faring well for Shiro. They're pushing the Raven Guards all the way back, and it looks like Raven Guards will be taking the first kill of this fight.
Oh, that was a huge freeze on that Odin there. That Odin, I
Oh,
feel like
clutch. Look at Shiro's health.
Oh my god.
Looks like a tier 1 tower. They get taken over in the solo lane. That was such a close fight. So many close deaths.
So close.
Osme will be the one that gets taken down here, and the Raven Guards will be pushing it down. And they are seeing these backs, and they are seeing this juicy tower that they're wanting to pick up.
Mordred coming in from the back, he might be able to get a pick here if they don't
Ooh, they might be
realize he's
sandwiching it.
there.
Yeah, maybe they've overextended.
Especially
this
on
is
the
a tower
Cardi.
for them. And they're not taking it. Bruce
Nope.
took so many tower shots. And Hekate ult's already back up, but not hitting anyone. Fiery getting the kill that he so desperately needs. He's back in the game, and even more so now. Jed's doing so much damage, though, and Fiery's having to get out of there. They still have their tower, albeit not much life left on it. It's looking like the same amount of health that they have on their own tier 2 in the solo lane, but diving back, and Shiro has got something in his mouth for the rest of his team, and Invictus is getting a kill, a double kill. He's still alive, and Shiro's having to walk away. Even after getting chopped down by the Fenrir, he's living on barely any health and getting a double kill for himself.
Hang on. So I saw earlier Jingwei on 1 HP. I don't know if she ended up backing or if she backed and then just like flew back over. That was probably what happened. She probably backed and flew back over because I was very surprised to see Jingwei back with all those
Yeah.
kills. Yeah,
I
this
mean, we
the
saw her
power
on
of
that much
like
health
movement.
as well anyways. That's just crazy.
Yeah, so now honestly, I still don't know who this game is. I feel like it could still be anyone. We've seen some great fights now. I'm glad we're starting to see you know, these players starting to find, opportunities
Hmm.
to
Make
take
their
it away.
marks.
Looks like this Gold Fury might be coming
Yeah,
through
this
from
Ancient Fury
Goblin,
is
not.
getting looked at from Goblins, but they're just dancing
Yeah.
around. They're wanting to get a pick more so than anything. Osme's pushing up a little bit more, and Brucey's might be getting called out, but Wall coming out, and Osme's in there straight into the side of Raven Guards. Brewski's walking away, and his backline is getting knocked up by Scout, and he's nowhere to be found to try and help them. And Rex Forever getting a shutdown on the previously mentioned Anubis that was behind, and Goblins are running it down, pulling back. You're not getting out of here, Neon Flame. We're killing you as well. And that's 3 kills for Rex Forever. He is loving that, and they're going to take that Ancient Fury.
Oh, that was so unlucky for Raven Guard. They were just not there in time to answer to the Gold Fury. They weren't prepared. There was only maybe 3 of them. 2 of them were walking up. So Goblin took the opportunity to shut them down as quickly as they could, one by one, and got the Ancient Fury with that.
They got split off so quickly, and the Emir could just not quite get near his team to peel for the CC that they so desperately needed to be avoided. And Goblins just very easily, it seemed, to carry out that fight and get that win. So
Yeah, I mean, Raven Guard doesn't really have much peel in general. It really is just the Ymir. Especially for Anubis, not a lot of peel potential.
no, he needs to be
Yeah.
hugging that Anubis. He's got no beads and no safety from a lot of these Goblin gods. Where Cernanos has a little bit more, he's got the beads. The target selection might not so much be on him, but we're seeing level 20 around the board for most people here. We're starting to even out, and gold lead is being taken away again for Goblins.
Yeah, the Gold League actually, like, I think since that Ancient Fury, now it is a lot larger in the way of Goblin.
Yeah.
Still, the items coming out from either team seems to be sitting quite
Ooh,
even.
Hekate ult was able to snipe out Neon Flame, but he had a good axe teleportation there. And Mordred's going in. He knows they're split off, but they're having to beads away, and so they don't get absolutely demolished.
That was a surprising onto Neon Flame. Like, Shark's very hard to, shut down, and they also
Ooh.
looking to get this Fire Giant.
Ares
I
ult's
don't know
wanting
if
to
they'll
take
need
them
that.
into this Fire Giant pit, and CC immunity coming out. Shiro's got this Jed in his mouth. A Talisman of Purification getting popped there. Another one getting popped as well. And Rex Forever's having a field day. 3 kills again. That's a triple kill. And a 1 HP Neon Flames trying to get away, and a quadra kill for Rex Forever coming out as they're pushing towards the Phoenixes. This is the game that Rex needed here at the end. He is 10-3 and loving these kills. This looks like it might be the game. No lives left for Raven Guard, and the respawn timers are few and far between.
No point waiting out and trying to get that Fire Giant. They're just going to end the game here. I don't even know what I was talking about that ult. Like, he didn't even need that ult. He was able to throw it out on the Shark and just still, like, blew up the entire team anyway with his rest of his kit.
And that'll be Goblin taking away this game here. Amazing best of 1. Amazing play. Some real close calls there.
It
like
was
back
a
and
close
forth.
game. Yeah, it was a lot of
that
back and forth. It was exciting to watch. I almost thought, like, at one point I thought, like, oh, maybe Raven Guard does take this, because it did seem like Goblin was getting all the wins, but like they were getting all the wins, but they weren't getting the lead that much in their favor. So it
Yeah.
was still open to, you know, open to anyone.
Yeah.
But yeah, congratulations to Goblin. Did you have any MVP?
MVP. I mean, we saw such clutch kills and flashy plays happen at the end with Hecate. Rex
Yeah.
playing really well and getting some good ults off to get the enemy team under his tower and snipe out some people that don't have beads. I think Rex is definitely going to be my MVP of that game.
Yeah, and I mean, it was probably the reason why they closed out the game right there, because it was really the damage from him that let them finish the game.
Yeah, and you don't want to be seeing that Anubis getting ahead, but it looks like we'll be going straight into our next game here. We've got Fish and Sunday School. Take it away.
Hello, chat. This is our last week's final matchup coming to us early. So maybe the bracket kind of decided that they didn't want to see that finals matchup again and put these two titans on the same side. So this will determine who gets into our week 2 grand final for APAC.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also pretty excited to see these guys early, because then we're gonna get a different set of people for the finals, which is always exciting to see. But now thinking about what happened last week between these two, it was great games, and it was like 2-1, but 2 to Sunday School and 1 to Fish. And we saw some great gameplay from both teams, and I remember Fish having a really, it looked like it was going to be a 2-0 or something like that, but then Fish turned it around in one game, which is really good.
Yeah, I'm interested to see also if the mini meta of the Kukulkan returns between these two teams. It was such a contested pick last week, but it looks like maybe they're going towards more conventional picks and bans here with the Odin and the Bacchus taken off the board.
Yeah, true. I mean, like, there has been a few patch changes, so this might have been a few changes to how the meta is sitting, and there's also like different guards that are currently unplayable. So Fenrir for Fish we have at the moment, big pickup.
Yeah,
We already saw.
I'm really surprised that Sunday School don't really value that. I know they have a very switched on coach, so they're obviously trying to trade that or trade the ban for something else. But Fenrir has proven so effective in the last match that we saw with Fish, with Osha piloting that god excellently. But the return top 2 from Sunday School and the Ymir and the Neath is an excellent way. Neath has so much impact all across the map and may be able to aid her team in when they're getting dive from this Fenrir.
I mean, Neath in general has been winning a lot of games, so it is a very strong pickup. But yeah, and like now, ever since seeing Fenrir solo, it could be Fenrir solo too. We've got Ares as well, also another big pickup.
I feel like you could.
That could still be a solo Ares.
Yeah, it's true. But I feel like you could chuck Fenrir in any lane and he'd still do okay. Even Fenrir ADC or Fenrir mid, but the newer pick as well. That's a lovely pick if you're a Yada. You've got a safe ult. You can kind of get yourself into the sky and away from this Ymir and Chuck when they're diving you. So I love that look from Fish.
Yeah, and Shark on Sunday School. Interesting. We're seeing a lot of Shark today. That's exciting to see. And a Kukulkan again, which could also be Kukulkan ADC, like we saw last week. Who knows?
It's back.
I'm like, is it? Is it back? Because we do normally see Neath in mid, so yeah. Jingwei, very good ADC. Onto Fish, I feel like Flex is very good with Jingwei.
For sure. We saw Smite Tour playing that Neath in almost every game last week, so you could assume that the Neath pick is going to end up in the middle lane, and this Kukulkan will end up over on the duo side.
Yeah.
I'm loving these last 2 picks from Fish though, the Jing and the Susano. We saw Simply loves that Susano pick, and you can never complain with getting Jing for your ADC. She's so safe and pumps damage whenever anybody goes on her.
Jing would struggle against Kukulkan clear though, so they would have to be under tower for most of that. But I'm excited to see it again if it happens.
I know we keep talking about the bias, but what's
Hmm.
your favorite draft here?
I do think Fish has a good team potential. I do like Susano. I like seeing Susano. He does have a lot of potential, especially on the right player. That would be exciting to see. Yeah.
For sure. I'm probably leaning towards this Fish draft as well. So much damage there and so much control at the same time. But yeah, we'll have to just wait and see how this game plays out, and we'll chuck it over to our two lovely casters for Game 5 of tonight. Take it away.
Wow, wow, wow. Fisher versus Sunday School? Jay Beto, I'm very excited for this one. Oh, wait, is it Jay? No, I'm not with Jay Beto on this one. I believe it is...
No, it is me. I was muted.
Okay,
My fault.
it was
I
Jay
started
Beto.
talking. I was muted.
Really professional looking, Jay Beto. You were muted. Are you excited for this one, Jay Beto?
I am super excited. This is the week 1 finals that we're going to be seeing again in the semi-finals this time. So one of these teams will not be making it to the finals this week. So big points up for grabs.
Very big points up for grabs, you're right, Jay Beto. And we saw last week that Fish managed to take a game off of Sunday School, and that was really crucial. It showed that they had the capability to go against the top team. And you know, this squad, the members of Sunday School, they've been around a lot. We've got players on that team that have been to Worlds, played on that stage. Their coach, we talked to him, or you talked to him in an interview earlier, is Sharks, who worked with a North American World Championship team as well, coaching them. So this is a really strong team to go against. And Fish, they had a good showing against them last week, but Sunday School managed to beat them out 2-1. Now we're going into this game, and we'll have to see if Fish have made any adaptations to how they're going to play this one. Jay Beto, what are your thoughts? How do Fish need to do things differently in order to win against Sunday School?
I really think that the onus is on Flix this game. I think that he had a bit of a bad, just a bad day in a whole last week. I think that Osha just like put their entire team on his back for that one game. So, pardon me. I really think that if Flix is able to perform to the level that I think that he can, then I think that Fish have a very good chance. I'm a little worried about this Neath being on the side of Smite Tour again, as he played unbelievably well on it last week. However, Osha this time is running the Fenrir, so they are unable to get that combo that they were running quite a lot last week. We did see Osha on this Fenrir earlier today, and he looked really, really good on it. Freeze from Amir coming out, a little bit of poke, nothing too crazy.
Chains will come down there from ulti as well.
I want to point out the Kukulkan ADC again.
Yeah, Tilly played that
really
last week as well.
this.
Yeah, I don't know, whether or not it's because he wants to add a layer of security into his team. I think that Tilly is just a very versatile player, so he's able to sort of bring that to the team and really shake up. It makes it difficult for Fish to decide how they're going to deal with the team comp that they're put in front of every game. We're going to see a rotation coming out from Platinum Pete here, though. Invisible on the Loki. It was heard out that by Yada, able to get under his tower, but the tick is on, and Smite to a Smite on that thing has first blood for Sunday School.
I love that name. What a really good rotation in from Platinum Pete there. I feel like Platinum Pete's early game is just the best in the jungle, and maybe in all of OCE across all roles. I just think like in his set against Fish the first time he was doing very, very similar things, really putting pressure onto Yada and Osha, and Simply actually. So seeing his impact early game as well, gonna be hopefully very impactful. Madness Effect having double buffs. I hate laning against double buffs solo. Happens all the time, I swear.
Osha chunked a lot of damage onto the Shark there, and you can see the pressure that this Fenrir pumps out into lane as well. He's just very comfortably able to clear out that wave. He's maybe not going to have too good of a time with Platinum Pete rotating over, though. We've seen that this Loki has been able to get big so far, but Osha just seems to have great game awareness, Jay Better. He seems to always know when there's someone around, and he plays this early game quite safe. You can see that normally I would have expected this Fenrir to play more aggressively here, but I think he knows that there's a Loki there.
Yeah, I think just a really good read. Maybe communicate through the comms as Simply is pathing to the left side. So just saying, Osha, play back. I'm playing duo side.
Ooh, rotation out from Simply, though, over towards this duo lane side of the map. Fish are looking for an early advantage over Sunday School. We saw the first blood go to Platinum Pete, but Simply is going to want to pull this back. He knows that this Ymir is quite immobile, and he's going to look for it as well. The chains are out, and the pull is good, but the wall is better. Will Nuar ult secure this? No! Pesto the Penguin survives the ultimate. Fish over-committing to that side, maybe, but they will look for this invade on the purple buff. At the same time, Fender coming out. Osha forces the beads out of that Shark. Madness Inflicted throws out the Stormbringer as well, and Platinum Pete going to counter-invade here, pick up that blue buff. Look at the aggression so far, Jay Beto, all across the map.
I'm really liking this trading across the map, as Sono unfortunately not able to catch Neath backflip there, but a huge trade out onto their half health off of just that full combo there. I really like the trading across the map. I believe purple buff was invaded, as we do see Ulti and Flix having 2 purple buffs there, and Pest of the Penguin and Tilly not having one. So a trade of buffs. Yeah, like you mentioned, beads on the Chark as well, and Fish having all their relics up is really good for this gank that is about to potentially happen over in duo lane again.
Simply's made another rotation over towards duo lane. Walking around the map with Ulti is very smart. Having this Ares Susano combination, they've invaded that speed buff away comfortably, and I think they're going to spot Pesto the Penguin out on his rotation. Only level 4 on the Ymir, so no escape from the no escape ultimate. Great wall, though. Will keep Pesto alive. And Sunday School, they're being forced to play safe in their jungle against this Fish team comp right now.
I really like the aggression coming out from both junglers across the board. I think that that's what I really like to see from these teams. I think that it puts a lot of pressure on to the opposite team when you're doing that. Nothing too crazy going on, just some trades.
I like this, and you know, we're seeing the what's the word that I'm looking for, Jay? But just the patience that it takes to be this Sunday School team. They've picked themselves a bit of a late game team comp, but Simply's made another rotation to the duo lane. He's looking for Tilly. Will force the beads out, and there's the Spirit of the Night wins. Simply picks up the first kill for Fish, and that is going to bring them back into this game quite comfortably. More invades and more neutral camps coming into their favor as well. Platinum Pete, though, he spotted out Osha in the mid lane. This is a weird place for the solo laner to be, though, Jay Beto.
Yeah, it's allowing Madness Inflictor to get off a proxy. With his beats down, this might be a bit risky, but does have wards available. Fish are coming out of base, but looks like they're pathing duo side, so he is going to be able to get this proxy off. Osha losing maybe 2 waves here is pretty big for Madness Inflictor.
I don't know why Osha made that rotation over. It's a little bit strange, and you know, we did see earlier on a lot of pressure coming out onto the Loki here. Platinum Pete will receive 2 chains there from the Ares. This might be an ultimate angle. No, a lot of damage did come out from Yada there. He fired off that Clay Minions metal combo and got the stun off, but not quite enough to find the kill on Platinum Pete yet. But Jay Beto, the pressure that's coming out onto this jungler just means that Simply can do what he wants, and he's found what he wants to do. It's the Gold Fury.
I really like this early Gold Fury pull. I think that with Clay Soldiers, it's a really easy opportunity to catch someone who's walking in. You can also use a lot of that burst damage to help secure, since there's no Sunder.
1,000 health. Can Pesto the Penguin stop this from happening? No. Flix, also known as Filks, secures that Gold Fury for Fish. And that's going to put them just barely 200 gold down, but it's an engage from Simply looking for Pesto the Penguin, and Ultimation will be able to find that, Automaton will be able to find that one, and that is going to put Fish into the lead right now over Sunday School. This was our #1 team last week, filled with Worlds players, and Fish are really trying to go toe-to-toe with them right now, although Osha may be in a little bit of trouble against Madness Inflictor being stepped up on, and there's the Platinum Pete Loki ultimate. Forces out a Shell and Ragnarok as well from this Fenrir, and Osha's having such a hard time in this solo lane, Jay Beto.
Yeah, I think that it's more or less just the playstyle that our Sunday School are adopting. You know, Fish are playing to the duo side. Platinum Pete, I'm doing my best with that. Platinum Pete is playing towards the solo side more, so I don't really want to put too much, stress on Osha. I don't think that he's playing badly. I just think that, he's mitigating the pressure well. Is most likely down a bit of gold. We can see that he's down a level as well. So, just getting, some stuff forced out, his ultimate, having to base, losing some minion waves. It happens.
Oh, Osha isn't too far behind at the moment over in this solo lane.
And he's fighting double buffs.
And he's fighting double buffs, so he's going to keep trying to farm up here. Naga being completed right now as well by Fish, and that is big for them. Although, Jay Beto, what are they going to do with it at this point?
I'm not even too sure that it's that necessary, because it's just global goal, and it's an objective that spawns on your side of the map, which I have said before is a bit of an interesting decision. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I mean, it's in the game. It's like a mini gold fury. It's a lot of gold to your team for an objective that's pretty easy to kill.
Potential engage here in mid. No escape ultimate used. Great play there. It's going to get Yada out of trouble, but maybe not enough as Madness Inflict has made a rotation over, forces the ultimate out of Yada, straight up into the air, does go the Nuwa, fires off that damage. Osha also deep in the jungle there. Looks like he was invading and maybe got a bit of a proxy off as well there. These solo laners, Jay Beto, they've been constantly rotating into the mid lane and trying to force Yada to use his abilities, use his relics there, but he's managed to survive pretty comfortably despite the fact that that fight started when he was under the T1 tower.
Yeah, I think that Fenrir, Chark don't really have much kill pressure on each other anymore. Chark's just going to heal everything up, and I don't think that Chark can solo kill Fenrir by himself. So I think that they're going to be looking for a lot more roam potential, just because of the fact that it's really hard to deny farm from each other at this point. They both have mystical, they're both level 10. They have some levels on their abilities, on their clear. Fenrir 3 is probably pretty maxed. Chark 1 and 2's got some good levels in it now, so I expect to see even more rotations. This Gold Fury only 60 seconds away. Platinum Pete looking to capitalize on this tempo.
Just constantly
rotating as well. Was spotted on a ward, I believe.
Well, simply is over on the duo lane side of the map, very likely spotted out there too. So Platinum Pete should know that this is a comfortable invade for him here. We'll be able to get this blue buff, and like we've talked about, we can clearly see where the junglers have decided to put their pressure on. Simply is going to blink in there, or not blink in, sorry, use his ability in there and force the beads out of the Kukulkan. And now that the Ares knows that he's going to engage, no escape from that one, but Spirit of the Nine Winds might have something else to say about that. Simply inside the tornado, going to be forced out of the tower. How did the Ymir and Kukulkan survive that? I do not know. So much pressure coming out, but no kills.
Damage. Yeah, I just think there's just not enough damage coming out from Flicks. Nothing against him. I just think the Jingwei is going to be scaling, so doesn't have too much damage online just yet. But some good forces.
Platinum Pete rotating onto Yada. That's a great set of claiming and stun there. Keeps him alive. Look how safe Yada plays. He heard the Loki there and he went, no, I don't need it.
Always so good. He kind of bounces between this like really heavy pressure standing at your tower line playstyle when he can, and then backing up whenever he has to. He's playing fast and slow with his positioning, but perfectly.
I love seeing that come out from the mid laner here on Fish. Gold Fury is up, and Fish have the position around it as well, but Sunday School, they're not going to give this up for free. We know that Spirit of the Nine Winds, because the Kukulkan ultimate was used earlier, but it is back off cooldown. Simply might be caught out here on the Susano, walled off, and here comes an Ethold as well. Simply low health, and the Susano will get out of dodge just barely, but that looks like it will be Oracle's secured there, and now Sunday School, they have the advantage here. Simply's low health.
I love just the pen of the solo laners just kind of smacking each other. Nothing too crazy going on over there.
Make sure they're still over there. Are they still? Yeah, they're still. Okay, cool.
Yeah, they're still sorry, not trolling. They're still farming, is what I meant to say. Pretty even trades. Like there's nothing going on here. Like I said before. Ulti's ult is back up, and Neath ult is down. Maybe a force of a Gold Fury on this Fenrir reset timer here. Looks like Ares is pathing over to the Kukulkan. We can't see his beats timer, but could have been down due to that ult before, but that might have been a mere beads ability as well.
It could have been. We're seeing Simply making the rotation over here. It might be an angle to look for this Ymir as well. Not a lot of safety, not a lot of immunity available for that support right now. Simply playing very aggressive in the Sunday School jungle. Platinum Pete's made his rotation over as well, and Naga has spawned, but it's just on the wrong side for Fish to be able to pick it up.
Yeah, there's some spawn on Sunday School's jungle. Very even gold right now. I have a feeling this Gold Fury is going to be potentially a big fight coming out, but Fenrir pathing back to solo. He's using that teleporter that they've just added in the new patch. Very, very cool change.
It is very interesting,
just
isn't
some
it?
farming going across the board. No one's picking up Gold Fury just yet.
We
Could
will
be
have
a
to-
look at the Naga there from Fish.
Oh,
actually.
Fish have a very aggressive position around that Naga, going to start it up as well while we watch Osha slap away at what used to be called the Totem of Ku, and I do miss when it was called that. Naga dragged back to Fish's side of the map, but not going to be able to keep it over there. Platinum Pete doing a good job zoning out there, and Smite 2 are smart on that thing in the area as well. But Fish, they're not really farming up right now, and Sunday School have managed to keep themselves pretty comfortably in the game. Only a 300 gold disparity, Jay Beto, off the back of simply just constantly looking for fights.
Yeah, I also want to say that I love Fish's sorry. Hold that
Oh,
thought.
engage onto the Kukulkan forces the beats out. Great wall from Pesto the Penguin. Zones 3 members of Fish away from the ADC there. Beads were forced, but that could have been a lot worse, Jay Beto.
And it definitely could. A crazy wall from Pesto the Penguin. You are correct. And, you know, choosing not to use the shell there to phase through to continue the chase, simply quite chunked out after that too. So I think that was a good decision. What I was going to say is, I think Fish !Mark's team comp is really, really good, but I think it's really hard to execute on. Not that they don't have, pardon me, the skill to do so.
Caught out here. Platinum Pete did spot out this solo lane proxy there, but Osher, he's actually distracting a lot of members of the team right now. Go on, Jay Beto.
I think that because they have 4 beads and the beads item, plus Chark ult is CC immune, Amir ult is CC immune, I think it's really hard to pick onto Sunday School. But if you are able to cycle through your CC with Fenrir ult, with Nuwa stun, with Susano pull and ult, with Ares ult, I think that they can just destroy Sunday School, but I think that it's a really hard execution. So I'm interested to see how these late game fights are going to go, as we do, you know, we're just transitioning into the mid game right now. Pyromancer are spawning soon, and Fish are really grouped around this Gold Fury, as Platinum Pete is in the solo lane fighting Osher under his
Looking
tower.
for the engage, you will find a lot of damage onto Pesto the Penguin there, down to a quarter health. It already is this Ymir. Yada hiding around this corner. He finds the 1-2 stun straight onto Smite 2, a Smite on that thing, and it's going to force Sunday School into an awkward position around this Gold Fury. Started up now by Yada and Flix. They will get off it, trying to play off of Ulti's use of the Ares. No escape. Back onto the Gold Fury though, and this Ares has to be a little bit careful. He's still healthy enough to walk up to this Kukulkan, but if he stands in too many tornadoes, he'll be in trouble. Simply though has found Pesto the Penguin and locks in a kill for Fish right into... I can't put the question mark on it. 1,000 health is the Gold Fury on. Spirit of the Nine Winds does miss, and Flix locks in the Gold Fury for Fish. In the meantime, Sunday School are trying to find an engage. Simply Low finds his way out of the ultimate from the Shark, and it's enough to give Fish a lead in this game. 2,000 gold above Sunday School.
I love this push from Osher. I think that splitting these towers, getting these plates in Smite 2 is a really good way to swing gold in your favor. It's a bit risky because Kukulkan did miss.
Oh, there's a Shark teleporting in there though. It's a very interesting mechanic that they've added in. Osher's not able to secure it, and that is off the back of the teleport to lane.
Yeah, I've never actually seen it from the third-person view. That was cool.
That was interesting. We kind of reach a not a dead game state necessarily, but a bit of a neutral game state. Pyromancer is up, and these teams can contest over it, but with the 2k gold lead for Fish, it's difficult for Sunday School to engage on it themselves, but they have the aggression around the position right now.
Yeah, I think with this... Oh, Chark actually might be getting caught out here. Susano rotating over, but Loki following closely behind. Osher not doing too much damage out onto Chark so far, and he's out.
Platinum Pete well aware of this too, and he's made his rotation over in response to Simply being there. Now there's no reason for Simply to be in this duo side either. There's no Gold Fury, so both of the junglers are likely to hang around near this. Pyromancer, double root coming out, and the Ymir wall is good. Gonna force Yada to back off here, but Ulti, look at the damage he did on the Ares there. Just chains and flames.
Chains and flames all day long.
Over in the duo lane, Flix and Tilly just going to continue to trade off waves here. It's really hard for either one of these quote-unquote ADCs to take a lead in that lane, but Simply is going to start up the Pyromancer in favor of Fish. Osher's made a rotation over as well and likely to spot out Platinum Pete trying to stop this Pyromancer, but Madness Inflictor here and level up on Osher means it's very difficult for this solo laner to engage, but engage he does, uses that Ragnarok and forces the beads immediately out of the Loki. Use of the ultimate from the Chark is going to take Simply off the map, and Platinum Pete has found Yada in the backline as well. Osher, not long for this world, has to get under the T1 tower, and that means that this Pyromancer is going to go in favor of Sunday School. Jay Beto, the back and forth in this game has been insane.
Very, very close game so far. You are right, back and forth. Pyromancer bomb now on the side of Sunday School, potentially looking for this mid tower with this bomb. Wouldn't be a bad idea, but they might be able to take it down on their own. The reset from Ulti and Osher pushing out with their buffed waves from the Gold Fury, which is a really nice little micro thing there.
Yeah.
I'm really waiting for the duo lane to get involved. The ADCs, in quotes, to get involved. We have seen Tilly, this Google Khan, get involved a little bit, but I'm excited. Flix has got 3 items. He's finished his Dev Gauntlets now, so that counts as 3 items. Building halfway into his 4th. I think he's pretty strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting to that point of the game as well where the junglers are really having a big impact. So it's difficult to beat these ADCs. It's difficult to beat these mid laners. And, Jay Better, where are you expecting the pressure to come out from? Who do you think has the better position right now?
Right now, I think the game's pretty even. I think that solo side tower being down is not that important because I just think that Osher has to catch further back. He could even freeze if he really wants to, but Man Inflicted is level 18, so not much value there. I think that it really comes down to, is this mid tower going to fall? Fish tower is half HP. They do have a Pyromancer on Sunday School. I think that it's a good fight to force. I think that Chark engaging, disruption, just an Emir wall out with a Pyromancer bomb, securing this mid tower, pushing down Vision into Fish jungle is going to be a key. But on the other side, if Fish is able to rotate their Jing way over and trade mid tower themselves, I think it could be good for them too.
Well, this is the opportunity here, Warhorn, in favor of Fish. And both teams have kind of played a deadlock game. We're dead even on the gold right now. Objectives have kind of gone in favor of Fish a little bit, but Sunday School did obtain that last Pyromancer. And you're right, this mid tower is really the definitive factor at this point. Opening up the map could make all the difference for either one of these teams in how they engage and where they go. Fish, though, they're rotating towards the Gold Fury side of the map, maybe looking for another attempt to pick up Tilly.
Yeah.
But it's just not easy to do.
We see Yada staying in mid, pushing out these waves, just matching Neath, which does feel kind of bad. You do both technically have global ults, although Nuaz is more of a pick ult. Sorry, not Nuaz. Neath is more of a pick ult. Nuaz is more of a vision slash... Oh, a really good
Speaking
root
of
out.
Nuwa, great combo, 1-2, or 2-1 in this case, to force Smite to a Smite on that thing way back into their T1 tower. Going to have to back there, and this is the opportunity that Fish were looking for. Engage here, potentially from Platinum Pete, but spotted out by Osher. Up and down, gets that stun, does the Fenrir, and forces the beads out once again, using that Ragnarok. In the meantime, the Stormbreaker ultimate will be used from the Chark. Tilly, though, finds simply in the backline, and Gold Fury down to 2,000 HP. Is it enough, though? Loki going to use that ultimate into the backline, forces the Nuwa ult to be used in response. Platinum Pete down to 1 health. Spirit of the Nine Winds comes in. Gold Fury secured by Madness Inflicted, but Osher's found Platinum Pete in the back, and the low health bars for Sunday School. It's a big risk here. Osher's going crazy. Double kill for the Fenrir. Can they get more? Fisher in this game. They don't need the Gold Fury. They've got the kills, Jay Beto.
Fire Giant on the table now for Fish ? Mid tower looks like the first option on the menu, but I assume that this Ragnarok is going to be second.
Jay Beto is just Jay Beto. Osher is going absolutely crazy right now. I'm trying to...
We're often confused.
We are, yeah, just really skilled solo laners is Oceana. That's correct. Yeah, this Fenrir went absolutely massive there. We're seeing the power of the tankiness that Osher is able to output on this pick, and just the consistency of the CC he has. He forced Platinum Pete to use his beads early, and that meant that when the Loki engaged, he didn't have as many resources to get himself out, and we saw what happened when Yada was able to pop off his ult, Jay Beto.
Flix also, I think Sleeper in that fight, not dying, not going down, staying like deathless this game, is a huge step up from last game. Well, sorry, not last game, last week. He was really struggling last game. Last week. He was struggling last week. He was getting picked a lot in these fights. He was easy to dive. He's played super safe this game. And despite the kills not looking too great, 3 assists, it's still 3 out of 5, for kill participation. That's not bad. He has been a part of these fights, staying alive, a level up on Tilly. I don't want him to go unnoticed.
Yeah, I agree. And, on the opposite side, we saw that Tilly went very noticed. That Spirit of the Nine Winds is the reason that Sunday School were able to secure the Gold Fury there. And you're right that Flick's going unnoticed here is what allows Fish to stay in this game and have a late game ADC. But I like that Tilly is having an impact in the game right now and doing what he needs to do. We talked about it earlier, having this... high impact ADC like a Kukulkan is what allows Sunday School to have the edge over Fish right now, to be able to secure objectives, to be able to get things like the Gold Fury. Speaking of which, he just got a T1 tower and left, Jay Beto.
Yeah, mid tower down for Sunday School, Tilly trading a tower onto Fish, and solo side tower has been like that for a while. So I was going to say short for this world, but it's been 1 HP for like 10 minutes. So we'll see. That runic bomb on the side of Flix in his back pocket could be used at any moment to potentially lane swap, get a split push going. I think that Fenrir can do fine into
Look at this,
Kukulkan,
Jbeto.
Soka Nuwa.
Look where Simply and Ulti are standing. They want to find a pick in this jungle. They've dropped off some wards, and they're playing very aggressive around the Fire Giant side of Sunday School's jungle. Jbeto, I think they want to pick.
Yeah,
But
Kukulkan
they want the
being in
Fire
duo,
Giant.
it means that he can't get there in time. He just based as well.
Fire
This
Giant
is a
started up
mistake.
by Fish here. Madness Inflictor's walking in, but Osh has found himself a stun in the back line, just completely zoning out Sunday School. It looks like a few members of Fish have still stayed on this Fire Giant, simply going to engage into Madness Inflictor, and the ultimate used there by Osh are going to pull in Pester the Penguin. Fire Giant down to 2,000 HP. Smite to a smite on that thing. Finds the kill onto Simply. Down goes the Fire Giant. Yada picks it up for Fish. Aegis has popped across the board. Ymir, low health. The Kokok with beta rotation in. Flick's ultimate used, trying to get some damage out onto this Shark. Spirit of the Nine wins out. Ulti finds the kill onto Madness Inflictor, but Fish have the Fire Giant, and they've got the lead in this game again, Jbeto.
A beautiful macro decision by Fish. They see Kukulkan over in duo. I believe they saw him reset too. That's the Fire Giant secure there. That's their whole kind of game plan. I know they have a runic bomb, but Flix used his, and Platinum Pete didn't use his. So combining that with, you know, a simple 1-2-3 with Yada, an easy secure with no Kukulkan ult.
And again, I'm going to give credit to Osha in that fight, because we saw him immediately engage onto the Ymir, taking away the tankiness factor that Sunday School have in these fights, and he also was keeping Platinum Pete out and making it difficult for that Loki to have an impact. If he could have found Yada, that would have completely prevented Fish from finding really that Fire Giant or anything in that fight.
Yeah, it definitely changes the potential outcome, because then Platinum Pete has his bomb. There's no longer a 3-2-1 with the new Wa, so you know you're essentially just coin flipping it with whose bomb is better. And if Neath was around, then you know a one-end bomb.
There's the Ragnarok again, finds Pesto the Penguin once more, and we're seeing the risk of playing this immobile Ymir with not really a lot of CC immunity. Down goes the support again, and Osha showing off completely against this Sunday School roster. But Jbeto, something I do want to talk about. Sunday School is made up of multiple players who have been to Worlds. They're coached by a Worlds player. These guys are never out of it until the game is over. And I don't think that Fish necessarily have pushed them to the brink just yet. They are currently pushing this left side Phoenix, but Sunday School have skill and experience behind them. I think that they know how to defend in a position like this and how to draw out a game until they've caught themselves back up and get back around a Fire Giant.
I mean, have a look at the map state right now. Looking at that map state, it's crazy to think that there's only a 2k lead right now. So I don't think Sunday School is out at all. I think one fight from them, and they take basically every tower off the map, at least mid tower and solo side tower, tier 2. That's a lot of gold swing in your favor, plus the kill gold, maybe an objective off that. That's, you know, a 5k lead for you now. So I think that Fish have to be very careful, making sure that they don't make any mistakes, because the game is absolutely not won at this point in the game. And they can still feel pretty good, you know. Hopefully this solo tower dies soon, because it has been there for a long time.
Yeah, and that's just gold waiting to be collected, right? It's on the map, and it will be...
Yeah, standing gold, yeah.
Yeah, you know, they'll get it eventually. They've now, because they're in a leading position, guaranteed that they're going to get that and give themselves a little boon when they need it. You know, it might be worth sending someone over there soon, making sure they can get that extra gold in their pocket. But Jbeto, you know,
this is doing that.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. This is a very even game state. Sunday School, they've got the intelligence behind them. What do they do from this point to use their... What knowledge do they need to have? What do they need to do to get themselves back into this game? Make sure that Fish don't push too hard and get the win.
I think that, again, this mid tower is something that I would like to see being focused down, not over-committed to. I think that some cross-mapping might be good for Sunday School too. They don't have too much tower pressure with a Kukulkan and a Neath, but this Neath global ult, she can sit duo side with some wards, push up waves, and ult over. I don't necessarily think she has to always be grouped. I also would like to see some more Loki invis with a Neath ult from mid or from base, trying to catch out someone in the jungle. I think that that's a really easy 1v1 that is all of a sudden not a 1v1 if you catch out simply in the jungle, if you catch out flicks. I'm surprised that they haven't they haven't tried to focus out flicks at all this game, because again, he's still deathless.
He is still deathless, and that's a terrifying Jing Wei to be in front of. 0-0 and 5 isn't the slash line you necessarily expect from a hyper carry and a late
Full build
game.
now.
But you're right, he's full build now on the Jing Wei, and he's going to be absolutely punching through this Sunday School team. And given that Osha's putting so much pressure onto their tanks, that just gives Flix the space that he needs to be able to pump his damage out onto really whoever he wants to. And Jay Beto, look at where Osha's standing right now. He wants to find another one.
He absolutely does. Ragnarok, a very, very easy pick potential alongside with the 1 stun if he has max runes, which I'm assuming he does.
I
But
sure hope so if he's standing there.
Is Sunday School going to walk in and face check this brush with someone who's going to die? Potentially. Platinum Pete's walking up.
Platinum Pete is walking up, but it's on the left side, so not quite where Osha is. And this is what I was talking about with the intelligence of Sunday School. They were pretty confident that Osha was there. He does find a 3-man stun and uses that Ragnarok ultimate, forces the Talisman of Purification out there. So a lot of the CC immunity that would normally be available for Sunday School has been popped, but Sunday School knew that something was going on there. The Fire Giant was up, but wasn't really being engaged on yet. So Sunday School played it safe, and they waited to try and force some stuff out. And now that big ultimate, Osha's use of Ragnarok, is not available for them, Jay Beto.
This is a really interesting dance. I just want to point out a few things. Fish have by far and beyond the superior Fire Giant burn. It's not even remotely close at who burns this fire faster. However, Sunday School have the secure. So neither team can really do fire, because Kukulkan can always Spirit of the Nine Winds and secure with maybe a Neath 1. But Fish are pulling. It looks like some resets have come through on Sunday School, and they're not around, guys.
8,000 gold, 7,000, 6,000. It's getting lower and lower, and nobody from Sunday School is here to prevent this from happening. Simply is going to lock in that Fire Giant. Osha going to dive the backline of Sunday School here. This might be a pick opportunity here for Sunday School. Ragnarok ultimate used and bringing Tilly directly towards his team, but there is a wall there. Spirit of the Nine Winds going to be popped. And a little bit of damage coming out into Osha, but not enough for Sunday School to focus in and find a kill. Fish were our second place team last week, Jay Beto, against this Sunday School roster, but they are putting on a showing this week. They're playing it slow. They're forcing each objective intelligently and on their terms, and they're making Sunday School really come to play if they want to win this game.
Tilly not beating Fenrir ult there, or not using the talisman on Amir, is nerves that I definitely don't have. That was very brave, but absolutely. Fish looking crazy strong right now. 5k lead. Jing Wei just destroying objectives at this point, alongside with Nuwa clones. Nuwa secure is nothing to scoff at either. Osha looking for, I guess, just scouting. I don't think that he's hoping to kill anybody there. Just looking to zone pretty deep. Ancient Fury secured by Fish. Only these tier 2s are going to be disabled. Remember, Osme highlighted earlier on in the cast at the change. So it looks like Duo Phoenix is, but the mid and solo Phoenix will not be disabled. So
This
maybe
left side Phoenix being down is rough though for Sunday School, and Fish I think want to take advantage of this. They might look to try to force everything out of Sunday School here, because it takes a lot to defend a disabled Phoenix. Simply an Osha though, they want to try, in this position, normally Jay Beto, as a jungler or a solo laner, you would want to be going into the mid lane and splitting up the Sunday School team, but that's not an option with these T2s up, and Sunday School are intelligent. They're not going to split their forces up. Neath ult fires off and gets Flix down to half health. That might be enough to draw Fish off of this Phoenix.
I love where Neath is positioning around that wall. Normally, like you just said, that would be a bit scary because you could walk through Phoenix. That's not an option anymore, because you aren't playing like a 3-2 or a 4-1. It's kind of just 5, and I know that 2 are off to the side. Ares ult,
Oh,
ulted
there's
Shark.
the no escape, trying to find who we can, but a lot of, you're right, great wall on, a lot of CC immunity used there, but there's Yada's ultimate, and simply finds Madness Inflictor in the backline. Spirit of the Nine Winds comes out, and great jukes across the board. Flix finds Tilly. J-Beto, this could be it. Fish are pushing into the left side Phoenix. They've got 5 members strong. They want to go for the Titan. Osha finds Pesto the Penguin. They're pushing into the Titan room. J-Beto, we might have a new team that could contest for the first place spot in Oceania. Ultimate out from Platinum Pete, forces 2 Aegis out, is able to pick up Flix. Is it enough? Platinum Pete, he's trying to defend 1 HP on the Loki. 1800 health on the Titan, 1000. Ulti finds Pete. Smite tour on that thing. It's not enough. Fish, take the game.
Oh, you casting like that with that name, I couldn't hold it together. What a beautiful end from Fish question mark. That was such a snappy engage. The fight was like nothing to 100 so quickly, and then the end was just in sight out of nowhere. This Titan so squishy in Smite 1 with 2 tier 2s still available. That Titan is never dying.
Oh, J-Beto, what a game of Smite. Those were last week our top 2 teams, first place and second place. We've seen them now in the semi-finals here. Fish have knocked out Sunday School, our team of world's players, some of the most intelligent and mechanically skilled players in the game, and they gave us an excellent semi-final to go off of. Wow, J-Beto, wow.
I've got to say, I am a big Tilly fan. I think he's a great player. I'm really not convinced from this Kukulkan. Maybe it was just some synergy issues, but I didn't really see Kukulkan ult get too much value that game. I really think that the Jingwei, being a traditional ADC, kind of just stomps him in that department in late game. If you're not able to get Spirit of the Nine Winds onto like an important target, onto a carry, onto Jingwei herself, I really feel like it's just nowhere near as valuable. That on-hit, consistent damage that
Yep.
Jingwei can output in that late game is so important. And I've kind of been saying this every game Amir's been a part of. Amir, late game, if you aren't positioned really well with your team, dies so quickly to ADCs.
Well, J-Beto, we've seen it here first. Fish have given us a wonderful semi-final. Sunday School, though, they didn't come in quietly at all. They gave us an excellent, excellent showing. We're going to go to a very short break here before we come back for the grand finals of week 2 for the APAC region. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the grand finals of week 2 APAC. We've got Fish and Goblins here. I am so excited. We've got some different faces. We've got a different face here for the grand finals than we did last week. I'm keen. How you feeling?
Yeah, same. I was like, obviously, because usually with the OC, there's always like top couple of teams that are usually versing each other, especially with this current format. So I'm glad we have a different team this week. It's good to see how Goblin and Fish will go. Um, so yeah, and it was a good game last game. There was like both teams were playing well, playing the map really well, answering to each other really well. I saw that Fish. It was something that I heard on like the Smite Pro podcast where they were saying that Fish is good at being where the other team isn't. And I saw that happening that last game where they would be like, "Oh, okay, let's do this now because they're not here right now," that type of thing. And yeah,
Yeah, absolutely. If we want, we'll have a look at the bracket to see how these teams got where they were. We see that Goblin had to fight through Raven Guard in the last match, as well as for their first game, they had to fight through the Trialed to get here into the grand final. And Fish taking the clutch out onto Drink or Drunk, and then absolutely pulling a very impressive game onto Sunday School for the last match that we just watched.
yeah, and Goblin also had a pretty impressive match against Raven Guard. They did pretty well. It was also a lot of back and forth. So I'm interested to see what they bring to the table in this matchup.
Absolutely. Well, I think we're about to get into picks and bans here, so we can jump straight into the grand finals. Get some hype in chat. This is exciting. Goblin versus Fish question mark. Let's see what they ban first.
Yeah, so we got Odin,
Odin.
naturally.
Yeah.
I wonder if we're going to get a Fenrir ban. We have been seeing a lot of Fenrir today.
Either
I
that or
guess-
Neath, maybe.
Yeah, or Neath. I do normally see like, I feel like Neath normally gets
Oh.
picked up. Okay, this time Fenrir
You're dead
gets
on the
banned.
money.
Yeah. Well, I'm just surprised how many times Fenrir got let through, and I think Fenrir has won most games today.
Yeah,
But
I
Neath
think
hasn't.
you're probably right.
Yeah. So
Loki.
Loki
Okay.
first?
Interesting. Neath's up.
Oh,
Fish
okay.
are going to be the ones that maybe just take that straight away in their first 2 picks. I feel like that's a very strong pick to just let give, but maybe they have a
Yeah,
game
just
plan
let
in
it
mind.
open. Especially when you have a Neath open, for example. So Neath on Fish, very good pickup.
Yeah.
And Noir as
Neath
well.
Nua, yeah. That definitely feels like a Fish comp. Started out, get those carries out there, strong straight away, and then shape the team around them. We'll see how Goblin respond here. Oh!
I cannot. This thing.
Rex has
Okay.
got maybe he's felt something from the last game that he just played and wants to show it
No.
himself.
Oh, it was a troll. Okay, it was a
No,
troll.
oh,
Who knows? Maybe.
disappointing.
Wait, that was the first troll I think we've seen. I think every time
Yeah,
someone's picked everything, it's been the god. Okay.
especially OCE. Usually you
Yeah.
see a little bit more troll picks.
Okay,
or
Ares and
pommers.
Barkus, very strong combo. We've already seen this today.
Yeah, lots of massive CC.
Yeah, and a lot of like picking the back line. It's the front line that's really important, and they got 2 very strong front lines here.
Wow. And then straight into the Susanoo. We've seen simply how well he's been able to play that Susanoo these past couple games. This is going to be scary for the side of Goblin, but maybe picking up Amir as well, who's not a god to pass off either. Very scary, especially with the newer.
Yeah, and I was pretty pleased to see Susano played really well last game. And I feel like that's gonna work out really well here. Ymir, good guard, sometimes can be a bit 50-50,
Hmm.
depending, but especially, like I guess they don't have an Odin and Ymir into Ares, it might be okay. Jingwei onto Goblin.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty
Good.
pretty safe, classic ADC pick. Especially for things like the Amir walls and everything. That'd be good. And then the Hecate getting picked out from Rex. We saw how well he was able to play in his last game, getting a quadra kill. So I think we've got a very exciting game on our hands.
Do you think there would be an Ares support here?
Yes.
I feel like
I
okay.
think it will be, especially considering from what we've seen in the last games with Jed. He played the Ares, I think, was it both games? Or at least one of them. So we've been seeing Barca's solo, I think like 3 games today, so I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Chart coming out here from Fish. All right.
Shark being the final pick there.
Yeah. We've got some games ahead of us here, but this is game 1. Get excited, everyone. We'll pass it over to our casters, Dice Heart and Jay Beto here to take you into first game. Let's get some hype.
Ooh, my name is Dice Heart, and once again I'm joined here by Jay Beto, and thank you to Nuxel and Devane for passing it over to us and giving us some hype, Jay Beto. This is
I do like
exciting.
hype. I love attention, to be honest.
I've heard. We just saw Fish take it to Sunday School in the semi-final match. Absolutely flawless gameplay coming out from them. Obviously, Sunday School, a very difficult team. 2 verse, they were their first place team last time, but now Fish, they were our second place team last week, and they have to go against Goblin here, who we saw the bracket. They had a difficult run to get to this point, and they've had an absolute showing as well.
I want to mention a few things here. Scout gets his Loki, which was target banned away from him in the previous game that we saw. So I'm very keen to see how his Loki is in this game. And Flick's not on the Jingwei this time. He's on more of a pick god, is not able to go that like kind of on-hit style. And we did see that from him last week. And I wasn't too convinced, but I'm open. I'm open to having my mind changed. Osha on the Chark this time instead of his back-to-back Fenrir games. So I'm interested to see how that goes. We did see Simply's Susano before, and we've seen a lot of Amir. We've seen a lot of Akade, a lot of Barkas, a lot of Ares. So those things I think are going to be pretty standard, but some interesting things across the board.
Not only have we seen a lot of Hecate, Jay Beto, but we've seen Rex Forever's Hecate, and the Death mentioned it, he got a quadra kill earlier on this god, and that has to be terrifying, even for a team like Fish, who have a lot of experience behind them, and did really well in that last semi-final game. Goblin have an absolute powerhouse in Rex Forever here.
I'm really keen to see how he does in this. I think that there's not loads of threat onto him, like Susano, sure, Neathult, true. But later on, I feel like he and Jingwei are going to be able to sit together pretty safe, as Rex is just going for an early trade, missing everything.
Yeah, he fired off a lot of abilities in that time period between the minions spawning and then even then when the minions had spawned. Just trying to get some pressure off onto Yada, but, we talked about it last game. Yada's got great positioning, and
mid lane, he's full mana.
Yeah, that's true. He is full mana. I mean, mage mana bars are weird to look at, but yeah, he's full mana. Yada just positions so well, though, and it's really hard to knock him off the map, although he's a little bit far up right now, and we're seeing that Scout on this Loki's meta rotation over. It looks like that was the blink as well. We can't quite see what's going on there, but Scout does find the first blood onto Yada. Goblin coming out so strong for this showing in the grand finals, Jay Beto.
Yada caught level, 2 again against the same god. That's gotta be a mistake.
1. That's really rough to come back to lane at level 1 as a Nuwa.
Yeah. He's now, but yeah, frustrating.
Yeah, that's difficult. And again, we talked about Scout on this Loki earlier as well, and that's exactly who you want on this god. He's really, really strong at playing the Loki in the jungle, and he found first blood against currently our top contending team.
Yeah, Osmane back on the Barkas. We're having a look right now. He did play in our first game. Played super well on that, but a huge trade from Chark.
What do you think about this matchup, Jay Beto? Who obviously
T1 Zeus guy should have played Chark. I don't know.
I don't know. It's difficult for Osmane in this lane, right?
Yeah. I think it's super good. I think that the stun doesn't get as much value because you're not canceling any abilities. I think that the heal from Chark is really oppressive in the early game. I think it's really, really hard to... Chark just kind of neutralizes all lanes, but with the Axe start, lots of pots, with the Smite 2 kind of way that we've solo lanes have been starting, it has loads of sustain. It's almost impossible to kill a Chark.
Well, you know, Barkus, as long as his burp is similar to what it is in Smite 1, he should have some form of anti-heal on that, so it does make it a
This is
little bit
true.
difficult for the Shark. But we've seen a rotation very early on coming out from Simply again. We saw last time he favored this duo lane, but Blink out from Jed9 is going to keep him safe. We saw another great wall coming out from Ulti there to try to lock him in, but Jed very aware of what was going on there.
Scout looking for a potential gank over here, but
Oh, look at how
and
low
Osmei's so
Osmei is too. Scout is here looking for the auto attacks onto the Shark here. Has a lot of damage pumping out already. As we've lost the viewpoint of it, Osmei did manage to, Osha did manage to turn this one around. The burp is going to come out. Loki looking for the auto attacks, diving the tower. He finds it. Scout 2-0 for Goblin.
And this is what we want to see from this Loki first pick. We want to see this early impact. He's got 2 kills so far. He is giga fed against Simply. He's up 2 levels already. His impact is being felt.
Simply going to try to find his own impact on the map over towards this purple buff invade. Great wall from Ulti, going to lock Jed9 in, and there's no escape for this Ares. Normally he's the one preventing the escape. Does get a chain out, might not be followed up on by just enough damage. Flicks though, does find Jed9 over the wall, and that is what Fish needed to get back into this game, going to invade the purple buff too. And you're right, Simply was a little bit behind before that, but now only a level down on the Loki.
Look, I don't want to downplay Fish play because it was good. Sorry, Fish on their play there. But I will say your Loki just ganked solo and reset and ran out mid. Why are you fighting at purple buff? It's a huge mistake to me, and I would honestly be pretty annoyed if that was my team. This Loki is like the centerpiece of your team comp right now. You've gotten his best god, you first picked it, and now...
Oh, there he is again, Loki ultimate in mid, trying to find Yada. It doesn't matter how safe you play. Scout is 3-0 and carrying the Goblin team, J Beto.
Again, like, we can really see how impactful Scout is on this Loki, and I'm going to say it again, we need to make sure that we're not, like, getting over-aggressive on the side that he's not on. You need to play weak side well, otherwise you're just giving the enemy team, like, free gold for nothing.
I am floored by how well Scout is playing right now. And, you know, you did mention playing across the map and playing to the weak side, but Scout has been all over this map so far. He's gotten 2 kills in mid, gotten a kill in solo lane. It's hard to know where he'll be next, but I think Simply does know. He's made his rotation over towards the duo lane, forces the ultimate out of the Jingwei, Invictus back underneath his T1 tower, and now we saw, again, Simply put this pressure onto the duo lane last game, and he's going for these neutral camps again, J Beto.
I like that they... You know, it's unfortunate that Jingwei ult is forced, but if you're taking, like, jungle tempo to get Jingwei ult, that's not the worst trade in the world. The thing is will they be caught by this, like, trap being set right now in duo, in the bushes? So it looks like he's basing, so I think they're pretty safe.
I'm so worried about Osmei in this lane. Being that low health is terrifying against anybody, but Shark could kind of throw out that Stormbringer ultimate and cancel out a burp if he's in the middle of that animation and just completely roll through Osmei's health bar.
Yeah, I agree. I'm very excited to see Chark rotating into these team fights too. I just feel like, you know, Chark ult onto Hikade is going to be brutal.
We'll have to see how this game plays out. So far though, J Beto, Goblin have just barely lost their lead against Fish, which is surprising because this Loki currently has a 2-level lead on the Simply on the Susano.
Yeah, but if you have a look at the duo lane, Flick's getting prio most of this lane. I mean, I feel like that's to be expected. He's going ability Neath that's going to just, like, spam clear the wave. And Susano has been pathing over there, so Invictus probably going down a little bit of gold, a little bit of XP. He did lose his purple buff, same over in support, Jed down a level. I don't think it's too bad. Osha also up a level, so it's basically Scout versus the entire team of Fish, as he is pathing over to protect his purple buff.
Forces the beads out of the Neath. Backflip is there. Blink pops by the Loki. He finds another one. No, for Scout. You cannot stop this Loki right now. J Beto, how do Fish respond to this? He's so strong.
Well, they're looking to invade onto Invictus as Scout is on the other side of the vertical map.
Forever engaged on here, forced to use the Jaegers. 2 members of the Fish roster around him, uses that ultimate and teleports his way out of that one. Goblins were just Goblin Fish were not ready for where he was going to teleport to. Goblin's taking advantage of the Hecate ult and a great body block there by Jed to prevent the World Weaver ultimate connecting.
I feel like I really have to say again, guys, when your Loki isn't there, don't fight. Just play back. He is carrying this game right now. Rex almost being picked up there, losing his Aegis is another mistake in my opinion. Okay, maybe Scout shouldn't have been invading, fine, but he was. That's the play. You have to step back. You can't be walking into the jungle where Invictus just saw them.
We'll have to see whether or not Goblin can clean up the rest of their map play because, again, like you mentioned, Jay Beto, this Loki is currently carrying the game for Goblin, and yet Fish is ahead 300 gold at the moment.
Yeah, it's nothing too crazy, but the thing is when you have one really fed member and everyone else is either behind or even, the game is won or lost by how you play around that character, like around that person. So if you're playing with them, constantly looking for these 1v1s, turning them into 1v2s, invading with him, it's great. If you're fighting and getting caught, you're not losing a lead. You're further going down. You're not going back to even though the gold, oh, it's only a little bit. No, you're really far down, and Scout is bringing up the gold.
Well, you're absolutely right about that, Jay Beto. Oh, look at Osme actually able to find a fair bit of damage off onto Osha there. We're seeing where the Barkus is, yeah, able to kind of come back into this game. And again, this burp and belly flop combo is kind of keeping Osha in place, and that's really crucial. But we do see that Osha has taken a spill this game, and Osme hasn't, and yet Osha's a level 2, a level and probably a little bit up on Osme at the moment.
Yeah, that is true. I don't think we've seen like any of Simply over in right side, so I'm assuming Osha just securing some camps, maybe a blue invade. I wasn't quite watching. Maybe they're just that treasure chest. Barker seems to be transitioning into the mid game pretty well, but you know, Potts, Chalice, obviously, and Shark 3. He's 2 levels up now.
He is 2 levels up at the moment, and that gives Osha a very distinct advantage in his ability to rotate over, use those portals to get towards this Gold Fury side where I would say, Jay Beto, the next fight is likely to break out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not too worried about Goblin giving up some pressure here, as I think Jingwei scales pretty well, but I wouldn't hate to see them group around this Loki like I've been saying and teamfight anyway. Naga spawning on Fish ? Jungle, even though they have a lead. I have no idea how that works, if it's completely random. That's kind of crazy, but yeah, unlucky. Rolled the dice and lost, I guess, and go down like, what, 500, 600 gold?
It is definitely a game in favor of Fish right now, and Goblin have to find a way to force themselves back into this. It's not too far down that they currently are, but you're right, playing around Scout on this Loki is the way to go. Gold Fury's up, and Oracle's just picked up there by Fish. This is the time
right now.
They are grouped around him at the moment, but this Loki also wants to farm, and he doesn't want his farm stolen too much. Otherwise, Simply's going to catch up. So it's definitely difficult for Goblin to decide how and where they want to position. I think as well, Jay Beto, not a lot of relics are being forced across the map at the moment, and that makes it hard for Jed9 to look for an engage on this Ares.
Yeah, I agree. I think maybe that Scout and Jed could be playing a little more together. There's, like, I think there's a mere... you know what? Maybe not. Maybe with Talisman, it's really hard. Talisman and ult. Yeah, I think it's really hard to look for picks from Goblin. If Loki isn't just kind of insta-killing you.
Ooh,
yeah,
speaking of the Loki, they have Fish have vision on this Gold Fury, but Loki started it up. Ultimate used there by the new one, so they're definitely sure this Gold Fury has been started up already. Ulti making his rotation over on the Ymir. Great wall. Is it going to be enough? No, Rex secures the Gold Fury. Loki getting himself out of there, using that ultimate. We saw the Susanoo ult pop there too. The separation from Goblin, though, might be enough for Fish to find themselves a pick. That was a fantastic wall from Ulti, but Jay Beto, it wasn't enough to prevent Goblin from locking in that Gold Fury.
No, that was so close. I couldn't really see because of that wall, but I guess Rex just throwing an ability over the wall was able to secure that Gold Fury. Crazy secure there. Super close. I think there was like 400 damage there with the wall. Sorry, 400 health. And a really good reset. Like a disengage from Goblin. However, this is some really good macro from Fish. Trading this tier 1 tower. A beautiful TP from Osha. It was late for the Gold Fury, but he says, no, stay. We can still get something. And I like that trade, to be honest.
Yeah, good call, Jay Beto. We saw that Goblins kind of put themselves entirely out there to lock in that Gold Fury. They were lucky to not lose any members, and Fish recognized that, forced down the T1 tower. Great play coming out from them.
I think I assume not too much is going to happen off the back of this. I will say though, T1 tower being down for Jingwei, like that lane was already kind of hard because Flix just has perma prio by just clearing. It's really hard to play now because Simply can just perma gank duo, and either you're up to clear to try to trade off the side camps so that you're not falling down in XP and Simply is there, or you're just giving all the camps infinitely and like potentially getting frozen on as well if Flix chooses to do that, and you just kind of can't do anything. Fish question mark late to this invade, which is surprising to me, but it's a good idea.
Look, maybe it was for the best that they were late there. Scout was there, and we know the impact that he can have. If Goblins had been able to force a teamfight around that purple buff, absolutely terrifying.
Some more smacking going on in solo. We've seen this all day.
Bucket ult.
Yeah.
Why not? It's up. Use it. Why not?
It's up. Use it. Fair enough.
I guess at the
they're
same
not going
time,
to be fighting that forever or anything.
no, and you don't want to lose too much pressure in this lane either. And if the ult was necessary to keep that, I suppose it was necessary to keep that. Jed9 alone in this mid lane, though, as we're seeing two members of Fish walk up close to him.
Scout's up 3 levels.
Yeah, he
2.5 now.
Hyper farming is the Loki at the moment, and Jay Better, we've talked about that a little bit this game, but Fish is still 1,000, 1,500 gold in the lead at the moment, and at a certain point we have to look at it like Scout Goblin need to be able to do something here. They need to look for something and force something on the map. Otherwise, the lead that this Loki has generated for himself doesn't really mean anything for his team.
I actually want to point out something. I just mentioned that Loki was up almost 3 levels. Osha is level 15. Osman just ticked over to 13. He's also up 3 levels. Look at this damage. This matchup is unplayable.
This is scary for Osman. We're going to see the new War ult coming out as well. And the Neathol World Weaver connects. Shell is popped. Is it enough to get him out? Stormbringer is good. Osha might find the kill onto Osman. He does. And the second kill, for Fish on the board. And it's at an impactful point in the game as well. Scout made a rotation over to prevent that from happening, but wasn't able to. And that means that he's falling behind a little bit. He Simply's only a level down now. And Fish are going to force his Pyromancer.
This is a really good play.
Pyromancer started up. Jed9 doesn't have an angle to get into this one. Still very tanky on the Ares, but it's difficult to step up. Yada has secured the Pyromancer for his team. Ultimate coming out from the Ares, but beads off of it. Does Yada make his way out? And now we're resetting to the point where Fisher 3,000 gold, no, 2,200 gold in the lead right now.
This Runic Bomb also able to swing back gold. Sorry, not back, more forward in your favor. Potentially this solo tier 1, because Osha just has so much pressure over Osmay at this point. Still 3 levels up, by the way. Unbelievable. And you know what's crazy about that? He went mystical first. He has no manch prot into Barkus.
Fish
and
he's started up the Gold Fury, Jay Beto, and no one from Goblin is around to stop this from happening. I don't even know that they're aware of it right now. Osha made a rotation over to mid lane and just doing a great job distracting the rest of Goblin, and this is a free Gold Fury for Fish. They've cemented themselves a lead in this finals, Jay Beto, and they do not want to give it up. They want to push this game out and get it done quick.
Yeah, another Naga being secured. So the little Naga buffs with the Runic Bomb gonna be really important for this next siege. I think I really like Chark in sieges because I think that he can zone super easily. Because never mind, Osmay flanking behind.
Osmay making a rotation over as Fish are pushing 5 men deep into the T1 tower in mid. A lot of damage coming out across the board here as we see Osmay pop his ultimate. Low health bars for the Susano. Simply, though, does dash out and a good use of the Phantom Shell to keep their health bars up and healthy. Susano pops the ultimate and flicks, turns it around on Invictus. Yada picks up Osmay, and the dive is good for Fish here. Looking for the T1 tower. Huge wall there. Yada picks up Rex Forever. Jed by himself under the T2 tower. T1 down, and Fish have pushed themselves even further into the lead, Jay Beto.
A really nice turn there. I would love to be able to go back and watch that fight. Maybe I'll have to do it in my own time because I'm a little confused as to what happened there. I mean, I know what happened, but I'd like to see the specifics of it. Goblin engages with Osmay behind, and it looks really good for Goblin. I'm not really sure what Rex ult was. It looked like it was going to hit everybody, but I don't think it hit anybody at all. Maybe beads across the board came out, and then they got kind of push back, and all of a sudden Fish question marks cooldowns came back up, and they just turned and flipped the fight on its head. Fire Giant being looked at as well.
7,000 health, 6,000 health, 5,000 health. Nobody here to stop this Fire Giant from going down. Maybe the Lucan can come in and do something about it. 2,000 health. Fish likely to lock this one in. Yada secures it for his team. And we saw the Susano ultimate pop there as well. It might be enough to prevent Osme from getting out of this one alive. Another great wall there from Ulti. Flix locks in the kill onto Osme. And in the meantime, Beto, look at Osha. He's zoned out everybody, including Goblin's hyper carry Scout.
That Shark is terrifying. He is so fed, especially when, you know, you never know. A new ult coming through, a Sasana ult over the wall, a new ult from, you know, the other continent. It's never a 1v1.
No, it never is a 1v1. And T2 tower in mid, knocked down there by Fish. Beto, we still see a 2-level lead in favor of Scout, and I know that's been the story of the game so far, but don't you think, Beto, that he needs to find a way to be impactful with this lead? And in that last Fire Giant fight, he was only able to peep his head around the corner for a second before having to leave.
Tier 1 tower being looked at for Fish question mark 2. Another gold swing in their favor. Nearly a 10k lead. Scout trying to get what he can on the left side of the map. Some nice cross mapping, but it's nothing in comparison to this tier 2 that's now being looked at as well.
Yeah, I know that we've talked about trying to get this Loki farmed up and get him a little bit further ahead, but giving up T2 towers across the map just completely for free, you're kind of giving Fish the time that they need on this Fire Giant instead of wasting out their time so that they can get more and more value, more and more T2 towers.
Fire Giant's still up as well. Sorry, like on the side of Fish question mark. So potentially another tier 2 as we see a reset coming out, all pathing mid and duo side from the teleporters, transitioning all of their pressure over there.
Oh, no,
Scout might be caught out.
5, 4.
Up.
All of Fish are around here. All 5 members know that this Loki's here. He's popped that invis. A great use of the ultimate to get him away from the Susano, but there's the World Weaver, and the use of the Shark ultimate will lock in the Scout kill. Yada finds himself that shutdown, and that's going to be great for the mid laner of Fish. Now, grouped around this left side of the map, this T2 tower not likely to be long for this world, as Flix is going to step in here alongside Osha, knock this one down, and Fish have found themselves in an excellent map state, Beto.
Another tier 2 for them, a huge gold lead right now. I have to say, I'm a really big fan of how Flix has been playing this game. I said I wasn't convinced, I am now. I think I said that it was coming, as like they just chase, all they need is vision onto the Loki after his invis is over, and they're able to get the knee health on, and he's just instantly dead after that. I think that his ults have been really good. He's died once, but you know, hasn't really been caught that much this game, or at all. He's farming well, he's still up a level. I think he's been playing really well.
I have to agree with you there, Beto. Flix, you know, we saw in the previous game, you were talking about in the previous game, how Flix was not being massively impactful across the map. He didn't have very many kills, he didn't have very many deaths, but he was just farming up and having an impact where he needed to. Gets himself a Pyromancer while we're talking about him. But this game, you're right, he's being much more impactful, and it makes me feel like Flix is just a very versatile player. He can play to the god, and he can play to the team comp that he's around.
Yeah, I think that he's really locked in this week. He's played, like, not really a Flix style in my opinion. He's played super conservative and quiet, which is not a playstyle that I think of when I think of him. I think of him as a very ego, kind of 1v1 getting caught player, but he's played, like, the complete opposite this, like, today as a whole, which I think is really impressive from him.
I mean, while we've got a little bit of a neutral game state, I'm happy to talk about these teams a little bit, because he brought up Flix and his typical play style. You know, this Fish comp, or this Fish roster, was kind of... It took a long time for it to form. We saw a lot of these players kind of trialing with a lot of different teams and trying to work out who they wanted to play with, who they played best with. And now that they've kind of locked in their roster, they've played 1 week, they're coming into their 2nd week now, you can kind of see where some of maybe the coaching is coming from, where some of the advice and VOD reviews are having an impact. And as you said, this isn't very Flix-like, and he's really shaped up a bit. And I think that's off the back of the time and care that went into building this Fish roster.
Yeah, Yada played on every single team possible in OCE in the last few weeks, but landing on a team that I think suits him really well. He likes to just be left alone in mid and kind of just play his own game. And I think that he's able to do that with a team that's
Goblin
really
don't want to
stable
leave him
around
alone in mid now, though. Jed diving this T1 tower. Chains around, and the ultimate used is going to force 2 beads out there. Actually, 1 bead in the Nuwa ult. In retaliation, we saw Flix fire off the World Weaver ultimate, pops into Rex Forever's health bar. Gets the Hecate low, but nothing off the back of that engage there, Jay Beto.
Gold Fury spawning soon, and this is just kind of pressure, you know, pushing them back, making sure that they know, like, Fish know where Goblin are on the map. Doesn't look like there's too many wards being bought, but still, Fire Giant
started up here by Fish. And Goblin, this time they're in a better position to prevent this from happening. Ozmate's already taken a lot of poke already, though, and there's the Shark ultimate. Osha zoning out so many members of this team, but Scout, he's back in the game, and he finds simply in the backline of Fish's comp, gets him off the Fire Giant by himself, although now Goblin being chased down by Fish here. Osha so healthy still on this Shark. Flix picks up Jed 9, and these backliners, they're doing what they can against Osha's Chark, and here comes Scout again, poking out Yada on that Nuwa, and it's enough that Yada down to 1 HP, he's being picked away, he goes down to Rex Forever. Scout's so impactful in this fight. In the meantime, Ulti chasing down the rest of Goblin towards their Phoenix on the right side. Osha looking for more. Will he be able to find it? Scout invis again, trying to find anything. He's looking at Flix, he picks up Ulti. Scout's gone huge, blink out. Ozmate finds Flix. Jay Beto, Goblin are back in this game.
What was that fight? Scout decides it's time to win, finds so many members, an amazing fight from him.
Wow.
Rex also having a good fight, catches Yada on 1 HP by I don't even know what ability hit him. Some tick damage.
Jay Beto. What a game we have in our hands for these grand finals.
10K.
They are down
Fire
10k.
Giant is up.
I'm going to talk about this though, Jay Beto. They are down 10k, Goblin, but they just showed that they can take a fight around the Fire Giant. I do think maybe that Fish hyper-fixated a little bit too much on the wrong players here, but it's going to be Goblin wanting to start up this Fire Giant now, and Fish are not in a position. They've still got 3 members down, just barely respawning now. Jay Beto, this is scary.
He is so tanky.
Very tanky is the Chark, and we see simply on this Susano just around the corner as well, looking for an engage. Ozmate doing his best to zone here, trying to keep this Susano out of the area, but Fire Giant, just not enough damage coming out onto it yet. We see that Invictus is only level 18, doesn't quite have the damage to poke this down, or to burn this Fire Giant, sorry, down. Scout on this right side trying to find a pick, but that might have been Goblin's best opportunity back into this game, and they just don't have the damage output to secure the fire at this point. Or an ultimate forced out of the Loki there too.
Yeah, and looking down now, Jingle only has 3 items. That's a really, really rough position to be in, which is kind of crazy. I'm not quite sure how she's down a full item. Maybe those 4 kills on Flix. Flix is farming
Another
really well
great wall there from Ulti. He's going to trap Jed in a terrible position, forces him to use the ult, but Yada locks down the support for Goblin, and it's enough that Fish are looking back towards this Fire Giant. Keep your eyes on the Loki. He's not around this fight right now, Jay Beto. He's over in the left jungle.
He's deciding he needs more items. If he's going to be the one catching at the backline, carrying this game, he needs more gold. They've decided to give up fire. There's a rough call to make. Actually, no, they're doing gold. This is okay. It's a gold swing. I don't necessarily think you're going to be able to use the Ancient Fury buff. Actually, looking at the map, man, Goblin have so many towers that they still have to destroy, and I don't think this Gold Fury is going to let them get it.
Gold Fury
Osha
does go
chasing.
down in favor of Goblin, and that
think
might
it's Vision.
prevent
Neath does
some
have
of
ult.
the bleeding going on here. Scout being chased, but it's actually Osha looking for Invictus here. This level 18 Jingwei should be able to get back to the Phoenix without too much issue, and actually baited Osha away from the Loki, so Scout able to successfully back, and that might be enough to keep Fish from ending the game right now, but Fire Giant on so many members of this team, it's a terrifying position to be in for Goblin.
I think I would have liked to have seen maybe Neathot come out. I don't think Neathot's super valuable in sieging. They've got fire, and it will force Jingwei ult. And maybe you could even chase after that because it still stuns her at the end, unless you're like a god with timing. But, you know, playing conservative, making sure that they reset. Oh, it looks like we are going into a pause right now.
Yeah, a bit of a pause here. Likely a DC coming out from one of these teams, so
It happens.
it does happen, and I'm sure we will be able to get back into the game shortly. But Beto, let's talk about this game state right now. This has been so full on. We saw in the early game that Scout on this Loki was having a very, very impactful game. He was up 4-0 within, I think, 10 minutes, Beto, over this Fish roster. But then Fish were slowly bringing it back, and then that last team fight around Fire Giant, Beto, that's where we saw how impactful the lead on the Loki could be.
Yeah, I think it is a bit rough to go like kind of the whole game before we are able to see like a full-on team fight with Loki kind of popping off. I think that a lot of the onus has been on Osha actually. He's really been carrying the front line of Fish
Fish?
as yeah, I think that he's done a really, really good job in lane. Obviously, can't see the entirety of the lane, didn't see how he managed to get that lead, but it was a really good thing that he did because he was able to carry the front line of a lot of fights. But yeah, I think that there's still potential because Jingwei is still scaling, has a lot of items to get. The fact that they're able to win a fight like they did with Jingwei only on essentially like 2 or 3 items is really big because now you can go 6 items. Hyper carries like Jingwei get a lot out of that because they're able to get more damage, more potential to hyper carry.
All right, well, Beto, we're going to go, just heard from production, into a short break. Try to get these technical issues sorted out. We'll be back with you very soon for the rest of these grand finals.
Welcome back to Week 2 APAC. Unfortunately, there was some technical difficulties, and we weren't able to catch out that end of the Game 1 of finals. But Fish question mark were the ones that closed that out. We'll bring up the screenshot of them. How you feeling, Devane?
Yeah, good. I must say I really underestimated the Loki.
Yeah.
I did not get the memo, even though I think Loki was banned, like target banned earlier today.
Yeah,
I should have picked
absolutely.
up on that. I was like, oh my god,
Yeah, Scout
this is
popped
insane.
off that game. Some really,
Yeah,
really impressive plays. Unfortunately, Goblin not being able to close it out, but Fish question mark just, yeah, they've been playing amazingly and like only improvements from last week, you know, which is great.
yeah.
Same
It
bands, it
seems
looks
like
like Odin and Fenrir as well.
no surprise with the Loki. It still did well for the team. They just needed to be able to play around the Loki a bit better, especially around that middle game. But yeah, it did seem like Fish made a lot of not necessarily changes, but they learnt a lot from last week. And they've definitely leveled up their macro play a fair
Yeah,
bit.
yeah,
And yeah,
absolutely.
so no surprise we got the Neath again. I quite liked. Focus on the
Very
Neath
similar
well.
picks and bans so far. I'm pretty
Yeah, it's
sure.
almost the exact same.
Yeah, I feel like this is the exact same from game one.
Yeah, another one.
Okay, okay. It seems like the teams have their favorites to start with, their comfort champs, and
I just want to
at
run it
least what
back.
they think is strong. But yeah, just want to run it back for sure. It seems like
Literally. And I mean, for Goblin, like, it wasn't a bad team comp. It was a good team comp. It was just, like, needing to play around a bit better with that Loki.
yeah,
Making sure you get what, like, your money's worth kind of thing. Like,
mm.
you know. So I think it's changed up a bit here. I can't remember if Sasani was picked fourth.
I think he
But yeah,
was. I think it was exactly this. But yeah, and there we go.
yeah.
Hikate. Like, you
And
know,
then,
second game in, exact same champions. We'll see. We'll see what god is picked here. It's Chark again. Okay, yeah. So exact same gods. I wonder if Goblin, learning from the first game, if they'll have opportunities to overcome parts that they maybe learned from the first game. Fish
yeah,
question mark. Maybe just clutching it out and
we're just
and
running it back.
continuing along, running it
We're
back.
running
So
it back.
really keen to see how these players adapt and change the way that they play this game. But looks like we're getting straight into the game. So let's pass it over to our casters, Dice Heart and Jay Beto, for the second game of the grand finals of week 2.
Thank you
Back at
very
it
much.
again.
Nuxel and Devane doing a great job on the desk there, Jay. But how exciting is it to have all of this production, all of these casters, everybody excited for us here in APAC, bringing a lot of Australian, a lot of New Zealand players and teams
I've never
into
heard of that place.
into the big
Sorry.
global scene. I'm just going to ignore you being youth.
I think it's really interesting. The salty run back does make sense in my opinion. The Loki specifically, the one thing I would have changed, not that I necessarily think it was a player thing, but maybe I would have changed the matchup in solo. It looked really difficult for Barkus and a massive lead from Chark generated on that side. I don't think he has to do anything differently. They just play the exact same way, and it's rough to salty run back a game like that because what if Scout doesn't start the game 4-0? It's not like it's just like, oh, you know, the team fighting was great or etc. etc. He got a massive lead at the start and they still didn't win the game. So what if he doesn't get this big lead?
Look at these big 5-man groupings from both teams as well. This is very, very different than just letting a Loki get a 4-0 lead. You know, they're looking for early kills as a team right now, and maybe that's what they're trying to differentiate here. I guess both teams is trying to prevent any one player from popping off too hard, Jay Beto.
I do really like the dynamic starts that you can do in Smite 2. We haven't seen too many crazy ones. No proxy starts, no 5-man invades at level 1. But, you know, potentially in the playoffs maybe when there's more stakes, we might be able to see some cheese strategy because they can net you a big lead in the early game.
I'll tell you what, Jay, but I am very excited to get to the playoffs. You know, we've got 5 total weeks of open bracket. We're currently right at the end of the second week of open bracket, so still 3 more to go. But playoffs, I think, are going to be, by that point, all of these teams are going to feel really comfortable with themselves. They're going to have time to have improved and to understand each other's rosters,
Yeah.
mechanics, gameplays, and there's going to be more gods in the game, I would expect, by that point, too.
Yeah, and hopefully some of the bugs for the current gods that have been released, get fixed. Obviously, no Moja is I think it's a big deal. No junglers as well. When those things get like improved, I think that the picks and bans is gonna be super interesting.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I think that if Yamoja was allowed today, she would have
Yeah.
seen a very, very high ban
Oh,
rate in
yeah.
Scout. He's already looking for these early picks once more. Triple chains coming out from Jed9, looking to dive this T1 tower. It's not enough, though, as Flick's playing very safe on this Neath, makes his way back underneath the tower, and Scout, he's made a very early rotation for not a lot of value, going to try to get this neutral camp on the duo lane side. And again, this Barkus is having a hard time in lane, J-Beto, against Osha's Shark.
Yeah, this time the Loki not able to get that early first blood, and I said it at the start, this matchup looks like it's going the same way. This Chark early game is really strong into the Barkus.
Well, we saw last game, J-Beto, that the Barkus had a very difficult time in the jungle, though. Loki, Scout looking for Yada, but it's not quite going to be enough. Forces the blink out, does simply by making a rotation over there, and Scout's just not having the impact that he really is demanding of himself after last game.
Having a bit of a rough start. Not a rough, that's the wrong sentence. A different start, not as a fast start, not as an explosive start as he did last game, which, maybe they tighten up across the board and it's a bit of more of an even game, sorry. But I can't help but feel worried because this Loki isn't off to the start that he was last game.
Yeah, he's going to make this rotation over towards the solo lane side of the map as well, but Osha very healthy at the moment, and Osmate
Oh my
probably
lord.
can't engage here, so Scout's wasted another rotation. I don't think he's going to find an engage here, and simply in the meantime is just farming his side of the map, getting his levels up, and it's a lot harder now. It looks to me like Fish have identified exactly what Scout wants to do across the map, and they're not going to let him do it this game, J-Beto.
It's really hard to play like a roaming jungle style when you've got losing lanes across the board. It's like you gank and my solo lane is 10 health. Oh, well, I guess I have to leave. Oh, duo's losing because again we're playing Jingwei into Neath and that doesn't win pressure early. Okay.
Well, and we saw as well that because both teams grouped up as 5 in the early game, it's very difficult for Loki to find someone by themselves to pick off like he did last time. He found Yada last time for that first blood. Big chunk of damage coming out there is simply rotated over towards the duo side. Not quite enough to take someone off the map, but Yada's doing what he does in farming player damage on the Nuwa.
15 seconds on this purple buff respawn. I would assume that speed is fairly close behind that, or the same. And with Jed poked out, he is healing, but Son is looking for a repeat gank.
Simply is still here, and he's going to very likely look for Jed9. Great freeze there out from ulti. Jed trying to get back onto the tower, but doesn't have it in him. Simply has found first blood once again and puts Fish in the lead against Goblins. Now about 1,500 gold invading this purple buff. Invictus is here. He might be able to prevent this from happening, but Fish, I think they're going to be able to snowball this lead very quickly, going straight to the speed buff invade already as well. On the other side of the map, though, we do see that Scout is not going to give this up for free. Good flop onto Osha there, out of the Barkus. There's the burp as well, forces the ultimate out. Isn't enough? No, Chark is going to get back under his tower. I would say, I think that was a successful blue buff invade, J-Beto, but...
Yeah, it was.
Is it enough here? As Invictus is going to be taken off the map, simply ganks again on the duo lane side, and he's really playing just this opposite side of where the Loki is.
I love this style. I love what they're doing, playing over towards the Neath as well. That's got this, dominant early game over the Jingwei, pressuring out this Ares, making it hard for him to play the game. Amir can cancel flames. That's a lot of the damage being cancelled out. Ares is pretty decent into Susano, but if he's coming out late after the chains have already been used, or if he's not hitting them...
Carter engaged on here, will be stunned out. A lot of damage, but he protects himself so well. The old 2-1 combo that we've seen from him all day on this Nuwa keeps him alive again, and Simply has found Scout in the jungle. J-Beto, this is an opposite game right now. This time, Simply is 3-0 on his jungle, and is completely preventing Scout from getting into the game.
And this is dangerous. I know what Simply can do with a lead like this. He's going to be all over the map. This Jingwei is going to have a really rough time. Despite the okay matchup with the lots of knockups from Susano, the chase potential with Susano onto carries with a dash is so strong. And again, this Neath ult into Jingwei. I don't think that Jingwei's good into Neath. Okay, fine. If you're crazy with the timing or just get really lucky, you can immune the stun. But if you ult too early at all, it's just going to stay there beneath you and hit you as soon as you land.
Ardo might be caught out here. Rex, we know, has a lot of kill potential, but Simply actually finds Rex there, and the damage coming out is huge. Shell forced out, but Simply fires off the ultimate and locks in the kill. 4-0 for this Susano. Beto, this is a direct mirror of last game. Fish's jungler is going absolutely crazy all across the map right now.
And the difference is between the flip is that Goblin doesn't have 3 winning lanes this time. All their lanes are losing.
All their lanes are losing, and now it's going to be the Gold Fury in favor of Fish this time. They do not want this game lasting long, Beto. They saw what happened last game when they allowed Goblin to take an inch. They were given a mile, and this time around, they're forcing every objective, forcing kills in every lane. Fish want this over. They want a clean 2-0.
A big lead already in 6 minutes. Fish want their points. They want their win. Weren't able to get it against Sunday School last week, but this week they're hungry for it. I like to see that.
Well, this Beto, while we've got a tiny moment to breathe, I don't think we do actually.
Maybe.
Scout is going to try to prevent this purple buff invade. There's the Neath ult, and the Susano ult popped out there. Blink forced out, ultimate forced out of the Loki to get him out of trouble there. But again, so much forced out and not a lot used on the side of Fish. And you know, despite the fact that that fight happened and you think, oh, Fish had to use a lot there, they also got a lot out of it. They successfully invaded that purple buff. And Goblin, they're going to try to respond by invading red and blue on the solo lane side of the map, but this Chark is around.
I really think that Neath is the most impactful god. It's just so hard to play against when you can do what they just did then. Susano goes, I'm looking for Loki in the jungle, charge ult, oh, here he is. Neath charges ult, she fires that off, and if he didn't ult out at the right time, he was getting hit by Susano ult, maybe a Mir ult gets in range then, not a Mir ult, a Mir freeze on top of a Mir ult. I just think it's so hard to play against this god.
While you're talking about that Neath in mid, I'm going to give a player shout out here because we didn't get to see him today, but we know that he's been very impactful on the Neath in mid, and it's Swifty. I think that he hasn't necessarily pioneered the Neath mid, but he's made it look fantastic. I think one of the best Neath mid players in Oceania right now, and I think he is a big part of the reason why people put so much credit on the name of Neath. As we're going to see Jed9 blink in, use those chains directly on the Nuwa. Does do a lot of damage, but there's the ultimate from the Neath once more, and Simply going to try to engage here. Forces the ultimate out of the air. He's pull in, doesn't find anything, and again, ulti on the Ymir finds a great wall. Rex Forever does use that ultimate on the Hekate to pull people out of the chase here, but Simply, low health bar, is going to continue to fight there, and ulti finds Scout again. 0-2 on the Loki. He just can't find a way into this game, Beto.
Now he's being locked out. Fish looked back at that game in their picks and bans and went, well, they're running it back. Why don't we just not let him do what he did last game? And it's working.
I think, Beto, having been a part of and watched a lot of competitive games of Smite, it takes a lot of confidence to decide, for both teams to decide, we're running it back exactly the same way. You know, the game can go so differently, and I think Goblin are seeing how differently the game can go. Look at what the Loki has to struggle with now that Fish have the knowledge that they have behind them.
Yeah, I think that the main takeaway is 2 things. One, Fish aren't getting caught by these Loki ganks. They're not stepping up too far. You know, they're playing together as like 2-man squads all the time. Osha hasn't been caught so far. Neither has Flix. Nor Yada, as he died first blood in the first game. And secondly, this Neath ult with you know, essentially is always wherever Loki is. Neath ult is just on top of Loki. Look, here it is again.
Here it is again. Susano ult used, chasing down Scout on this. Loki might be able to find him. Scout does get back underneath the T2 tower, but Rex Forever looking for Simply in the jungle. We see Osmay making rotation over as well, but Fish are so well grouped right now, and it's taking everything that Goblin have just to secure their own buffs. In the meantime, you know, Fish are pushing out lanes. They're securing neutral camps and likely to walk towards this Gold Fury next.
I really love this, like finding Loki in the jungle style. Gold Fury is up, like you just said. maybe Jingwei caught here.
Oh, Jingwei is caught here. Osh has made a great rotation over using that teleporter, forces the ultimate out of the Jingwei, and simply he's found his way around the backside of the tower. Pull in, great use of the shell there from Invictus, but is it enough? No. Simply finds himself the kill. In the meantime, Ozma's made his own rotation over using the teleporter, pops off that ult, fires the Sunder. Simply taken down. First kill on the board for Goblin. Great play there by Ozma. Both of the solo laners finding excellent map presence there, but Ulti, he's found another great wall on this Ymir and picks Rex off just before this Gold Fury.
First kill for Goblin, you're right, and simply is shut down, but what does it get, you know? Fisher still pressuring into this jungle.
They are pressuring into this jungle, forcing the ultimate out of Jed 9 there, but it's not quite enough for him to pull anybody in. Great freeze again from Ulti, and he finds himself the kill on the opposing support. Ozma, the only person around to try to prevent this Gold Fury, not likely to be able to do it on his own. Him and Scout are going to go back to farming, and Fish are going to push their lead even further out.
This Gold Fury, there's no chance of a steal, no secure ult, no Sunder on the Barcus. He's looking for an invade over in solo side. And a massive lead right now for Fish, in only 11 minutes.
Look at that, 6,000 gold, you're right, in 11 minutes, and it's hard for Goblin to come back from this. We saw they had quite the deficit in the last game, and that wasn't enough to deter them from taking fights, trying to prevent Fire Giants, and forcing their way into the game. I will point out too, Jay Beto, that we've been talking a lot about this Neath, but there is still a Jingwei on the other side of the map, on the other team. And that can be enough to bring a team back if they're able to get the time to get into the late game and start getting some Fire Giants, start getting some items online.
Yeah, but the problem this time is Scout isn't Giga fed this time. He doesn't have a massive lead. He can't go over and just one-shot Yada. He's 2 levels down on Yada. He doesn't really, you know, he doesn't even have a real full item yet. Transcendence is not fully stacked yet. And he doesn't have any other items. It's so difficult for him to get into this game right now.
It really is, and you know, Scout again just clearing lanes where he can, but 2 levels down on Simply at the moment is very terrifying to be this Loki right now. We're seeing again that Simply has rotated over towards the duo side and found himself a pick onto Invictus. Another kill for this Susano, 6-1-1, showing what Simply is made of. And you know, I feel like you briefly mentioned earlier that you know how impactful Simply can be when it gets a lead, but for the people that don't really know Oceania very well, Simply is a very, very competent jungler. You're right, when he gets a lead, he's able to pop off with it. We saw last game though that even when he's behind, he's able to be impactful, and he knows what to do on the gods that he's playing and around the team that he's working with to find the most possible impact. Now though, Fish are going to group around looking for Rex Forever here, going to force the ultimate out of the Hecate, does teleport himself back under the teacher tower. A great wall from Ulti, blocks him off exactly where he was going and Simply finds another kill.
Oh my.
Link in from Jed 9, looking for the ultimate, will pull in one. Osha underneath the T2 tower will be followed up here by the Loki, down to a quarter health. Auto attacks coming out from Invictus 2. But this Osha Chark is still alive. He's still holding on. Scout finally gets a kill. Ozma, great flop in and a burp and an ultimate. It's good. Jet finds a kill onto Yada. Goblin still showing signs of life, Jay Beto.
Oh, a bit of an overcommit from Fish, getting a bit too confident, losing 2. It's not the end of the world, but it is a crack in the armor.
I again think it shows, we were talking about it earlier, that if you give Goblin an inch, they'll take a mile. And we saw that last game, that it doesn't matter how far behind they are, they'll take a fight. And they can win those fights.
I love to see that out of, any team. You're not cowering away, running away with the tail between your legs, still taking that fight, even after that, a mere wall. I'd be so disheartened that I'm getting caught there, but they continue to fight. I think Osha oversteps pretty heavily there, maybe baited by his team going in a bit too far, but he didn't even have a shutdown because he's not really that fed this game. So he dies, but only giving over 100 gold, so it's not that big of a deal.
I think it's the mental boom you get from this situation though, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know you can take these fights. You don't want the lead to get much further away from you than it currently is as Goblin, but you know you can take these fights. You know that there's ways back into the game for you, but at the same time, if you're Goblin, you can't play over aggressive. You can't let yourselves get caught out, and maybe that's what Simply's looking for, hiding in this bush in mid lane, Jay Beto.
These bushes are super, I was going to say super impactful, but they're just a very, what's the word? A very interesting change. Very ambitious is the word I was looking for. Very ambitious change. It changes up the game a lot of potential you know, for plays. We saw it a little bit in past seasons of Smite 1 with, if you remember the snowy map where you could break the little chalices and would drop little mist piles, but the bushes are on another level.
Gold Fury started up here by Goblin. They do not want to give up this game. They do not want to lie down and let Fish have it. We can see the fight going on in the back line. Osmay will be picked up there by Simply. Gold Fury 400 health, even lower. Scout will pick up the kill onto Simply, but trade it back to 1v1. Double kill there for Simply. Gold Fury does go the way of Goblin, but how many kills can Fish get here? Flix picks up Invictus. Jed9 going to use his ultimate here, but pulls Osha towards him, and that's not someone you want in front of you. Great wall again by Ulti, and Flix picks himself up a double kill. The Gold Fury went the way of Goblin, but they only got 1 kill. In the meantime, Fish knocked 4 members of Goblin off the map, Jay Beto.
And they're not even stopping there. They're getting the stuff after the stuff dies.
They really are. This left side T2 tower will go down in favor of Fish. And now we do see that there's a T1 in mid still, likely to be the target of their aggression next. I would say, yeah.
I think I think Fire Giant is a little too ambitious. But Pyromancer for sure on the table. This tier 1 tower in mid. Not long for this world, I think. Maybe Barkus is able to defend though, but his team is not behind him. Might be baiting himself too hard.
Osmay is one of the most competent players on this Goblin roster, and you know, we saw that it doesn't matter how hard of a time he has in lane, he's actually keeping up pretty well with Osha. I wouldn't walk into that tower with him there.
I think, I do want to say, I don't want to discredit what you said, but I think regardless of whether or not it's a good player thing or not, it's a case of fake pressure where you step up and you say, no, my team's behind me, they're just over the wall. Don't step up or they're going to engage on you. His team's not behind him, they're coming out of base and running out duo side. But Fish don't know that. They go, oh, he's stepping up, his team must be behind him. So they step away. It's a risky play to make, but I think it's a really smart play to make, something that people can do all the time. Obviously, it pays off really well when you're able to defer 3 people by yourself, but if it doesn't pay off, you just kind of look like an inter.
Loki ult in mid, he's looking for Yada. He's going to force the Nuwa ultimate out early there, and that might be enough for Goblin to look for a big engage in mid here. If Yada has to back off, Osmay is sitting right around this corner, going to start up this Pyromancer, but likely a corner bait play here as Rex, Invictus, Scout and Jed are right here. Yada still very low health, but only available to him here is Osmay. Over the wall, he's going to fire off that ultimate, forces the beads out, and Thunder is going to pop in the meantime. Jed9 has fired off his own ultimate and picks up ulti. Shut down there for Jed9. It's a great play here for Goblin. They found themselves 1 pick, but Jed that's all they needed.
Yeah, we were just talking about Osmay too. He's zoning 4 people there, gets the the beads out of, I believe it was Yada?
It
was
might
one of
have
the carries.
We can't
and it's
tell.
forced him to base at 1 HP. He's zoning 4 people while the rest of his team is taking out the Emir. I think just a really good, micro fight from Osmay there.
Bit of a scuffle there in the mid lane has caused Goblin to back off a little bit, and Fish are going to start up this Pyromancer. We see Rex, Scout, and Invictus are trying to step up towards this and prevent it from going down, but Fish definitely have the better position on at the moment. They will secure that Pyromancer, and Osha's going to do a great job zoning out here. Osmay, though, he's locked in. He sees a low health bar player on Simply, going to flop in, but this Susano is very hard to kill. Jay Beto always has escapes up.
His Ares is chasing Osmay. It looks like the rest of the team is not around, so he should be able to... Sorry, not the Ares, the Chark. Should be fine. Maybe taking this TP over, but might just be looking to reset our Ancient Fury, because that is spawning very soon. And that is going to be a lot of towers, like a lot of tier 1s even available. Actually, every tower up for Goblin. So if they're able to get a good team fight here, despite the gold deficit, and secure Ancient Fury, they're going to swing a lot of gold in their favor.
Difficult to find a good team fight right now, though, when Osmay has been the backbone of these fights at the moment, and he's low health in right, having to back. Great root coming out there from Flix as we see the 2v1 going on, looking for this ADC. And Victor's so low at the moment, and I don't think he realizes how many members of Fish are around this corner. They're going to try to turn it around. Jed9 firing off this no escape ultimate, does pull in 2, but it's 2 people he doesn't want in front of him. Another great wall from ulti, and another kill onto Jed9. Flix fires off the ultimate, isn't enough. Yeah. Invictus ticks down, and this is what Fish needed. This is what they wanted. They're going to push this Gold Fury. Jay Beto, they could get a Phoenix off this.
I have no idea how he has vision of him there, but I mean, it's a great ult regardless. I think that Jed sacrificing himself to get his Jingwei out is is a great, like, it's the correct play, but it's really unfortunate that Jingwei falls as well. 0-5, just a really unfortunate game, really rough game.
Yeah, you know, if you're looking back at this as Goblin, I think you know all the things that you can work on in this early game, and that's not to say that this game is over. There's still a lot of time here, and again, Goblin continue to show signs of life. They were further down in the first game and still taking fights, still risking it all at the Fire Giant. So there's still opportunities here, but I definitely think that this Goblin roster know exactly what they want to work on. And, you know, we're seeing that they're still being impactful in this second game. They're still working on things that happened in the first game, but look at this death ball play from Fish. They're grouped up around this corner waiting for someone to come to the red buff.
This is exactly what I think Goblin should be doing, but when Fish does it, it's brutal. Like, they're already winning team fights 10k up, and now they're gonna corner bait.
Out. The World Weaver will connect with this Barkus. Down about 3/4 HP, trying to fire off a burp. Does find himself a double stun on the jump over the wall, but Simply has managed to attach himself. Fires off the ultimate as well. Over that wall, Osmay lower and lower on the health bar. Does he go? Flicks over the wall and does find it. Simply credited with the kill. 10, 2, and 3 on the Susano, J Beto.
He is popping off, having an absolute clinic in this game. Are we gonna, is he going to be able to get it at all anymore after this? Is it just getting banned away? Is it just Simply?
We know that the Loki was often banned away from Scout earlier in the competition this week, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the Susano taken away from Simply, but you're right, Jay, but I think he could be impactful on more gods than just this Susano.
Yeah, what's going to happen when he gets Fenrir, you know? What if he's on the Loki? Thanatos is back, you know, when more junglers get added, a player like Simply who's able to play, like, essentially just one god every game and look really good on it, when he's able to get more, and you kind of don't have any options at, like, banning him out. You just kind of have to play against whatever he wants to play. It's really difficult to play against a player like that.
Well, Jay, better remember, Yamoja's in the game now too, and that is a very strong jungler that Simply can put his hands on.
Yeah, right.
Pull in there from Simply, finds Rex, and another huge wall from Ulti is going to block off the pathway of escape here for Goblin. Huge damage coming down as well as Simply popped off that Susano ultimate. Going to force backs here from the members of Goblin. Rex at the very least is going to have to go back to base, and that's enough for Fish to start up this Fire Giant and find an aggressive position. And in fact, Simply is going to go in deep here. Ulti does fire off that Ymir ultimate, forcing Jed to use his own, but Osmay has come in and burped all over the Fish team, fires off the Intoxication ult, and it's enough to keep Fish away from this Fire Giant for the time being. But Jay Beto, how much longer can Goblin continue to take these engages without losing players and without losing fights?
I think the main thing is here that in all this time, Jingwei has to group because she's so much of the team's damage, so much of Goblin's damage, and she's not farming. She's still on 3 items, two full items down and 2 levels down on Flicks. It feels really bad to be playing a hyper carry ADC that I did mention before benefits a lot from an extra item slot and be down so much gold and XP.
That's exactly right, Jay Beto. It's not an easy position to be in here, and unfortunately for Invictus, he can't just go and start farming up the map now because, again, Fish are starting up a Fire Giant. They have a 10k gold lead. Scout, though, we saw last time he was able to get a position like this around Fire, he could find some kills, but this time, Simply, he's going to find Jed9, sorry. I nearly called you out there. The Nuar ultimate's going to keep Jed alive for now, but here comes Osha, chasing down and zoning out all the members of Goblin. Scout can't find a way in on the back of this Fire Giant pit, and it's going to be enough. The Fish will lock in this Fire Giant, and it could, Jay Beto, be the last one of the game. Flicks charging this World Weaver ultimate, looking for any vision that could be possible. Scout forced all the way over towards this left side speed buff, away from the Fire Giant towards the Gold Fury, and still being chased further. I don't think he backs successfully here, and if Scout gets caught out, that could be a big part of Goblin's defense completely wiped out.
I think that's so scary. As soon as Fire Giant's secured, Flicks is like, alright, I'm ulting. He's so locked in this game, ready to teamfight as soon as it's done.
It's a different Flicks. And I'm very, very impressed with seeing him come out like this. Rex Forever being engaged on here by Osha over on this left side, trying to get back underneath the Phoenix, but the slows are so potent here from the Shark. Sorry, that it just makes it so difficult for the Hecate to get out anywhere. And we can see this left side Phoenix. This is saved by the Ancient Fury. So even trying to defend this position right now is not particularly strong. Invictus did push out that right side T1 tower, but could be too little too late. It simply has found the kill onto Rex Forever, diving that Phoenix. And that makes it even harder here as Osme is going to flop in and be pulled straight back out. Simply again finds a kill. 12, 2, and 3 on the Susano. J Beto Flix has knocked down the left side Phoenix for the Order team now. And Fish are looking for more and more of a lead. They might be able to find this win.
And these towers can't get into the action at all. That Phoenix was just watching itself get destroyed. I love something that I want to add in here. I love Chark into ADCs. I think it's a really underrated matchup. It was in Smite 1. He has a lot of attack speed slow, and being able to stick to people and like not let the ADC move is a really like...
Jed9 finds 4 with the ultimate, but they've all immuned it, and now this Ares is alone deep inside the Phoenix, trying to survive the absolute onslaught from Goblin. He will go down to Osha, and so too does the mid Phoenix. Yard credited for that kill, as Invictus and Scout are all that are left of Goblin to defend this one. Titan down to 10k health. Susano's going to fire up the ultimate. Look at all the CC onto Invictus. Flix credited with the kill. Titan down to 2k. J Beto, we have new victors of APAC Founders Series Week 2. It's going to go to Fish.
And those points are racking up. This time, Sunday School not in the finals, so not the same points traded across. I think that with this, Fish question mark would be on top of the points tally, which is... It's interesting. It's interesting. I'm excited. I like seeing different teams in the finals, different teams win. I hope that we see more teams coming out. Maybe the Trial coming out into the finals. Maybe Goblin in the finals again against Sunday School. I'd like to see that matchup too.
We are going.
But that was
we're going to talk
was a dominant
alongside
game.
here our desk as well. Nuxel
Hello.
and Devane, what did you guys think of that game?
Crazy. Yeah, lots of stuff going on. I'll let you go first, Devane.
Yeah, I just thought like, the run back was interesting. I understand like
Hmm.
you feel like you wanted a redo, you were doing well at the start, and then it went wrong midway through the game. But then at the same time, like Fish can also learn from the last game. Like they knew where they did wrong at the start and they made sure that that didn't happen again. And like you saw that with like, Simply was shutting down everyone instead of the Loki. So
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah,
interesting.
that was a very, very exciting day of games. I think every game that we cast today was an absolute banger. While we've still got a
always are.
little, they always are. That's true. Oceania APAC is always very exciting. While we've got a bit of time on our hands for the moment, I'm going to give a quick shout out to a few people. Quickly, Nuxel and Devane, if we can pop back to them very quickly. Production. Big shout out to these two on the desk and on the cast today. They did great. Osme has left us for the night, but he was also excellent, and we actually saw him in a few of those games as well. Shout out to Jay Beto, my co-caster over here as well, doing an excellent job trying to keep up with my awful sounds. Big shout out as well to Redacted. I know he doesn't get a lot of people talk about him, but you might not see him as much because he's behind the scenes. Redacted worked for 12 hours straight today to bring this tournament together, to
Big
get
respect.
the casting all sorted out. He's done a great job. If you're watching this, if you're in America, if you're in anywhere else in the world, Oceania, the Oceanic Competitive League, OCL, are the people that have brought you this cast tonight on Smite Game, or this morning for you guys on Smite Game. And, we're very grassroots community doing everything we can to bring this together. Gangster Sexy is our internal graphic designer. He's put together all the wonderful graphics that you've seen today. So epic shout out to him. He's done so well. And a big shout out to the APAC and Oceanic community in general. They've really kept us together, kept us in the scene, and made it so that we can be here today. So thank you very much to everybody that's watched us so far. Jay Beto, any shout outs from you?
I just want to shout out Sharks. Thank you for that interview. I know that was a long time ago, nearly 5 hours ago, but yeah, thank you for jumping on. I really enjoyed that. Hope some people got something out of that. But that's all from me.
Thank you very much, everybody, for watching. We're very excited to have been here. We're going to head off now, but we'll see you next time.
Bye.